Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter embraced the power of Slytherin to face a Death Eater. Here is short summary. Harry unlocks his Slytherin potential to outwit and confront a dangerous Death Eater, changing the course of his destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Aunt Petunia usually just woke me by knocking on my door. What time is it anyway? Harry looked around, trying to spot a clock. 4:15. According to Pomfrey, you've been sleeping since 1. How come one knock on your head sends you to Sleepyville every 20 minutes? Because I think Pomfrey dosed the food. Teddy laughed. Seriously. Both times I've eaten something she gave me, I've fallen asleep. It's how she keeps us quiet. Don't joke. That's how my mother used to keep me quiet whenever I was sick. Eventually Snape asked her why she always bought sleeping potions at the same time as pepper-up potions. He made her stop. Said sick people sleep easily enough. Teddy smiled sardonically. So you've known Snape for a while, haven't you? Harry picked at a loose thread on his blanket. Yeah, because he's connected to all us pureblood families. He made friends with Malfoy Sr. during Hogwarts and he's stayed in our social circle since then. Because he's technically a half-blood, that's actually unusual. He's such a good potions master that most of the pureblood families who are friends with Malfoy started using him for all their potion needs. He makes a pretty penny of off-selling potions through private selling. You can buy pre-made potions. Well, of course. What did you think people who couldn't brew did? People like Longbottom would never be able to use potions. I don't know. I didn't really think about it. I just expected that if they were sick, they went to hospitals or something. How does that work anyway? If a wizard gets sick, do they all just come to Hogwarts or something? Try. Or something. There's a hospital in London called St. Mungo's. If you ever get sick, wizarding or muggle illnesses, you dial 62442 on a muggle phone. That connects you with St. Mungo's and they come pick you up. If you're in a wizarding home, you flow for assistance. What if you don't know how to flow? Well, you simply get a handful of flow powder, chuck it in pretty much any empty fireplace, and clearly shout, St. Mungo's Hospital. Then one of the nurses will help you with the rest. Huh, why don't they tell us that? I mean the Muggle-born students. There should be information brochures or something. I've never thought of that. Maybe you should talk to the Muggle Studies professor. She might be able to tell you if anything like that is available for you. If not, maybe you saying something will make her create something. Teddy shrugged. Hey, do you have my bag? I should probably start writing my assignments. Oh, and what's the assignment from Snape? Snape wants us to write an essay on what we consider the most useful type of potions. You know, healing, truth, pain, so on and so on. Says that we should consider the different aspects of useful. What does that mean? I'm assuming, and yes, we're going to clarify, that useful could be in terms of ease of use, complications. Teddy shrugged, which means that it's going to be just as hard as the other essay but less technical. And the poor Gryffindors won't be able to just write, because... Harry laughed at Teddy's joke, then sobered as he remembered his conversation with Katie. Hey, Teddy, do you ever wonder what would happen if Gryffindors and Slytherins weren't always at each other's throats? Yeah, it would be boring. Teddy. Harry tried to see if his friend would consider it. Harry. Teddy mimicked his whining tone back at him. Seriously though, if you want Slytherins and Gryffindors to get along, you'd need a miracle. Mr. Knott, you need to get back to your dorm now. Dinner is in an hour and a half. I suggest that you use the time to begin your weekend homework. Madame Pomfrey appeared from her office and made her way over to Harry's bedside. I've got all weekend to do my homework, Madame Pomfrey. Why can't I stay with Harry? Teddy had a distinctive grumbling tone to his voice. Because of the headache that Mr. Potter is developing and the one that you will shortly develop if you stay near him. Or do you not feel pain when others do, Mr. Knott? Madame Pomfrey sounded close to sarcastic and Harry marveled that somebody that old could sound like that. He was used to Snape's sarcasm, but he wasn't used to other adults having the same sense of humor. "Well, that may be a point," Teddy started. "Shut it, Snake. Madame Pomfrey knows best, and she also reigns supreme in her hospital wing. So if she says get out before she kicks you out." Katie had apparently woken up while they were talking. She didn't seem to be too aggressive, but Teddy bristled anyway. "Thank you, oh lovely lion. In that case, I'll leave. Oh, and Harry, Snape has your bag, he'll probably bring to you later." Teddy spoke with false grandeur while gathering his bag. "I'll see you later, Harry. Probably tomorrow." Teddy stood and walked out. "I heard you trying to smooth the road for better relations between Gryffindors and Slytherins." "Nice try." Katie sat up and addressed him from where Madame Pomfrey had gone to check on her. "Well, you did make a point. And so did." Harry trailed off as shadows danced across his vision. Apparently laughing with Teddy hadn't been a good idea. He gasped as a migraine hit him full force. "The headache potion is on your left bedside table, Mr. Potter. Swallow that down and you'll feel better." Harry reached out and downed the potion in one gulp. His migraine instantly receded, leaving him to regain his breath in the sudden absence of pain. "You have an hour and a half before dinner, both of you, and I expect you to spend it doing something productive. Since you don't have your schoolbooks, Mr. Potter, I assume that you want to get back to your book from earlier. It is on your bedside table." Harry nodded and picked up the book. He found his place easily enough and began to read. Mentally, he considered the fact that he only had his meeting with Snape tonight. He would think about doing homework after Snape brought him his bag, but until then, he decided that a second-year potions book wouldn't be a bad way to spend the night. 2.5 hours later, Harry looked up from his book at the sound of a throat clearing. "Mr. Potter, while I know you wish to learn all you can about potions, I must admit I didn't believe you would be eager enough to read the second-year book." Snape's soft voice drew Katie's attention, and both Slytherins noticed her looking up at them. "It's Katie's book, sir. I didn't have my things, and I wanted something to read." Harry checked his place, intending to borrow the book from another second year after he left the hospital wing. And Miss Bell did not need the book for her own homework. Snape looked at Katie enquiringly. "No, Professor Snape, I'm working on my history assignment at the moment." The Gryffindor spoke carefully, obviously wary of the professor's temper. "Very well, Miss Bell. Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey has said that you should be okay for a short walk while we talk. If you will come with me." Snape held out a hand so Harry could steady himself as he got off the bed. Once Harry was steady on his own 2 feet, Severus walked toward the door. Harry followed more slowly, wincing as the feeling came back to his sleeping legs. Snape didn't speak as they moved through the corridors to a nearby classroom. Once there, he waited until Harry was inside the room before sending spells at the doors. "What will they do? Protect against eavesdropping and give me warning of people attempting to enter the room. I have similar spells on my office that are activated when the door closes." Snape didn't seem upset by his question. He moved to the front of the classroom and pulled a chair out from a vacant desk. He placed it in the floor space that would usually be reserved for lectures and gestured for Harry to grab a chair as well. Harry went to sit down, but Snape held up a hand. Snape pointed his wand at the 2 chairs and they were transfigured into armchairs. Harry's was similar to his favorite chair from the common room, and Snape's was a black wingback armchair. Why are they different? Transfiguration spells can be personalized so that they take on unique characteristics. That usually relies on who touched them last. Without individualization, they still take unique forms depending on who transfigures them. That is why you aren't marked for color or pattern when you do transfiguration in class. So that's why Teddy's match had a bright yellow head on it. Harry remembered that he had noticed the result when they had been practicing changing needles into matchsticks. Precisely, Mr. Potter. Harry tried to sit normally in his chair, not sure whether it would be all right to curl in his chair as he usually did. "If you are uncomfortable, Mr. Potter, I am well aware that you usually contort yourself into different positions when sitting in the common room." Harry smiled timidly and swung his legs up. "That is quite possibly the reason you spend so much time working pins and needles out of your legs, Harry." Harry noticed that Snape had changed the way he addressed Harry and was glad when he began using his first name. He was starting to notice that Snape used his first name when they were being more informal than they were in public. Harry shrugged in response, willing to deal with the consequences for the comfort of curling his legs up. "Did you eat for Madame Pomfrey, Harry? Or do I need to call a house elf for some dinner for you?" Snape quirked an eyebrow at him and he shook his head vigorously. "No, sir. Madame Pomfrey said she'd make me take a potion if I didn't eat everything on my plate." "If that's what makes you eat, Harry, then I'm definitely going to threaten you with potions more often." Harry couldn't tell if Snape was joking or not. "Please don't, sir. I was going to write about how useful healing potions were for my assignment. I can't do that if I don't like them." "Don't do healing potions, Harry. Everyone does healing potions. Useful types of potions also include truth potions, invisibility potions, or perhaps anti-animagi potions." "What are anti-animagi potions?" Harry stumbled over the unfamiliar word. "Potions that prevent an animagus from transforming into their animal forms. It is used during imprisonment. Animagi are people who have the ability to transform into an animal. It is a type of transfiguration." Harry was glad that Snape thought to explain the unfamiliar term, even though he could vaguely remember reading something similar in the introduction to his Transfiguration book. "Oh, can they get out of jail without that?" "Yes. In fact, before its development 2 decades ago, many animagi escaped conviction because they transformed and began to live as the animal they transform into." Snape seemed happy to let Harry guide the conversation with questions rather than direct it. "Sir, can I ask you a question?" Harry bit his lip in nervousness, hoping that Snape wouldn't be offended by the question. "Apart from the one you just asked." "Of course. On Wednesday you said that any of my teachers would take me in if I wanted to leave the Dursleys." Harry spoke so slowly Snape had time to nod before he continued. "Why? Why would they adopt you?" Harry nodded at Snape's clarification. "Perhaps because they want to help you, Harry. Or perhaps it is because you are a polite, intelligent, young man who has proven himself to be friendly and social when given the chance. You have shown that you can show judgment and common sense, which are signs of a maturity beyond your years. All of these are qualities that any guardian would admire in a child, especially their own. On top of that, Harry, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout all genuinely like you. They would all be good candidates for guardians if you decided you needed one." Harry frowned as Snape finished, realizing that Snape hadn't mentioned his own motives. "And you, sir, do you like me?" Snape hesitated, seeming to be debating his answer. Harry almost took the question back, but then Snape began to answer. "In the 2 weeks I have known you, Harry, you have quickly become one of the students I can honestly say I care about. There are very few on that list. If there is no one else suitable, I would take custody of you. The reason I consider myself a last resort is because I have multiple connections to families who were on the wrong side of the war. They would not be good associates for you, as most of them are not interested in your well-being." Harry didn't know who Snape considered bad people to know, but then he realized that Teddy has said that Snape saw a lot of pureblood families. In his first 2 weeks Harry had realized that most pureblood families didn't like anyone who didn't have the same blood status as them. Flint had explained about the last war and that those who were loyal to the Dark Lord, which is what most of the Slytherins called Voldemort, were called Death Eaters. Harry derailed that train of thought and instead thought about the fact that he had gone from having no one interested in his well-being to at least 3 people who cared whether he was all right. He couldn't believe that they didn't want something from him in return. But nobody had asked him to do chores for them, or cover for them when they were about to get in trouble. Teddy had looked shocked when he'd asked where he had to go to do the laundry. That had led to a lengthy conversation about how Harry didn't have to do chores at Hogwarts because there were house elves to do them for them. He had managed to worm the location of the kitchens out of Flint, and had gone down to the kitchens to thank the house elves for doing all those jobs. He'd found himself surrounded by crying creatures, all desperate to assure him that they loved serving the witches and wizards at Hogwarts. It made Harry's stomach feel weird to see them so devoted. It reminded him that the Dursleys wanted him to act like that when they had guests, showing off how well they'd trained him. "Harry, what are you thinking about?" Harry looked up as Snape interrupted his thoughts. House elves. Snape raised an eyebrow, obviously not making the connection between Harry's answer and his preoccupation. Do they really like serving us, or do they just say that? Asked Harry. Snape had seen Harry interacting with the elves when he'd been dragged down there for food, so he wouldn't suspect that Harry had been out of bounds. House elves have served wizards for generations. I don't think they know the difference. It's like breeding horses for transportation or sport. They're bred for a purpose and they enjoy fulfilling that purpose. Why? I just don't like knowing that they're beeps. Did you know they don't get paid or time off? Harry began to pick at a loose thread on his sleeve. He had ordered new clothes, but they hadn't arrived yet. Yes, I did know that. Why does that bother you? Snape's voice had gone back to that quiet tone Harry was starting to associate with the man feeling sympathetic or worried. Well, it seems kind of unfair that they do all this work and most of the students don't even know they exist. Wouldn't it be easier for them if the students knew they were there? Then maybe people would make a better effort to be neat. I just think they should get some recognition for putting in all that effort. Cleaning and cooking can be really hard sometimes. Harry trailed off as Snape's hand came into his field of view. He flinched sideways into the back of the chair and it stopped. When he turned and looked at Snape, the man reached out the last little way and put his hand over Harry's, preventing him from picking at his sleeve. Snape was leaning forward in his chair, looking at Harry with a strange expression. How do you know? I would expect your chores at home wouldn't be too hard. Harry realized that he had a choice. He could lie and say that he had the usual chores, or he could tell Snape the truth, trusting the man with his secrets. Depends on your definition of too hard, sir. Any physical labor that takes longer than 1 hour, within reason, or any chore that brings you into contact with heat, blades or chemicals. So, in a normal Muggle household, I would expect your chores to be something along the lines of keeping your room clean, making your bed, helping with clearing the dishes, and taking care of any household pets. Perhaps some outdoor chores such as a small patch of weeding or helping to mow the lawn. Then maybe my chores are too hard. Harry looked down again, studying Snape's hand where it sat upon both of his. What chores do you do at the Dursleys, Harry? Snape's hand tightened over his slightly then loosened again. I clean my room and Dudley's, the bathroom, lounge room, kitchen, and sometimes I have to clean my aunt and uncle's room. Harry heard a choked noise of outrage from Snape but kept going, intent on finishing his list. I make breakfast and lunch, but Aunt Petunia likes to make dinner. I clean up after every meal. I do most of the laundry, except for a month after I mixed up the loads and turned Uncle Vernon's white shirts blue. I mow the lawns and weed the gardens. Uncle Vernon likes to wash his own car so I don't do that. Sometimes Uncle Vernon gets me to put another coat of paint on the back shed. Harry didn't look up, but he did flex his fingers so that Snape would loosen his grip on his hand, which had tightened in anger. Snape instantly loosened his hold, but kept his hand on Harry's. Mr. Potter, are you telling me that you do almost all of the housework at your home, while only being fed the minimal amount? Harry chanced to look at Snape when he heard the hissing tone to this statement. Snape's nostrils were flaring and Harry felt a thrill of apprehension at the anger in the cold black eyes. Yes, sir. Are your relatives completely insane? Harry jumped as Snape snarled the last word. He looked up with wide, fearful eyes, wondering if Snape would be angry if Harry climbed backwards out the chair. Maybe. Harry barely managed to get the answer out through his fear. Harry cringed as Snape met his eyes. Instantly, Snape's eyes widened then softened. He took his hand back and placed it on his knee and leaned back. Oh, Harry. Snape stood quickly and Harry flinched backward, watching him warily. Once Snape was 2 desks away he turned, slowly for him, and leant against the desk behind him. He didn't look at Harry, instead keeping his head bowed. He didn't say anything and Harry slowly relaxed enough to bring his legs down from where they'd ended up underneath him. Snape seemed to be breathing slowly, hopefully calming down. Pop! Harry and Snape both brought their wands out at the sudden loud noise, Harry raising his a second behind Snape. Master Snape is requesting Trixie finds him now, is he not, Master Snape? It was Trixie, the house elf who seemed to be particularly devoted to Snape. The man in question nodded as he lowered his wand. Harry copied him but didn't put his wand away like Snape did. "Tea for two, and a calming draft, please." Harry put his head on the side as he studied the man before him. He seemed completely calm, and his voice had returned to its quietness of the earlier conversation. Still, Harry was weary of anyone who had quick flare-ups of temper after his experiences with the Dursleys. He chose to remain silent while they waited for the elf to return. Snape didn't move and Harry marveled at how stiff he held himself. Harry was absent-mindedly twirling his wand around his fingers when Trixie popped back into the room. "Here you is going, Master Snape. Cocoa for young Master Potter and coffee for you, Master Snape. The biscuits is being freshly made this evening." As she spoke she handed the cups out. Harry tucked his wand away before taking his cup, breathing in the chocolate scent. He'd never had cocoa before. He'd seen Dudley have it before bed when they were younger however, and knew that Dudley liked it. "Wait, Harry." Harry barely restrained his flinch as Snape spoke up from where he was standing. Once Snape had his attention, he motioned Trixie forward. Harry could see that she was carrying a vial filled with a brown potion. "That is a calming potion. I believe we would both benefit from a mild dose. It tastes like chamomile, which I believe is an acquired taste. You should probably take it before you drink your milk. 2 swallows will suffice." Harry nodded and held his hand out for the potion. Trixie met his eyes for a moment before she handed him the vial. "Is young Master Harry okay?" Trixie asked softly. Harry swallowed his dose of the potion quickly, grimacing at the taste. "Yeah, thanks Trixie. Thank you for the cocoa. Young Master Harry is quite welcome." Trixie is knowing that young Master Harry has not been having cocoa before. All children that Trixie has cared for like cocoa. It be calming, makes them sleepy before bed. Harry didn't know how the elf had known that he hadn't had the chocolate drink, but he gratefully took a sip. It wasn't as rich as he expected, and he noticed that it wasn't as heavy as a usual milk drink. Trixie is also knowing that young Master Harry does not like most milk drinks. Trixie is making young Master Harry's cocoa with skim milk. Less fat and not as sickly. All young Master Harry's meals are being made with it. Trixie seemed to know Harry's question before he asked it and Harry smiled at the elf. "Thank you Trixie, but isn't that too much hassle?" The elf shook her head quickly but Snape answered before she could speak. "Many students in Hogwarts have different dietary requirements. The house elves are able to discern this and cater to it. Currently, there are 10 vegetarians, 6 diabetics, countless students with allergies and 2 lactose-intolerant students at Hogwarts. Each of those children receive their meals directly, instead of through the table buffet. It is no more difficult for the house elves to cater to them as it is for them to cater for you." Snape still didn't move from his position but he gestured for Trixie to bring him the rest of the potion. He tipped it into a spare cup, then swallowed it in one go. Oh, Harry wasn't sure what to do with the calm that Snape was showing, and he wasn't sure he liked the effect of the calming potion. He felt like he was less alert, and he wasn't used to being this calm around people. "Relax, Harry. I perhaps should have informed you that the calming potion would make you feel strange. It won't take away your free will or ability to think. In fact, it should increase it, as the potion stops extreme emotion from clouding your thoughts. It can be a strange feeling when first taken." Snape studied Harry intently, crossing his arms and tapping his lips with a finger. "Madame Pomfrey did not administer the eye balm I sent her." "No sir. She tried, but I couldn't hold still." Harry dropped his eyes, instead looking at his knees. "Would you allow me to administer it, Harry, or would you prefer if Madame Pomfrey waited until you were asleep?" "She'd put it on while I was asleep." Harry didn't bother trying to hide his nervousness at that option. "Perhaps not. May I do it, Harry? The balm really needs to be administered soon, and I don't doubt that those eyes are causing you some pain." Snape hadn't moved toward him yet, but Harry could tell that he was itching too. "You can try, sir." Harry lifted his head and watched Snape approach him slowly, keeping his hands in clear sight. "Is there any way we can make this easier for you, Harry? Perhaps if we return to the hospital wing and Madame Pomfrey held your head." Snape didn't seem very convinced that that option would work and Harry heard him sigh when Harry shook his head. Is there a particular event that situation would remind you of? Or is it merely being touched that has you so wary? Snape retook his seat in the armchair slowly, still moving so that Harry could see all his limbs. Mostly just being touched. Though I don't think holding me would work. Dudley used to get Piers to hold me so that he could hit me without me running. I can outrun Dud. Can't outrun Piers though. Used to be alright before 2nd grade. Can I put it on myself? Harry asked hopefully. Normally, if it were a normal bruise, I would say yes. Unfortunately, these bruises are quite severe and your eyes are too swollen now. There would be too much risk of you accidentally smearing the balm in your eye, which is what we are trying to avoid. Snape reached into his robes and withdrew the small jar Harry had seen a house elf give to Madame Pomfrey. Snape leant forward, letting Harry get used to having him in his personal space again. I apologize for losing my temper, Harry. Usually it does not get away from me. I feel that I must make one thing very clear. As I mentioned, I care for very few people, most of whom are old enough to take care of themselves. Those I care about who are too young to care for themselves are the ones I protect most fiercely. To hear that you have been so grossly abused and that no one has acted in your defense outraged me. My anger was not at you. It was for you, for the fact that you have had no childhood and for the fact that this kind of abuse is normal for you. I will say it again, you need never fear me. Even when I am angry at you, I will never hurt you. And I will most certainly never strike you. Snape's pierced into Harry, and when he raised his eyes, he met the onyx ones not 2 feet from him. He knew that Snape was famed for having been able to lie to Voldemort, but Harry fancied himself able to tell when someone was lying to him. He didn't think Snape was. But still, isn't that what all adults said? And what if he was just trying to gain Harry's trust before he threw it away like yesterday's trash? I can see you don't believe me, so I will say it again. I will never strike you, not with my hand, or my fist, or magic, or a belt. Or anything else you have ever been hit with. You will never have cause to fear my temper, merely the consequences of your actions. I will never use pain as a punishment, because children do not learn through fear. I will never hit you, Harry Potter. Harry knew that the calming potion he had drunk was meant to stop him from feeling strong emotions, but maybe this was a bad batch. Because the confusion Harry was feeling was definitely a strong emotion. I believe you, sir. Harry spoke hesitantly, knowing that Snape was waiting for an answer. Maybe intellectually you do, but emotionally you do not. Perhaps with time, your brain will convince your body. Until then, I want you to repeat that to yourself while I apply this balm. It really does need to be done. With that, Snape began unscrewing the lid on the jar. Harry ignored his advice, waiting while Snape scooped a small amount of potion onto his hand. As the man reached for his eyes, however, Harry weaved his head away from him, wincing as he realized what he'd done. Repeat after me, Mr. Potter. My head of house will never hit me or hurt me with the intent of causing me pain. Harry mentally went over the sentence. Aloud, Mr. Potter. Snape seemed to be holding back a sigh, and Harry was grateful. My head of house will never hit me or hurt me with the intent of causing me pain. Harry blushed when he stumbled over the words, knowing his head of house would have picked up on it. Now, mentally recite that sentence, without the stutter, 20 times. Close your eyes if you can, and by the time you are finished, I will be finished with your eyes. Deal. Harry nodded but didn't close his eyes. Instead, he focused them on Snape's black pupils, knowing that if was going to hit him, that would be the first place he'd show any signs. While I will allow the eye contact now, Harry, do I have to remind you that you are practically inviting me into your mind? Harry shook his head, but didn't change his focus. He concentrated on his mantra, barely noticing it when Snape began reciting it along with him. The balm felt cool against his swollen eyes, and his eyelids slid shut out of instinct. He almost slammed them open again, but Snape had taken the opportunity to dab salve on top of his eyes, soothing away the ache that Harry had been trying to ignore since Dudley had gotten his hands on him. He returned his attention to the sentence, letting himself be soothed by the sound of his professor's deep voice. Good boy. Harry opened his eyes slowly, acclimatizing to the feel of his eyes healing quicker than normal. Follow my finger with your eyes, without moving your head. Snape held a finger up in front of him and moved it sideways, then up and down. Much better. And very well done, Harry. I believe we will end on that note tonight. I will have Trixie escort you back to the infirmary. As Snape spoke, he clicked his fingers. Trixie popped into the room after a moment. Sorry, Master Snape. Trixie was assisting young Master Theodore with his potions homework. How were you assisting Mr. Nott, Trixie? Snape seemed on guard, and Harry wondered if Trixie had helped any of the Slytherins cheat. Mr. Nott is writing about nutrient potions, Master Snape, and wanted to know why normal food does not do as good as potions. Trixie didn't seem worried by the professor's suspicions, instead fussing around the tray she had brought. Young Master Harry is not liking his cocoa. Oh, yeah, I did like it, Trixie. We just got to talking and it got cold. Sorry. Harry regretted letting the drink cool, he really had liked it. Oh, then Trixie will reheat it. All Trixie does is snap her fingers, she did so as she spoke. And there young Master Harry goes. All warm. She passed him the cup and he took a sip, smiling at her gratefully. Trixie, please escort Mr. Potter back to the infirmary. Inform Madame Pomfrey that he has had a half dose of a calming potion and we have administered the eye balm. If the bruises need treating again in the morning, please flow me. Good night, Harry. Night, Professor. Sorry about freaking out on you. Don't ever apologize for emotion, Harry. The fact that you can feel is what makes you alive. While emotional control is required at times, and should probably be exercised around Mr. Nott, for example, you are quite safe to display emotion around me. The calming potion was merely because of your concussion. Madame Pomfrey would have had my head if you'd passed out twice today. 3 times counting the first, sir. Harry offered the man a slight smile, aware that he sounded as tired as Harry felt. He always managed to find himself on an emotional roller coaster whenever he spent any time with Snape, and he was beginning to believe that it was more tiring than painting the shed in the middle of summer. Indeed. Good night, Mr. Potter. Harry took his leave quickly, not wanting to hassle the professor anymore. As he walked through the corridors sipping his cocoa and listening to Trixie chatter about what an honor it was to be asked advice on nutrition, Harry realized that for all he hated the ups and downs of talking with Professor Snape, it did make it feel better to be able to tell someone, anyone, about the Dursleys. Now if only Snape would tell him what was going to happen to them. When Professor Severus Snape visited the Dursley residence about their treatment of their 2 charges, he didn't expect that Petunia would recognize him as the boy that Lily knew as a child. He certainly didn't expect that Minerva could be quite that scary, though he supposed that Gryffindors weren't called lions for nothing. Severus left the infirmary quietly, basking in the silence of the school at 5 o'clock in the morning. He had woken early and decided to check on Harry. The boy was sleeping quietly, but he should be. Madame Pomfrey had had to dose him with dreamless sleep in the early hours of the morning. According to his chart, Harry had suffered nightmares that left him near hysterical. Madame Pomfrey had noted that the boy had apologized for disturbing them, saying, "Sorry, uncle." Severus didn't want to know why Harry's first reflex after a nightmare was to apologize, though he could probably guess, given what Harry had told him so far. Severus was glad that he was going to see the Dursleys today and grateful that Minerva was coming with him. He didn't believe that he would be able to control his temper if he went to the Dursleys alone. He still couldn't believe that he'd lost his temper last night. Seeing Harry cowering away from him when he'd reacted to the news that Harry had been treated worse than a house elf had stopped his temper in its tracks. At least house elves had their own way of getting back at abusive owners, and they certainly knew when a wizard wasn't acting as they should. But Harry honestly didn't believe that he was mistreated, nor that he didn't deserve to be mistreated. Personally, Severus was debating as to whether he should tell Minerva of this latest development. The witch had proven herself to be quite a staunch protector of her students, arranging apprenticeships for abused students who could not be removed from their homes and acting in their defense in most issues. In fact, she was likely already considering opportunities to remove Harry from his residence without fuss. Because while Severus would love to see the Dursleys hauled before a court to answer for what they'd done, they couldn't do that until Harry had given permission. Not while Harry was the boy who lived. He'd received far too much press attention, and Severus wasn't stupid enough to believe that Harry would feel comfortable having his story told to thousands. Is Master Snape being okay? Snape didn't jump when the elf appeared next to him. Trixie had been devoted to his care since he began his career as a Hogwarts teacher, and she often accompanied him during his patrols at night. Yes, thank you, Trixie. It was just like the elf to notice that he wasn't his normal self. Is young Master Harry being okay? Trixie had taken to the boy. Severus had noticed on Thursday when he'd started forcing the boy to eat. Harry is sleeping peacefully at the moment and will be released from the infirmary at lunchtime. That is not being what Trixie meant, Master Snape, and Master Snape is knowing that. Severus suppressed a smile at Trixie's scolding. Harry is a very scared, very hurt little boy who needs more TLC than I have time to give, Trixie. I cannot say whether he will be all right or not. Severus paused outside his chambers. The best thing we can do is wait, and hope that he recovers. Young Master Harry will be recovering faster if Master Snape is paying lots of attention. And not losing his temper so easily. The elf disapparated before Severus could answer, and he couldn't resist a wry smile at her cheekiness. For the strictest and most feared professor in school, he certainly had his fair share of subordinates comfortable enough to be frank with him. She was, however, right. Trixie had served at Hogwarts ever since she was born, and since Snape had been teaching at Hogwarts for 10 years, he knew that she was definitely experienced with children. Harry needed special attention, and while he wasn't disagreeable to providing it, he was going to have to consult with Dumbledore about his spying duties. And she was right about his temper as well. Lack of sleep and too much coffee had put him on edge, and Harry had paid the price. Whatever trust Severus had attempted to build had most likely been destroyed in his fit last night. The boy had allowed him to apply the eye balm, but not without a calming potion in his system. Severus had also resorted to using a calming spell he had learnt from Narcissa when Draco was a child. It was one that mothers picked up almost instinctively, and Narcissa had been happy to teach it to him. The spell was basically a physical version of a calming potion, but it relied on some sense of connection between the adult and the child. He almost didn't expect it to work, but was relieved when Harry unconsciously let it work. Severus went to his kitchenette, passing by his sitting area, intent on brewing himself a coffee. He smiled in gratitude when he saw that there was a steaming hot pot of coffee on his counter. Trixie was obviously aware that he had less sleep than usual. He poured himself a glass, and then went to sit in front of the fire. He had spent some time the night before debating how to help Harry acclimatize to touch. He knew that Harry and Teddy had plenty of incidental touches, but the majority of Harry's experiences with touch were still those that hurt. He had accepted Severus touching his hand when they were talking, at least until Severus had lost control of his temper. It all came down to that. Severus sighed, and rubbed at the bridge of his nose. He decided to seek out Dumbledore and ask his advice on the matter. Until then, he could always tell Minerva that he had terrified the boy. She would probably be quite happy to slap him for being an idiot. She had scolded him for his temper many times over the years. Severus, oh Severus, thank goodness you're awake. Madame Pomfrey's head appeared in his fire and he stood quickly, wondering what on earth could have the matron flustered. What is it, Poppy? It's Harry. He's having nightmares again and I can't wake him because of the dreamless sleep. Step back, I'll bring the antidote through. Severus had never known someone who could conquer the dreamless sleep and have nightmares anyway. He had read about it, of course, but he had believed that the dosage was merely wrong, or the potion badly made. It wasn't the case this time. He stepped through the flow smoothly after summoning the antidote from his own stores. Harry was thrashing and screaming in his sleep and Katie Bell was hovering worriedly near his bed. Miss Bell, get back to bed. Professor, the girl protested weakly. Bed, now. You can't help him by working yourself into hysterics. She nodded weakly and walked backwards towards her bed. Satisfied that there weren't going to be any traumatized Gryffindors for Minerva to blame on him, Severus turned to Harry's bed. Poppy was barely managing to hold him still, and she wasn't going to be able to administer the potion. Severus bid goodbye to the little trust Harry had given him last night and signaled for Poppy to let him take over. He sat on the bed and pulled the struggling boy backwards up to his chest. He held the boy's arms in place with one of his own and used his other hand to hold the boy's head still. Now would be a good time, Poppy. She bustled forward, pinching Harry's nose so that he'd open his mouth. She poured the potion in and Severus tipped his head back. Poppy massaged his throat to make the unconscious child swallow and then backed off. Severus knew the instant Harry came awake because he tensed, then began to fight him like a wildcat, all the while murmuring something desperately. Severus dismissed it as a plea to be let go and focused on holding the boy still. Potter. Severus snapped at him, trying to bring him to full awareness, but the boy was too terrified from his nightmares. Severus turned him so that he was sitting sideways across his lap. Harry, wake up. You've been having nightmares. You're safe. You're at Hogwarts. No one here is going to hurt you. Come on, Harry, wake up now. He kept up the litany, trying to calm the distraught boy. Slowly the boy stopped fighting, though he was still tense. Professor, croaked the boy. Severus sighed, relieved that the boy was beginning to wake up. He reached for the cup of water on the bedside table and put it to Harry's lips. Harry took a moment to check what was in the cup before taking a large swallow. We really need to stop meeting like this, Harry. He was glad to see the boy crack a smile and felt that Harry was relaxed enough for him to move now. He grasped the boy's arm, taking a moment to marvel at how small the boy was. He really didn't need more reminders at how vulnerable this boy could be. He stood and pulled the child with him. Once he was sure the boy was standing, he let go, taking a step back to give the child some space to wake up. Yeah, people might start thinking that we're planning it or something. Harry coughed when he finished speaking and Severus tapped the side of his cup, making him take another drink. Poppy took the opportunity to strip the bed, replacing the sweaty sheets with fresh ones. Harry swayed as he turned to put his empty cup down and Severus took a grip on his elbow to steady him. Harry tensed, but he didn't flinch away. Yes, and we couldn't have that. It would effectively ruin my reputation. Severus drawled. Harry laughed, and Severus was glad that the boy could appreciate sarcasm. It said that not only did the boy have a sense of humor, but he was also still comfortable enough with his head of house to joke. As for this morning, I believe we were going to check your eyes again. Since I am already here and your eyes haven't healed to my satisfaction, we may as well administer another dose of eye balm now. Harry nodded and went to sit in the chair next to his bed. He stopped when Severus shook his head. Perhaps you would feel better if I didn't have to bend over you, Harry. Madame Pomfrey will be only a second and then you can sit on your bed. Severus stepped back and let the boy climb up onto the bed once Madame Pomfrey had finished making it. Will you need me here, Severus? I want to go make sure Miss Bell has gone back to sleep. Severus shook his head, watching Harry in case he wanted to protest. Right, Harry. Did reciting that sentence aid you in avoiding panic when I did this last night? Severus knew that it had helped, even if it was just slightly. He had already decided that using the calming spell was a good idea, as long as Harry was calm enough for him to touch him. Kind of. I didn't really try and use it right away. Harry looked sheepish, and he'd shrunk down into himself. Severus gave a mental cringe at that, knowing that it was because of his blown gasket last night. I realized that, Harry. That would be why I began to say it out loud. That helped, sir. Harry barely whispered, but Severus caught the comment. Then I will say it out loud while you repeat it in your head, Harry. Between the both of us perhaps you will begin to believe it. Severus watched as Harry raised his eyes, not feeling the usual pang at seeing the emerald green of his eyes. I do believe it, sir. Severus sighed and pulled the visitor's chair up next to the bed. When he sat down he was at eye level with Harry. You don't. You can't possibly believe me. Because how many times have people not hit you or hurt you in some way? Before you came to Hogwarts, that is. I bet your teachers at primary school stopped noticing all the signs after the first 2 or 3 inquiries. I bet that hurt. Your aunt and uncle have certainly not treated you with care. So you don't believe that I won't hurt you because you have no experience with adults who don't hurt you. Children too, I'm sure. Harry's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and Severus knew that he was getting through. Now say this with me. My head of house will never intend on causing me pain, and I do not deserve to be in pain. The boy mouthed the words along with him, memorizing them. Again, my head of house will never intend on causing me pain, and I do not deserve to be in pain." Harry's voice shook and Severus knew that unless he wanted Harry to break down in the middle of the infirmary he needed to back off. "Now keep saying that to yourself while I put the balm on your eyes." Severus was reaching for the balm as he spoke, and when Harry nodded and began to silently mouth the words, started smearing the balm onto the boy's eyes gently. The boy still flinched slightly and Severus remembered that he had said that he would recite the sentence out loud as well. He kept his voice quiet while he worked, ignoring the tears that leaked out of the corner of Harry's eyes. When he finished he sat back, allowing Harry to decide on his own to open his eyes. He placed the almost empty jar on Harry's bedside table and then placed his hands gently on Harry's knees. The boy still didn't open his eyes and Severus could tell by his breathing that he was trying to calm himself. "Harry, just breathe. Crying is not a weakness. If you have to cry, cry. If not, breath deep breaths." He left his hands where they were, waiting for the boy to make the decision. Harry's breath hitched and Severus knew what choice he'd made. The boy's shoulders began to shake and Severus squeezed Harry's knees in support. He didn't move to hold the boy as he would if it had been Draco crying in front of him, mostly because he knew that that would scare Harry too much. Harry's hands were clenched at his sides, obviously inexperienced with emotion. Severus reached with his own hands to pry Harry's fingers out of the fists. He wasn't surprised when Harry's hands tightened over his and he took that as a sign that Harry wouldn't mind him moving closer. He moved up onto the bed and sat next to Harry, not pulling his hands out of Harry's. He felt the boy lean on his shoulder and resisted the urge to wrap his arms around him. Madame Pomfrey came around the corner of the curtains she'd pulled across during Harry's nightmares. She noticed Harry's distress and looked enquiringly at Severus. He shook his head at her, asking her to go away. She nodded knowingly and pulled the curtain closed behind her as she left them alone. Severus sat quietly as Harry sobbed himself out, murmuring reassurance until the boy was all cried out. "Better, Harry." He felt the weak nod against his shoulder and resisted the urge to sigh. He was no stranger to children's tears, having comforted Draco many a time. However, Draco had outgrown tears 2 years ago and he hadn't had to comfort a child since then. He stayed where he was, not releasing Harry's hand just yet. When the boy started to slump even further in exhaustion he pulled his hands out of Harry's. He gently supported Harry's back while positioning the boy into a lying position. He dragged the blankets down then laid them over the barely conscious boy. Satisfied that Harry would sleep, he walked over to the matron's office. He was surprised to realize that it was already 6:30. "Poppy, Harry should sleep for a few hours, hopefully undisturbed." Why was he crying? The nightmares. Severus shook his head slowly. No, he was crying because he's finally starting to believe that no one here wants to hurt him. It's such a shocking revelation that he broke down and sobbed. Severus let his tone go scathing, unsure whether he was angry at himself or at the Dursleys. He dropped into one of Poppy's spare chairs and put his head in his hands. 6:30 in the morning and he was already exhausted. He could understand Harry's reaction to the affirmation. After all, that's what he'd been aiming at. But that, coupled with the screams that had torn themselves from Harry's throat during his nightmares, pierced him like a knife. As a Death Eater he knew pain intimately, knew how to cause it and receive it. Children were always the worst, and he hadn't heard one scream like Harry had for a good long time. "Gosh, Severus, what did they do to him? I haven't had a child that afraid of touch since, well, since you." Poppy handed him a cup of tea and he was grateful to smell traces of calming potion mixed in. "Still taking care of me, Poppy?" Severus said with a wry smile. "Always. Of course you didn't have nightmares that were quite as violent as Harry's. But you definitely visited me a lot more than the usual student. You couldn't sleep a lot in your younger years, I remember." Severus nodded, not mentioning that the problems hadn't gone away, he had just learned how to brew himself sleeping drafts. Harry doesn't seem to usually have problems sleeping. He did not sleep very well the first week here, but he has settled in. I believe that he prefers to sleep with the curtains on his bed and closed. Perhaps he prefers the security. Severus sipped his tea, trying to relax into the peacefulness of the calming draft. He took a while to sleep last night. By the time he was finally asleep he was curled up so tight I was contemplating telling him to uncurl so he didn't cramp up. But he seemed comfortable so I didn't bother. Madame Pomfrey finished making her own cup of tea and sat down across from Severus. "How are you doing this year, Severus? Apart from having to look after Harry, any other students giving you issues?" Theodore Knott was informed of the evils of his father, which means he now wishes to be called by his given name instead of his last name. Apparently there are children here at Hogwarts who believe that the sins of the father should be transferred onto the child. Severus didn't fight the potion, letting it take his anger away before it affected his peace. "Yes, because no person should do that." Here Madame Pomfrey quirked her eyebrow at Severus, reminding him silently that he had planned to do that to Harry. "And have I or have I not changed my mind? Hindsight is 20/20, Severus," said Madame Pomfrey quietly. "Yes, and it is better to learn from your mistakes than to repeat them." "Did you make the mistake in the first place, Severus?" "No. At least I'd like to think I didn't." "Well, you brought him here when he fought you so hard. If you truly believed that he was just like James Potter, you would have dismissed his disobedience as arrogance and not insisted. You saw him as one of your Slytherins, and you treat him as one. You haven't made any mistakes yet. Except for terrifying him yesterday. I couldn't handle hearing that the Dursleys work him like a house elf and yet still feed him less than your average bird could survive on. I lost my temper and he thought I was angry at him. He didn't bother disguising the large gulp of tea he took, craving the security of the calming draft. He was fine last night when he came back, and he seems to have decided that you are the right person to lean on." Poppy smiled at him gently, and Severus was glad that he had not gone to Minerva about his temper. Minerva would have chewed him out, and he couldn't deal with that this morning. Except for the nightmares he's only had this last night. Unless he has been having them all the time but waking up before they became that traumatic. He was under the influence of a sleeping potion, he wouldn't have been able to come conscious when the nightmare became scary. Severus nodded, acknowledging that Poppy had a point. Is he showing any signs of this? Poppy had been discreetly monitoring Harry's health at Severus' request, and Severus knew that Poppy would have noticed it if Harry was showing signs of interrupted sleep. "I can't tell you for sure, but I can tell you that if he is having nightmares, he's been having them for a while. His health chart says that he's been in an almost constant state of health for the last 2 months. But he was injured when he came here. How can his state have been constant all summer?" Severus didn't like the image that Harry's health cycle was painting. If his state had been constant, that meant that Harry had injuries all summer. This was not helping his temper. "You know how, Severus. When you go see them today, give them hell from me." Poppy left the office, obviously going to see to the morning rounds of her infirmary. Severus drained the rest of his tea, remembering the stack of marking that he should probably attempt to make a dent in. He stood smoothly, and walked out of the office. He paused as he made his way past Harry's bed, watching Poppy press a flannel to Harry's eyes. He felt a pang of gratitude that Poppy was doing what he couldn't. Until he cleared it with Dumbledore, he still couldn't be seen going the extra mile for the young boy in his care. Politics ruled his life from childhood, and now they ruled his interaction with everyone. He heard a throat clear behind him and he turned to see Katie Bell regarding him with curiosity. He turned his glare on the girl until he dropped her eyes. He was satisfied that she wouldn't go spreading stories about a Professor Snape who didn't always show his harsh side to students. He turned his attention back on his trip down to the dungeons. It was as he walking down the stairs into the dungeon that his mind processed what Harry had been saying as he woke up. "Please, Uncle, don't hurt me. I'm sorry, please." The quiet words rang in his mind, stirring his temper. Suddenly, he turned, slamming a hand flat onto the wall in frustration. He wasn't the right person to be helping Harry, he was far from it. By lunchtime Severus' temper had worsened. He'd had meetings with some of his Slytherins and spent 2 hours marking first-year essays. After the 10th dismal essay, Severus was ready to concede that 11-year-olds could not write and therefore should not be allowed to. When Minerva knocked on his door at 11:30, he was more than ready for his meeting with the Dursleys. "Good morning, Severus." Minerva seemed to be eager about something and Severus was reminded of a hunting house cat. What exactly was good about it? Severus tried not to growl at his colleague, but knew he hadn't succeeded when she frowned at him. Why did you have a bad morning? Severus pointed mutely at his desk as he came around the side of it, summoning his cloak to him as he walked. He ushered Minerva out of his office, happy to be getting out of the office. Only marking. Usually you love marking because you get the chance to exercise your sarcasm. Minerva walked calmly beside him as he strode toward the front doors of the castle. Using sarcasm on first years is a pointless exercise, Minerva. Haven't you heard? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Severus slanted a glance toward Minerva, hoping she would start a battle of wits with him. Yes, and you've never believed it. One of my Gryffindors actually told me an interesting story when I went to see her in the hospital wing this morning. I never thought I'd hear the day when one of my lions decided that you weren't the monster you make yourself out to be. May I kill Katie Bell? Only if she tells Albus. By the time she's done that, her housemates would have already committed her to the mind injury ward of St. Mungo's. True, but Harry may well speak in her defense. After all, if you are that gentle with him, I doubt he thinks you can be scary. She looked over at him, concerned, when he scoffed. What? Harry isn't the type to believe hype. But he is the type to believe what he experiences. Severus Tobias Snape, what did you do to Harry? Severus thanked Merlin that there were no students around to hear him being scolded like a 2-year-old. I didn't hurt him, but you did do something. He opened up to me willingly about something the Dursleys had done to him, and in my outrage I let my temper get away from me. I barely even growled, but he was terrified of me. Minerva looked sideways at him and Severus could see the anger in her eyes. So because you were angry at somebody who wasn't present, you couldn't put the child in front of you first and hold your damn temper. Minerva's tone was scathing and Severus resisted the urge to cower. Severus, how many times have I told you that you have to curb that temper? You were lucky Harry even stayed in the same room as you. Last time I saw him with Dursley, he was edging toward the door. Now, tell me you apologized, or at least that you calmed down. Well, seeing his terrified eyes looking up at me was kind of like being punched in the stomach, so yes, Minerva, I calmed down quickly. How did he react? He seemed fine when I went up there this morning. Minerva charmed the school gates open, frowning when Severus took a moment to answer. He calmed down quickly enough when I gave him a half-dose of calming potion. Enough to let me touch him at least. I had to put eye balm on his eyes. Willingly. Or did you have to hold him down? He said that holding him down would make it worse for him. I gave him a mantra to repeat, to convince himself to hold still. What mantra? Minerva apparated after her question and Severus followed suit. They arrived in an alley off of Wisteria Walk. Severus knew that Arabella Figg lived nearby to watch over Harry, and he planned on visiting her to ask her just what exactly she considered a healthy young boy. That I would not strike him or cause him unnecessary pain. Severus knew that Minerva would pick up the conversation easily, even though she was busy transfiguring both their clothes into Muggle clothes. He was pleased that she had the sense to transfigure his robes into clothes like the ones that he kept at Hogwarts for these such occasions. He hadn't thought to change before coming with Minerva, knowing that she would be able to cast the transfiguration spells. Did he believe you? Minerva's own robes were transformed into a pencil skirt and blouse. Not at first. This morning he broke down when I got him to repeat it again while I was reapplying the eye balm. If he actually believes that I won't hurt him, I'll be surprised, but he definitely felt safe enough to break down. They were quickly approaching the Dursley household and Severus held out a hand to stop Minerva from going any further. What? And Harry probably does believe that mantra, he's a very trusting child. Severus shook his head slightly, dismissing that conversation. Before we go in, I'd like to tell you what Harry told me last night. The thing that made you furious. Are you deliberately baiting me, Severus? Severus smirked and shook his head. They worked him like a beep, Minerva. Almost all of the household chores are his responsibility, and he confessed that he was only fed the barest amount of food. Their only saving grace is that they managed to feed him enough calcium that he didn't develop rickets. Severus watched this information sink in, and let a predatory smile cross his features at Minerva's temper. She was quickly on her way to the level of anger that even her Gryffindors knew to respect. "Did Albus tell you what he told me, Severus?" Minerva had obviously had a conversation with Dumbledore and been given the same permission. "Are we intending on scaring the Dursleys?" "Definitely." With that, Minerva turned and strode across the Dursleys' front lawn, intent on their front door. She knocked smartly on their front door, looking back at Severus with raised eyebrows when they heard a crash from inside. The door opened quickly, and Petunia Dursley appeared from behind it. "Oh, hello, professors. I didn't realize that you'd be visiting today, otherwise we'd have made you lunch." Petunia gestured for them to come in. "Vernon, dear, it's Dudley's professors." "Oh, good, how's our Dudley doing?" Vernon moved his massive bulk from the kitchen to the living room as Petunia showed them to the seats. "Dreadfully, Mr. Dursley. He is a lazy child who feels that the only way to live is to bully those weaker than him. He has had multiple detentions and point losses because he is rude and inconsiderate to his peers and his elders." Minerva spared no thought for tact, and Severus respected how simple it was to talk to Gryffindor parents. If he'd taken that tone with any of his Slytherin parents, he wouldn't still be standing. "Well, our Dudley is usually misunderstood. He just doesn't do well under pressure," Severus snorted, ignoring the fact that Vernon was slowly turning purple. "Your child is a lazy layabout who needs a trip over an adult's lap for a lesson in respect. Mr. Dursley, I've seen your child deeply beating another child and show no signs of remorse except that he got caught. If he doesn't shape up his behavior quickly, then our headmaster will have to consider suspension." Satisfied that both Dursleys were appraised of the risk to their child's education, Severus moved on to the next topic of conversation. "As for your nephew, he is underweight, bruised, far too shy, and showing long-term signs of abuse. He has confessed that he is given very little food and is expected to do an amount of chores I wouldn't assign a beep. He also came to school owning second-hand possessions that were falling apart. In addition to that, you failed to supply him with the textbooks he would require while at school. As such, I believe you have already been visited by the goblins." Here he paused, leveling a glare on the two Dursleys that he knew had been classified as terrifying. "Yes, we have, and it was embarrassing. Just because the boy is a nasty little liar. Liars do not have scars, Mr. Dursley. Liars are not in the 5th weight percentile. Liars do not flinch when I yell at a student halfway across the room. Do not tell me that child is lying. As wizards, we have our own ways of proving whether someone is lying or not. Since Mr. Potter is not lying to me, that leads me to believe that you are. And I do not like people who lie to me, Mr. Dursley." Severus had stood up at some point in his speech and was standing in front of the obese man, gripping his wand tightly in his hand. He didn't miss the way that Vernon's eyes focused on it, and widened fearfully when sparks began to pool around the end of it. "That boy has been lying about us forever. He probably believes that what he's saying is the truth. I've read about that in magazines." Petunia Dursley tried to defuse the situation, understanding better than her husband about the dangers of angering a wizard. "Petunia Dursley, we have proof that you have been abusive to both of your children. Your son is sickeningly overweight and your nephew is a classic abuse case. You are extraordinarily lucky that we have not alerted the authorities as to the events in this household. As it is, if either of those children returns to your house, they will be returning with strict provisos." Minerva had leant forward, stopping the woman's nonsense in a sentence. "Unless, of course, you choose to give up custody of both boys. Then we'll place them with families that will actually care for them. We give the best of care to our dudders. And that boy should be grateful for whatever he receives. No good waste of space that he was. You can have him if you want him," yelled Vernon. Severus brought his wand up and pointed it straight between the man's eyes. "Sit down." The giant's eyes widened fearfully and he paled instantly. "Let me make this crystal clear. I have spent the last 2 weeks discovering the abuses you inflicted on that poor boy. Do not tell me that that boy is a liar when I've seen the scars on his back and the vile nature of your memories. Harry Potter will not be returning to your custody, and Dudley Dursley will be under strict instructions about diet and exercise. If you do not agree to those terms, both boys will be removed from your care. Now, we will be taking our leave, and you will take this warning seriously." And if I manage to convince your nephew to press charges, then be warned that I'll make sure that everyone knows who you were and what you did." The Dursleys both nodded frantically, desperate to prevent Severus from becoming more enraged. "Now, you are going to tell me everything you did to Harry Potter, truthfully. And then you are going to gather all the belongings he left here for me to take with me." Severus sat back down and twirled his wand lazily around in his fingers. The Dursleys began talking suddenly, running over each other. He raised an eyebrow and then Vernon took over the monologue, telling Severus things he knew, and plenty he didn't. Minerva looked to be growing steadily angrier and Severus was waiting for her to blow her temper when he heard the phrase Dursley used to describe Harry's room. Cupboard. The glare he threw at the Dursleys could have frozen fire. Why on earth would the boy's bedroom be described as a cupboard? Well, that's where he lived. Couldn't have the boy taking up the room Dutters needed. Petunia was either stupid or brave, and Severus was leaning toward the former. "Show me." Vernon stood up, edging his way around Severus. The feral grin that Severus showed him seemed to terrify him further as he skittered out into the entrance hall. There. Vernon certainly wasn't capable of more, since he was shaking so hard. There was a supply closet under the stairs. There was a padlocked door with a single vent, which looked to be almost rusted shut. There was where little Harry Potter had spent the majority of his time. Severus saw red and, turning, fisted Dursley's collar. Using strength born from anger and hauling heavy cauldrons around, he lifted the oaf and slammed him against the nearest wall, turning that feral grin into a truly terrifying scowl. "I've changed my mind. From this day forward, your name is going to mud to anyone and everyone in the wizarding world. You will never be able to boast about your son without someone remembering the horror you inflicted on your innocent." He brought the man forward and slammed him against the wall. Vulnerable, he slammed the man again, reveling in the yelps Dursley was giving. Trusting nephew. Minerva was holding Petunia at wand point behind him, preventing her from going to her husband's rescue. "And furthermore, I believe I may be paying a visit to some of my less savory acquaintances. I'm sure they'd be very interested in the whereabouts of the people who have been keeping the boy who lived from their vengeance all these years." With that he let the man slump to the floor in shock. "Come, Minerva, there's nothing more we can do here. I want to wash the dirt off." Minerva smirked at him as he held the door for her. "You can't do that." Petunia had seemingly decided to show one last bout of stupidity. "Actually, Tuny, I can. Just as a reminder that there are people in this world who know who you really are." The reference to their childhood made Petunia gasp and back away from him. He didn't wait to see any more, instead striding smoothly to catch up with Minerva. "Well, that went rather well, don't you think?" He barked a laugh at Minerva's humor, calming his temper quickly. "I am going to do it by the way. Tell some of my former associates." He looked sideways at Minerva, wondering at her reaction to the reminder of his Death Eater past. "Severus, make sure you tell Dumbledore that Harry was raised in a cupboard first. Then we'll see if there's anything left for them to hunt." Severus shivered at the reminder of Dumbledore's temper. Then again, when he thought of what Harry had been through, he couldn't pity the Dursleys one little bit. They had brought this upon themselves. Later that night Severus was approached by two of his first years. Harry wouldn't look him in the eye, but he was glad to see the boy back on his feet. "Professor, we were wondering if we could use your classroom to study in." "Malfoy's a little bit distracting." Theodore spoke for both of them and Severus nodded. "I thought you had agreed to a truce with Mr. Malfoy." Harry looked up at this, as Theodore had obviously not told him of the deal Severus had made them make. "We did, but that doesn't stop him from being a loud-mouthed attention seeker." "No offense meant, of course, sir." Theodore was angry about something bigger than Malfoy being a distraction, Severus could tell. Since it didn't seem to be worrying Harry, he let it go. "Very well, you may study in my classroom, however, the day you leave it a mess is the day you scrub it with your toothbrushes, am I clear?" Theodore grinned and nodded before elbowing Harry. "Yes, sir." While it was hesitant, quiet and far too like Harry's original way of addressing him, Severus was happy to hear Harry speaking to him. "Then go study. You are already leaving this late," he said while gazing at the clock. It read 8:30 p.m. and it occurred to Severus that he had been brewing in his private lab for more than 4 hours. He sat at his desk as the boys left the room, scanning over the pile of marking. Since this pile was 7th-year essays, he didn't expect it to be too difficult. 20 minutes had gone by before he couldn't resist the urge to look in on the 2 first years any longer. Picking up his pile of unmarked essays, he went through the joining door into the classroom. Theodore was bent over a desk, speaking out loud as he wrote. Harry was lying on the table he sat at during potions, reading his potions text. Both boys looked at him as he sat at his desk and Harry made to move from the tabletop. "Mr. Potter, while I do not approve of using desks as beds, since you are doing no damage, I do not require you to move. I would rather have you studying comfortably than spending all your time trying to get comfortable." The boy nodded and lay back down. What Severus hadn't told him was that after seeing where the boy had spent his childhood, Severus could hardly begrudge the chance to stretch out comfortably. He settled down into marking, listening as the boys bounced ideas for their assignment off of each other. Harry had apparently decided to write his essay on potions that were used for catching and containing criminals. Severus wondered if Harry realized that his father had been an Auror, or if Minerva had told him that his mother was halfway through her charms mastery when she died. Both of them had been required to help catch or contain criminals as part of the war effort, and now it appeared Harry was interested in researching their field of study. It wouldn't do for the boy to come across those facts in a book rather than from being told. Another time, Severus would have spoken up, but the boy was so content that he didn't wish to bring up hard memories. He doubted that Harry or he could deal with any more emotions today. When Harry Potter was befriended by Teddy Nott, he didn't expect that Teddy's ambition was to help people. He got used to feeling brave enough to tell Teddy that he was the most Hufflepuff Slytherin he'd ever heard of. By the end of October, Harry never wanted to leave Hogwarts. He had gotten used to the ghosts, the suits of armor, the trick steps, and his lessons were a blast. Dudley had been pranked so viciously by both the Weasley twins and the Slytherin 6th years that he'd retreated into his shell, leaving Harry in peace for the first time in years. His favorite subject by far was potions, and his least favorite was turning out to be defense. Not that he didn't like the content, it was just that Quirrell gave him the creeps. Every time he made eye contact with the turban-wearing professor, Harry left class with a headache, and the strange feeling that someone had been trying to legitimize him. He hadn't mentioned it to Snape during their meetings because he didn't want to make a fuss, but he knew that Teddy was getting close to telling their almost overbearing professor. Their little group of friends had extended to include all of Flint's 6th-year friends, the rest of the Quidditch team, the 5th-year Rachel Brighton, a couple of 2nd years and a few 3rd years. Harry and Teddy weren't put off by the fact that all of the other 1st years preferred to hang out with Malfoy rather than them. It was just the way it was. Now it was almost Halloween, and Teddy had been raving about the holiday all week. Since they were in potions class, Teddy was scribbling his madness down on parchment rather than saying it out loud as he had in history and defense. "How can you not be looking forward to Halloween? It's the best time of year." Harry read Teddy's note carefully, keeping a very careful eye on Snape before he pulled it over to write down his answer. "I've never celebrated it, and isn't Christmas supposedly better?" Harry gulped as the piece of paper was pulled gently out of his grasp. He still didn't trust Snape not to lose his cool completely, and slacking off in potions was sure to draw his ire. "If the both of you don't concentrate on your potions instead of next week, I'll personally ensure neither of you see Halloween." Snape's cramped handwriting looked very neat underneath Harry's scribble. Teddy looked sheepishly at the professor and smiled. "Sorry, sir." "Don't be sorry. Just don't do it, or at least don't get caught. I wish to see both of you after class about your distraction during your recent classes." Both boys nodded glumly. Harry knew that if Snape was willingly to call them out in front of the class, he really was upset with them. "Busted." Harry laughed as Teddy muttered under his breath. "Well, if you weren't so obsessed with Halloween." Harry sent the note sliding toward Teddy, shaking his head when Teddy began to hum the "trick or treat" rhyme quietly. They had just finished the last steps of their potion when Neville accidentally knocked ingredients into Dudley and Ron's cauldron. Harry had noticed that Neville seemed to be clumsier when Dudley was mocking Harry, and wondered what his cousin had found to say now. He appreciated the quiet support from the Gryffindors, especially since Katie Bell had convinced the Gryffindor Quidditch team to help prevent him getting picked on. He hadn't had to visit the hospital wing since the day Dudley had given him a concussion. Honestly, Longbottom, were you dropped on your head at birth? Stay away from other people's tables. Your fellow Gryffindors hardly need the help ruining their chances at a passing grade. Snape had apparently reached the end of his tether with Neville. Harry winced in sympathy and saw Teddy rub at his brow next to him. Wow, how much would you hate to be Neville right now? Harry spoke quietly as his head of house continued berating the poor Gryffindor. I wouldn't be Neville. I wouldn't be deliberately knocking ingredients into someone else's cauldron. I'd be a lot more subtle about it. Teddy muttered back out of the side of his mouth. Mr. Potter, Mr. Knott, do you have something you'd like to add? Snape rounded on them and both boys recoiled backwards into their chairs. No sir, nothing sir, the boys answered in unison, hoping to find a way to distract Snape's displeasure. Then be quiet, Snape snapped. Harry looked down and began cleaning their station. He already knew that their potion was correct, because Teddy and Harry were vying for the top position of their class. Malfoy and Hermione were competing for the second-place position, though personally Harry thought that Hermione was going to be higher placed at the end of the year. Malfoy was too busy impressing his fellow students to bother being dedicated, and Harry had a sneaky feeling that Snape marked on effort as well as on ability. Harry thought this because he knew that Neville wasn't getting the grades Snape put on the essays he handed back. Harry had overheard Neville complaining about the A grade that he'd gotten on his useful potions essay. But he'd seen Snape's grade book that week. Neville had gotten an E. Harry knew that most of the Gryffindors thought they were receiving low grades, but according to Snape's grade book, the Gryffindors were receiving average grades. Class dismissed. Harry dropped his parchment into his bag. His book he set down gently, making sure that it didn't get bent. After the first time they had studied in Snape's classroom, Snape had taken back the spare book Harry had been given and replaced it with another copy. Harry had been delighted to find that it was Snape's own first-year book, notes included. Professor Snape had merely asked that Harry didn't use any of the adaptations when he was brewing in class. Snape had instead offered that Harry could brew during their study sessions, as long as his behavior was up to scratch. Harry had a feeling that he wouldn't be brewing this week. Front and center, both of you. Snape was leaning against his desk at the front of the classroom. Harry and Teddy both stood and moved in front of the man. Harry couldn't resist bowing his head, even though he knew that Snape was probably not as angry as he appeared. Then again, when Harry looked at Teddy, Teddy was standing with his shoulders hunched and head bowed. Perhaps Snape really was pissed. What are you two doing? I spend your first month listening to reports that you, Theodore, are not answering to your own damn name, and you, Harry, are performing at a low level even though you are a bright student. Now, I've spent the last week listening to complaints about the fact that you can't focus. Why am I getting complaints at all? Yes, Snape was pissed. Snape was very pissed. That was a question, Potter, not. Harry jumped as Snape snapped. He couldn't resist taking a half step backward and he glanced up at his teacher to see if he noticed. Halloween, sir. Teddy spoke up while looking concernedly at his friend. What does Halloween have to do with you two not being able to concentrate? Snape's snarl was only slightly calmer, but Harry was thankful for the small concession. We're excited about it, Professor. Harry has never celebrated Halloween and I was just telling him all the good things about it. Teddy was doing all the talking and Harry was happy to keep it that way. You have 68 hours a week which are designated your own time. Now why on earth do you think that using your class hours as your free time is acceptable? Snape's voice was still the hiss Harry had learned to associate with Snape's bad temper. Now that I think about it, I don't know. Teddy was shrinking backward, obviously faltering under Snape's anger. You don't know. Chills ran up Harry's spine as Snape's voice dropped. Teddy wisely stayed quiet, and Harry tried to desperately find an excuse that would calm their professor. He wasn't having much luck because his residual fear of Snape's temper was clouding his thinking. As of now, if I have to listen to one more teacher telling me that you two can't concentrate, I will personally ensure that for every minute you waste in class, I will waste 5 of yours. Which means that for the 3 hours of time you have wasted this week, you owe me 15 hours of detention. Served separately. Harry and Teddy both cringed, well aware that Snape hated having to oversee detentions. That meant that these would be real detentions, including hard physical labor and yucky tasks. Yes, sir. You have another week until Halloween. If I hear the same complaints next week, then neither of you will be attending the Halloween feast. Are we quite clear? Harry was glad that the conversation seemed to be coming to an end because he wasn't sure how much of Snape's temper he could deal with. Yes, sir, you won't hear complaints, sir, Teddy answered nervously. When Snape's black eyes came to Harry, he nodded silently. You're both dismissed. Go to lunch. Potter, your meeting will be a prelude to your first detention. Don't wear any of your new things. Harry's new things had arrived at the end of their 3rd week, carried by his new owl, Hedwig. She was a snowy owl and Harry had been glad that she was the owl that had been chosen for him. Yes, sir. Harry grabbed his bag and walked ahead of Teddy out of the potions classroom, trying not to acknowledge the trembling in his hands. He wasn't afraid of Snape, really, it was just that seeing him in a temper was terrifying. Any first year would have reacted the same way. Being afraid of your own head of house is kind of weird, you know that, don't you, Harry? Teddy kept up with him even as he rushed toward the entrance hall, and when they were far enough from Snape, began to talk. I'm not afraid of him, Harry said angrily as he spun to face his friend. Bull, I didn't even hear half of what Snape said in there, and I bet you didn't either, because Snape certainly wasn't the one panicking. Teddy had his fists clenched at his sides and Harry was too terrified of losing his friend to protest. Can we just get to lunch, please? Harry walked past Teddy, fighting back the urge to defend himself. No, because you're either terrified of Snape or you're terrified of me, for some unknown reason, and it's always the same. I mean, you're basically only comfortable around house elves. So we can't just get to lunch. Why are you so jumpy? Why do you act like if you show a bit of backbone I'll suddenly decide not to be friends with you? I'm not a bastard, Harry, and I wouldn't do that, Teddy said angrily. How do I know that? Everyone I've ever made friends with has decided whether to stay friends with me based on Dudley or how much of a pushover I am. I don't know what friendship means. And as for being afraid of Snape, isn't everyone? He's big and he's scary, and if you'd ever had to deal with someone going after you every time something went wrong, then you'd be scared of him too. So back off. I'm trying, and if that isn't good enough, well, then I guess I wasn't meant to have friends. Harry didn't realize he was yelling by the end of his rant, but when he spotted Snape over Teddy's shoulder he turned and bolted. He made it to the 2nd floor boys' lavatory before he threw up in the toilet. You know, if you actually vocalized some of the problems you were having, you wouldn't be so ill. As the quiet voice behind him spoke, a hand descended on his shoulder to stop him from flinching into the wall of the cubicle. The sight of the familiar potion-stained hand on his shoulder didn't calm Harry, but it did give him an idea as to who his companion was. Who am I gonna tell? You, Harry spoke angrily as he turned around. Manners, Harry, and yes, I would expect you to come to me with any concerns. If you couldn't face talking to me about your problems, I'm sure Madame Pomfrey or Professor McGonagall would be happy to offer advice. Snape held out a vial filled with an unknown potion, and when Harry turned away from it he heard Snape growl. It will calm your stomach. It is not a calming draught. Snape had managed to pry Harry's dislike of calming potions from him during a meeting and had assured Harry that he wouldn't offer them unless necessary. Harry still didn't take the vial, instead brushing past Snape and walking over to the basin. Snape let him go, though his hand went inside his sleeve to grab his wand, and Harry knew that if he tried to go further, Snape would stop him. Madame Pomfrey just told me that it's normal to be wary of men after what you've been through, dear. Fat lot of help that is. Harry scrunched up his face in dislike, then bent to rinse his mouth out with water. If I have to warn you again about manners, Harry, it will be with a spoonful of mouthwash. Harry glared at his teacher, wondering where this new feeling of daring came from. If you don't need the stomach soother, then I shall put it away. However, you will be required to eat your meal as normal. If you won't be able to do that without the potion, I would suggest drinking it now. Snape extended the hand holding the potion, and Harry reluctantly stepped forward to take it. He didn't come any closer to Snape than he had to, and he was well aware that Snape noticed it. "Come, Harry, I wish to enlighten you to something." With that, Snape led the way out of the bathroom. Harry paused to swallow the potion, sticking his tongue out at the taste. He caught up with Snape as he rounded the corridor into the Transfiguration corridor. Snape stepped up to McGonagall's office door and rapped sharply. "Enter." Snape reached back and grasped Harry's shoulder, propelling him forward into the room. While Harry was glad to see his Transfiguration professor, he didn't like having Snape at his back all of a sudden. "Mr. Potter, Professor Snape. How can I help you gentlemen today?" Snape gave Harry a gentle push toward one of the chairs in front of McGonagall's desk, then sat down himself. "Mr. Potter has a problem believing something I have been trying to assure him for the last 6 weeks. I was wondering if you could inform him of the consequences handed down to a teacher who abuses his authority or his students." Harry noticed the sharp look McGonagall sent Snape but looked away when she looked at him. "Any teacher who physically or mentally harms a student will be instantly suspended, pending investigation. If they are found to have been abusive, then they are fired. If it is believed to be necessary, Aurors are allowed to conduct their own investigation." "Why, who does Harry believe would have reason to hurt him as such?" McGonagall spoke the penalty as if it was something she repeated often, but looked at Harry with concern. "Nobody, ma'am," Harry said quietly, hoping that Snape wouldn't push the issue. "And now you owe me a minute of mouthwash for lying. Mr. Potter believes that I will, for some unknown reason, go back on my word, and cause him injury or pain. Since this means that I cannot address him in a reprimanding tone without him panicking, why don't you tell Mr. Potter what the unofficial punishment would be?" Snape's tone was strange, as if he was hurt by the fact that Harry didn't trust him. "Mr. Potter, Harry, the last teacher who harmed a student under Professor Dumbledore's administration didn't have to be fired. He left, voluntarily, after the teachers and students both made his life hell. In fact, I think even the house elves were in on the punishment by the end of it. If Professor Snape were to harm you, not that he would because Severus is a man of his word, then all you would have to do is inform another teacher. They would take your complaint straight to Professor Dumbledore and he would deal with it accordingly." Professor McGonagall stood and walked around her desk to stand in front of Harry. "Harry, even if you didn't want to tell anyone else, I would hope that you would feel safe enough to tell me. I promise that I will never ignore you if you try and tell me about something like that." Harry nodded slowly, trying to get this conversation over with as quickly as possible. "I prefer verbal answers, Harry." "Yes, ma'am." "Yes, what? You're going to answer me verbally or you are going to tell me if you ever have an issue with a teacher?" McGonagall sounded impatient and Harry shifted in his seat. "I'm going to come to you if I ever have an issue with a teacher." "Thank you. Though I must tell you, Harry, if Professor Snape or any other teacher harmed you, they probably wouldn't last until Dumbledore had time to deal with them. There are quite a few people who have a vested interest in your survival. Now, you both need to go and eat lunch and address this issue at a later time." McGonagall strode past their seats, opening her door and effectively kicking them out. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Snape walked out the door before Harry, and turned around after he had moved out Harry's way. "Would you mind taking a few detentions for me? Mr. Knott's level of distraction has been brought to my attention and both he and Harry will be serving 15 hours of detention for me." "Of course, Mr. Knott can join Messrs. Weasley for their detention. I have all 3 brothers serving multiple detentions with me for pranking young Mr. Dursley." McGonagall nodded to Harry and Snape before closing her door behind them. "As you are now well aware, Professor McGonagall takes the protection of her students seriously. What she failed to mention was that the heads of houses at Hogwarts are picked based on how protective they are of their charges. Professor McGonagall is like a mother lion with her cubs. Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth and remains one even now. Professor Sprout's greenhouses are a death trap if you don't know how to navigate them, which very few can honestly boast, and I'm sure you've been informed of my past alliances." Snape stopped him from walking away while he talked. Harry knew that blowing up at his head of house would not be smart, but he was past the point of caring. "Yeah, and that just makes you all the more dangerous. What happens when you close ranks and protect each other? What happens when you get sick of me?" What happens when I do something you don't approve of? You can't say that you'll never lose your temper. And people who lose their temper they always hit. No matter what you do, they always get sick of you, and they always end up hating you. Harry paused for breath, eyeing his head of house apprehensively. He'd just blown up at Snape. He was a dead man. He just hadn't bothered to lie down yet. He went to step backward, but Snape's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Snape looked shocked, but his expression quickly morphed into frustration. Harry mistook it for anger and struggled to control his fear. "Let me go." Harry twisted in Snape's grip. "No." Snape's voice was quiet but firm. He moved his hand up so he had a hand on each of Harry's shoulders. "No, I will not let you go. No, I will not get sick of you. And damn it, Harry, I will not hit you. If I do have to punish you, it will be detentions or standing in the corner or soaping your mouth. I will never strike you." Snape had bent down and was at eye level with Harry. "And even if I do lose my temper, I will never lock you in the same room with me while I'm in a temper. You will always have the chance to run away if I scare you. In fact, I expect you to run away if I scare you. If I'm telling you off, then of course I expect you to stay and listen, but I do expect you ask me to calm down. There are ways around this, Harry. You will not always feel fearful, but until that time, you need to communicate with me. What good is talking? If you are angry, then you're not going to listen to me." Harry accused angry. "I am angry now, Mr. Potter, and yet I am still listening." Snape's voice growled and Harry pulled backward again. "Enough, Mr. Potter. I do not want to hurt you with my grip." "Then let go." "Potter, listen to me. Why are you throwing a temper tantrum? You're not usually like this." And Snape was right. Harry was feeling cranky, and he had no reason why. "I don't know. I don't know why I feel like this." Harry brought a hand up to rub at his eyes under his glasses, ignoring his headache. Snape moved his hand and laid the back of it gently across Harry's forehead. "You aren't feverish. Are you feeling tired?" "Not really." Harry thought back to his lack of sleep over the week. He had been haunted by an old nightmare, the one with the mean laugh and the green flash of light. From what Flint had told him, he was having dreams about the night his parents died. Frowning, he shook his head, not wanting to think about it while faced with a still peeved Snape. Harry was troubled, Severus could tell. The boy was cranky as a 2-year-old and obviously out of sorts. He watched the boy shake his head as if to clear it. "Are you feeling tired or not? Since your usual energy level is somewhere around typical 11-year-old hyperactivity, I expect that anything under that level would feel like being tired." He let go of one of Harry's shoulder and used the other to steer him over to a window ledge. "Sit." The boy hoisted himself up to ledge, leaning back against the window. "I'm only hyperactive because I don't get enough exercise. And yeah, maybe I'm a little tired." "Yes, not yeah, Harry. Proper speech is an art. Do yourself a favor and excel at it. If you are feeling tired, then perhaps you should retire to the dorms and take a nap. I expect to see you at dinner, but until then, I think you should remain in your dorm." Harry nodded, knowing that it wasn't a suggestion. "Okay." "Nevertheless, Harry, while I can appreciate bad temper that stems from being tired, I think you would benefit from finding other outlets than taking it out on your friends." He wasn't surprised to see Harry pale, remembering his outburst at his friend. "Is Teddy going to be mad?" Severus expected the predictable eye drop to the lap. The boy couldn't face anyone disapproving or angry eyes up. Since Theodore has been reprimanded many a time for saying things in anger that he wouldn't say calmly, I'm sure that he will understand. However, I do not suggest doing this often. You are of course aiming to keep your friends, I'm sure. Harry's quick nod showed that his mood was returning to his normal amiability. "Then try not to alienate them." "I won't, sir. I mean I will. Harry trailed off sheepishly. "I know. Now, I believe you have a quiet afternoon spent in your dorm to look forward to. We will finish this conversation after you have had some rest and some food. Trixie will bring you your lunch in the dorms." Harry nodded and slid off the window ledge. Severus stepped back to let him go past and stood while the boy made his way off towards the corner. After he was gone, he leant back onto the window ledge. He hated Halloween personally, and dealing with Harry breaking down now would sap his endurance. I thought I told you to go to lunch. Minerva walked up and handed him a cup of coffee. You can't afford to let your guard down this far from Halloween. It's bad enough when you're collapsing from exhaustion on Halloween, let alone if you wear yourself out before then. Thank you. Harry seems to be discovering his difficult streak. In the last half hour he has started a fight with his best friend, disrespected you and me, lied and shown all the classical signs of a 3-year-old temper tantrum. Minerva leaned next to him on the window ledge, listening with her head tilted toward him. Have you had many children do that? Most children act out when they first come to Hogwarts, but they settle down by now. Minerva sipped her cup of tea contemplatively. Abused children do it when they realize that they are not going to be abused by their carer. It is subconscious mostly, but it is a way of testing boundaries. Which means that young Mr. Potter is going to become insufferable for a little while until he sorts himself out. Severus took a scalding gulp of coffee, relishing the burn that accompanied the hot liquid. So what do we do about it? Minerva was so deeply involved with Harry that she would have to have a hand in reassuring Harry. Simply maintain consistency, punish him for disobedience, without scaring him, and praise good behavior. Basically, he's recessed back to the stage in his development where he works out if he can trust the people around him. Usually that occurs between birth and 18 months, however, he's been taught not to trust anymore. So he acts like a baby. He calls for attention, and now when he gets it, he's so used to not receiving attention that it surprises him. The shock confuses him and he's not emotionally mature enough to deal with what he sees as emotional overload. He didn't like the shocked look on Minerva's face. You do, of course, realize that I deal with this quite often and therefore would have some knowledge of what happens when abused children are taken out of abusive homes. There's no need to growl at me, Severus. I've just forgotten what it is like seeing you actually care about a student. Because this isn't just clinical for you at the moment, is it? Minerva was looking at him searchingly. What is it about Harry Potter that either brings out the best or the worst in you, Severus? James or Lily Potter? Potter brings out the worst, Lily brings out the best. Severus knew there was no point hiding this from his old teacher and friend. She had been his teacher during his Hogwarts years, and knew the interactions between James's group and Severus. When did you stop seeing James? I still can't get over how alike they look. Her eyes, Minerva. He has her eyes. Severus ignored that his voice sounded thick as he remembered the vivid green eyes Lily had passed on to her son. Oh, of course. I noticed that when we went to the Dursleys. Speaking of them, what have you done about them? They are apparently still living quite happily. Lucius, while being a bastard, has some rather interesting connections within the Ministry and the Daily Prophet. I hinted to him that he may find a story in the Grunnings Drill Company and their worker Vernon Dursley. Severus, if the story got out in the paper, Harry would be devastated. Did I say that I implied that they were child abusers? I merely mentioned that they had been visited by the goblins and I was curious as to why. Trying to get fraud past the goblins is almost as bad as child abuse, and it's likely that if they are tried for fraud, the memories they have of abusing Harry will be discovered. Then it's not either of our faults that they are found out, and they will have to protect Harry's right to confidentiality. Severus smirked as he laid out his plan, glad to be receiving credit for it. That's brilliant. Do you think the case will stick? Minerva, they've received the equivalent to 500 galleons a year. That's 5,000 galleons or £50,000 over the time they've had custody of Harry. And the Dursleys haven't used a cent of that towards Harry's welfare. I personally think it will be the most successful trial this year. Severus pushed off from the wall, carrying his empty coffee cup with him. Of course, that means that they will probably go to jail, which will interfere with young Mr. Dursley's plans for the summer. Mr. Dursley would be much better off in a different home anyway. I'm wondering if the Weasleys would take in a child. He'd certainly learn humility at Molly Weasley's hand. Severus was surprised at the hardness in Minerva's tone. Molly Weasley doesn't need more trouble on her plate, Minerva. Between the twins and her youngest boy, I give it only a week before she has to come up to the school for a meeting anyway. Severus, remember how we talked about playing nice? Ah, but Minnie. Severus moved out of the way of the slap that Minerva sent his way and wasn't surprised when she moved to send a stinging hex instead. Don't ever call me Minnie again, Severus Snape, or I'll do a lot worse than send a stinging hex your way. Minerva wasn't as angry as she could be, but Severus knew that he was pushing his luck. Perhaps Min then. He laughed at the scowl Minerva sent his way. No, okay then. Severus, you and your Slytherins need to tone down that cheekiness really quickly. Minerva walked next to him while scolding. You would think, wouldn't you, Minerva? Except our sarcasm is actually a sign that we like you. Take it as a compliment and leave it at that. We wouldn't be so stupid as to be rude to someone who isn't already. Severus trailed off, unsure how to phrase the prerequisite of a Slytherin's playfulness. Under your thumb. Minerva didn't seem insulted, merely accepting that that's how Slytherins were. Exactly. Once we know that you'll accept our opinions, then we don't mind using humor. As long as you understand our sense of humor. Thankfully, sarcasm is not too far beyond my comprehension. Why, Minerva, is that sarcasm I hear? Why, yes, dear, it is. Minerva smirked at him as they approached the stairs down into the welcome hall. The students were leaving the great hall after lunch, either aiming for the shores of the lake to study in the sunshine or heading past the two professors to their afternoon classes. Well, I had better get to my meeting with Albus. Should I be expecting Harry, or will he not make it to tea today? Harry has been told to spend his afternoon quietly in his dorm to prevent another temper tantrum. Though I'm sure that this is merely him testing boundaries, it will be made worse by his apparent tiredness. Why is he tired? I know you enforce curfew in your house, so it's not like he's not getting plenty of opportunities to sleep. Minerva beckoned to the Weasley twins while she spoke, ignoring their apprehensive looks. Apparently not. He was rubbing at his eyes and not in the least resistant to the idea of a nap. What 11-year-old do you know that doesn't complain about being made to rest, Minerva? Severus left it at that, moving swiftly down the steps to the welcome hall. He needed to go get a coffee and a piece of fruit from the kitchens before the best pieces went out to the great hall. Potter wasn't exactly a mystery. After all, he had dealt with abused children before. But he had never dealt with one who was so determined to fight their fear. Most Slytherin children learn to mask their fear so well that even they barely felt it. Instead, Harry merely refused to give in to his, showing his mother's stubborn determination. He didn't, however, seemed to be winning that battle. Every time he raised his voice near the child, he paled and seemed terrified. Theodore had been right to confront him about his fear, even if he went about it in the wrong way. Reassurance from Severus would come with time, but testimonies from other students would be more encouraging. He tickled the pair in the painting that formed the door of the kitchens, ignoring the clingy house elves that came up to him. Trixie shooed them off, taking him by the sleeve and dragging him over to the table that was a replica of the house tables above in the great hall. He sat at the Slytherin table, thanking Trixie quietly as she placed a plate of fruit salad and a coffee in front of him. Master should be eating something more than fruit and coffee, Master should. Trixie, just because the children ask you for nutrition advice does not mean I want it. Trixie shook her finger at him jokingly. Yes, but maybe Master will be needing it just as much as young masters. Perhaps, but not today. Trixie smiled and went off to work, leaving Severus to eat in peace. He summoned some marking to do as he ate, knowing that his evening was going to be spent watching Harry suffer through his detention. To teach him a lesson about letting himself become distracted because of his friend's enthusiasm, Severus had already decided to let Harry gut flobberworms for an evening. He didn't want to put the boy off of Halloween, just put him off of talking during class. Since it was the first behavioral issue Severus had reported to him about Harry, he was inclined to let it go. But Theodore has a notorious problem with attention to class, and had been called up by Minerva at least 3 times. That meant that he couldn't punish one boy who deserved it without punishing the other who truly only deserved a customary slap on the wrist. Once he finished his meal, he exited the kitchen in the direction of the dungeons, avoiding the entrance to the Hufflepuff dorms. He had spent enough time at Hogwarts to have learnt all the passageways through the castle. He could cover the whole castle without going down main corridors if he wanted to. He reached the dungeons and sent a despairing look over his desk. He had far too much marking to do. 3 hours later he made his way into the Slytherin common room, intending to check on Harry. He was surprised to see two black-haired boys talking together in front of the fire. While Theodore was sure to understand Harry's outburst, he hadn't expected the two boys to make up quite so quickly. He drifted closer, looking in on the groups sitting around them, which he noticed had done so strategically so that anyone attempting to talk to Harry would have to travel past at least two groups of upper years. When he was close enough, he listened in on what the two boys were talking about, unsurprised that they were again talking about Halloween. He was just about to turn away when he heard Harry's comment. "Teddy, you're such a Hufflepuff Slytherin. You're too nice to be one of us." Severus smirked, knowing the older first year wouldn't take it as an insult. In fact, it was an adequate description of the way Theodore not acted. He was sly enough to manage in the intricacies of Slytherin house, yet loyal and concerned enough that he was softer than your average Slytherin. Severus knew from experience that ambition came in all shapes and forms. He had had 4 Slytherins in his 10 years that chose to go into pro bono work because they just wanted to help people. When Harry blew up at Professor Snape, he expected to be beaten for being impudent. Instead, he gained new confidence in Professor Snape. Then when he went to his meeting, he found out that Professor Snape knew a lot more than he was telling about what it felt like to be abused, and that while he felt confused now, he wouldn't forever. Harry dragged his heels as he walked to Snape's office for his meeting at 7 that night. He had spent the afternoon moping around the dorm, until Theodore had come in and talked to him. They had ended up avoiding the topic of Harry's blow-up, instead talking honestly about how Dudley had ruined his childhood. Teddy had seemed horrified when he talked about doing Dudley's homework, and when he talked about Harry hunting, Teddy had been outraged. Harry had felt inclined to call Teddy a Hufflepuff Slytherin, based on his emotional expressions. "Mr. Potter, if you walked any slower you would be walking backward." Harry jumped and glared at Snape, not at all happy to be caught dawdling. "I see your temper hasn't improved after a quiet afternoon." Snape seemed more fed up with Harry than angry. "That's rich," Harry muttered angrily, then yelped when Snape pinched his ear. "Enough. I have had enough of your cheek. As for tonight, first you have an appointment with my mouthwash for your lying earlier. After that, I believe that you should become acquainted with the corner of my office while you put some thought into these mood swings of yours." He didn't let go of Harry's ear and propelled him down the corridor. Once they reached Snape's classroom, Snape guided him over to the sink and let go of his ear. "Stay." Harry turned and watched the angry teacher walk over to his cupboard before pulling out the bottle of mouthwash. His teacher didn't talk, but merely spooned out a measure. Harry stubbornly kept his mouth closed but opened it when Snape raised an eyebrow. He braced himself for the taste, but his eyes still watered when the mix hit his tongue. He bounced on the spot, closing his eyes tight against the urge to spit it out. He knew he shouldn't have lied to McGonagall, and probably shouldn't have been smart to Snape, but he just felt so weird lately. 30 seconds left, Harry. "And be glad I'm not making you do this for 2 minutes." Harry nodded, opening his eyes to beg without words. "It can't have been this bad last time, it just couldn't have been." Snape grasped his chin, pushing his head upwards so that he didn't spit it out before he was told to. Harry knew that when Snape let go he'd be allowed to spit the awful mixture out. All done. Harry spun to the sink almost before Snape removed his hand and spat the mixture out. He turned the tap on and scooped some water into his mouth, swirling it around to try and rid himself of the taste. "Ugh, what is that stuff?" Honestly, Harry didn't appreciate Snape's smirk, but knew better than to be rude to his head of house right after a mouthwashing. After all, he was feeling weird, not suicidal. "Marmite, black coffee and chili powder. My mother used to use the same mixture on me." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "Mr. Potter, contrary to popular belief, all your teachers were children at one point and all children misbehave. The difference between you and I is that I had a positive role model while you had none. While it is rare for my students to require a second dose of mouthwash within a term, most of my students have parents who deliver their own punishments if their children are disrespectful. Now, are you going to lie to Professor McGonagall again?" "No, sir." To himself Harry added, "At least not around you." "Then we are done here. Go into my office and pick a corner. Stand facing the wall. You are about to spend 15 minutes becoming rather well acquainted with it." I believe you should spend the time trying to decipher why you have had this sudden personality change." Harry nodded, and walked through the connecting door into Snape's office. He quickly decided on the corner behind Snape's desk, at least that one didn't have weird creatures kept in jars to look at. Snape came into the room in under a minute and Harry felt him stop and look at him. He squirmed, hating to be studied when he couldn't see the other person. "If you do not like me behind you, you should not have chosen that corner." Harry shrugged, ignoring the fact that Snape preferred verbal answers. "Very well. Don't turn around, don't kick the wall, don't sit, and don't talk. You were there to think, not enjoy yourself." With that Snape fell silent, and Harry heard him sit at his desk. Within a minute, Harry was feeling fidgety. He hadn't been able to sit still all week, and this was going to be pure torture. He didn't want to think about why he was getting mood swings. He knew that it was because Flint had told him about his parents, he just knew it. After all, McGonagall had just said they had died, she hadn't said how. Apparently Flint thought that he should know how and exactly when they died. How was he meant to celebrate Halloween when he should be mourning his parents? He shook his head, trying to find something else to think of. He didn't want to think about his parents and make himself upset. It was bad enough that Professor Snape had seen him cry once, he wasn't going to show that weakness again. He felt Snape's eyes on him and jerked his head up, holding himself still so Snape couldn't see that he was upset. Snape paused. The boy was working himself up about something, Severus could tell. He was fidgeting after only 2 minutes, and obviously preoccupied. The only thing Severus could hope was that he was actually thinking about his mood swings, not about the Dursleys' abuse. Harry didn't trust him enough to bring up the Dursleys and what Severus now knew about their crimes against Harry. He would be likely to confuse himself even more, too upset not to lean on his teacher but too untrusting to think that a smart choice later. He had to resist a smirk at the boy's ineffective way of hiding his emotion. That, and Harry's reaction to the mouthwash, reminded Severus of how young Harry really was. While he was 11 years old physically, mentally and emotionally he was affected by the abuse. This very display told Severus more than enough about his emotional state, and while mentally he was an able student with good manners, he lacked the socialization normal children had gone through. With his peers he was awkward, much happier in the company of his teachers or the groundskeeper, Hagrid. From what Severus had gathered, the half-giant had met Theodore and Harry on one of their afternoons spent by the lake. Apparently, Harry was a Niffler magnet. When his attention wandered for a few minutes, ruminating on Harry's first few weeks at Hogwarts, Harry returned to shifting his feet and scratching at his wrist. Severus frowned, recognizing the motion from students he'd taught before who had self-mutilated. It seemed that Harry was so unfamiliar with emotion that he was subconsciously punishing himself for it. Damn. Harry paused. Harry relaxed slightly when Snape stopped studying him and went back to thinking. He couldn't get the fact that he'd cried on Snape's shoulder out of his head. He couldn't remember the last time he cried in front of anybody. Uncle Vernon seemed to delight in his pain and fear, and Harry was hardly going to make beating him up more fun. Piers and Dudley had managed to make him cry once or twice, but he mainly held his emotion in until he was back in his cupboard, alone. He'd expected Snape to mention his tears, but nothing had been said. Instead, Snape had used his meetings to check his progress in class. He wasn't allowed to be worse than Dudley anymore, or talk about Theodore and the other students or teachers. He hadn't asked Harry any hard questions about the Dursleys and he'd stayed a safe distance away, without invading Harry's personal space. Now though, Snape seemed to be pressing the issue of Harry's emotions again. Even though he felt defensive, Harry couldn't blame him. Harry couldn't even figure out why he'd felt so irritable lately. Ever since his nightmares had started again, he'd been getting less sleep than what he got during his first few weeks at Hogwarts, but that was still more than what he'd usually get at the Dursleys. So he couldn't be irritable. He was not cranky, as Snape liked to put it, because he was tired. Harry blew out a breath in frustration. How was he meant to know what was causing his bad mood? He tensed as Snape stood and walked over to stand behind him. Snape reached out and grabbed his wrist. Harry looked down to see that he'd scratched it until it bled. Whoops. Harry spoke quietly, not knowing if he was meant to talk. Whoops indeed, Mr. Potter. To stop you from making this worse, I think you should stand with your hands on the wall or in your pockets. It will make you more aware should you move them. You have 5 minutes left. Snape moved away again after Harry put his hands on the wall in front of him. The pose brought back memories that Harry didn't really want to think about, so he changed position and placed his hands in his pockets. His fingers found the sickle that he'd placed in there on the train trip and started playing with it while he thought. Snape seemed to understand that he wasn't aware of his scratching. He'd done it during his talk with Madame Pomfrey too, and she'd just given him a salve for it and told him not to do it again. Snape hadn't even reacted with his usual reaction to injury, instead leaving Harry to focus on the itch in his wrist. He rubbed it against his side discreetly, ignoring the twinge as the fabric of his shirt rubbed the red lines. Mr. Potter, stop scratching your wrist. You may feel you are being discreet but you are not. Harry jumped as Snape spoke from his desk, and he couldn't resist the urge to peek over his shoulder at where Snape was sitting. Eyes front. Since you are only a few minutes from finished, I want to say something to you that I need you to think about. While I usually require students to look at me while I'm talking, at this time I do not. I just want you to listen. Harry nodded silently, pulling his hand out of his pocket to study the scratches. Good. Now, I realize that asking you to identify the source of your crankiness is a challenge. I also realize that it is most likely not stemming from tiredness or issues with your friends. Even so, I asked you to have a quiet afternoon to rule out the prospect that you are just not getting enough sleep. Had you not spent your afternoon quietly as I had requested, you would have spent this 45 minutes resting or reading quietly. I know that you have been responsible for most of your own care, so I'm sure that unlike your peers, you were not one of the children Flint had to punish for not going to sleep because you have already realized the value of a good night's sleep. Am I correct? Snape stayed in his seat, but Harry could feel him watching him. Yes, sir. That is what leads me to believe that your crankiness. Snape paused at Harry's huff. Do you know why irritability is deemed crankiness in young children and those children that have not developed emotionally? Snape didn't pause here, so Harry assumed he wasn't meant to answer. It is because to call it irritability implies that you are aware of the cause. Crankiness stems from emotional confusion, and the inability to express emotions. Young children feel this when they have complex emotions, such as trying to trust an adult that has proven themselves to be untrustworthy. It is more common when you are tired because your brain is less able to handle the emotion. Harry looked up when Snape didn't continue, knowing that he probably shouldn't turn around. So what if Snape was right and he was sick of not being able to decide to trust his teacher or not? That didn't mean Snape knew anything. And it can't be what Snape was describing because he had developed emotionally. He knew what fear, anger, want, and hope felt like. He knew his own emotions, surely. Perhaps you don't agree with me, Harry, but I believe that at the moment you are struggling to reconcile events with experience. Experience tells you that any adult male with a temper is dangerous, while recent events are offering you a different perspective. I must admit, I am surprised that it has taken this long for this to manifest. I most certainly expected it the day you broke down in the infirmary. Harry stiffened at the mention of that embarrassing memory, instantly realizing that Snape wasn't going to let him avoid the issue today. You may turn around now. If you have a reasonable argument as to why I am wrong, and you are simply feeling out of sorts, feel free to enlighten me. Harry didn't have a good argument against Snape's cool logical deduction. He fixed Snape with his best glare, trying to ignore the feeling in his stomach that was busy trying to remind him that he was talking to kind Snape at the moment, the one who actually cared. No. Very well then. Perhaps you would like the evidence I have gathered to back this claim up. Snape's expression didn't change, but Harry saw the glint in his eyes that said Snape was happy about something. Yes, sir. Yes, I'd like to know what you think you know about me. Since you're so good you don't need to ask me. Harry didn't know where the sudden pique came from, but he did know that verbalizing it had just signed his death warrant. There was no way Snape wouldn't kill him for that. He backed up, away from his teacher, only to hit the wall behind him. His breathing picked up as he berated himself silently. Idiot. Of all the times to gain some courage. Considering you rejected my offer to give your own explanation, I am surprised you protest me caring enough about your welfare to put some thought to this." Harry flinched at Snape's emphatic tone, wishing that he sounded angry. Harry knew how to deal with angry adults, but this new type of adult threw all his instincts off. McGonagall and Snape both seemed to actually care about him, which Harry couldn't understand. For all that Snape had told him why the teachers liked him, surely he wasn't right. It couldn't be that Harry was likable, it just couldn't be. Because that meant, "Harry, I have already told you that I care about your welfare. That means that I care about you. Which means that when you're unhappy or out of sorts, I want to know why. Can you at least understand that?" Harry shook his head, backing up the wall and sliding down it. "Why not?" "Because I can't. Because you're not meant to care. I'm a freak, why would you care about me? The Dursleys never cared. Uncle Vernon said I should be thankful I wasn't in an orphanage because no one would care there, but no one ever cared at the Dursleys either. No one cared that I slept in a cupboard, or didn't eat, or didn't have good clothes. People don't care about me, they care about Dudley or the other kids." Harry trailed to a stop as Snape raised a hand, silently asking him to stop. "First and foremost, if I ever hear you refer to yourself as a freak again, I will wash your mouth out, and it'll be more than a minute. Don't ever call yourself that horrible word. Because you are not a freak, Harry. You are a normal child who has been horribly abused." Snape rose as he spoke and came to crouch down in front of Harry. He whimpered, unsure about having Snape so close. Horrified that he'd made noise. He was not meant to do that. He covered his mouth with his hand. "And that is just more proof. I have said it before and I will say it again. You are allowed to tell me that you don't want me in your personal space, Harry. Do you want me to back off?" Snape kept his hands on his knees, and Harry didn't feel so nervous that he wanted Snape gone. He growled in frustration and scrubbed at his forehead. How could he not want Snape in his space but still want him there? "I'm not going to hurt you. I am not going to strike you. In fact, I think this conversation would go much better for us both if we moved out of the corner of my office." Snape reached his hands toward Harry slowly, letting Harry decide whether to take them for help or not. Hope overruled sense, and Harry reached out and grasped his teacher's hands. At least if he was busy helping Harry up, Snape couldn't hit him. Snape let go of one of his hands but held the other to guide him through the door that Harry had noticed before. It didn't lead into the classroom, so Harry had just assumed it was storage space. Instead, Harry found out that it led into what appeared to be Snape's personal quarters. There was a couch and 2 armchairs in front of the fire, all with solid rich brown wood frames and deep blue cushions. Harry didn't pause for more than a split second as Snape kept walking toward the couch. Harry could see an open-plan kitchen and dining room behind the lounge area, and he smiled to himself at the sight of the walls of books. Teddy owed him 5 sickles. "Take a seat on the couch, Harry." Snape pointed in the direction of the large, comfortable-looking couch after dropping Harry's hand. He watched until Harry sat down, shifting until he had his back against the back of the couch, before he walked into the kitchen area. Harry turned to watch him go, and noticed that a house elf had already prepared tea for them. Snape levitated it over to Harry, setting it down on the coffee table. "I believe you'll find that Trixie has left you another cocoa." Harry smiled at the reminder of his new favorite drink. The house elf who served the head of Slytherin was a favorite of all the first years, mostly because she tended to leave them supper in their dorm at curfew. Harry reached forward and picked up his cocoa, watching as Snape picked up his cup of coffee and added cream. "The first thing I want to do is to heal those scratches on your arms. Because you didn't deliberately cause them, they should heal without difficulty. However, I will warn you that any injuries you cause yourself deliberately have to be healed the Muggle way because your magic won't react with the healing potions if you want the pain." Snape summoned a jar as he spoke. "Because potions act off your intent, right?" Harry asked quietly while putting his cup down. Snape nodded, and reached for his wrist. "This may sting a little bit." Harry tensed, remembering the last time Aunt Petunia had said that to him. It was before he had learned never to ask her for help after a beating, and she'd poured Dettol all over his open sores. He remembered the smile she'd given him as he writhed in pain, and that she told him not to bleed on the carpet. He felt his breathing catch and clawed at his throat in fear. When the edges of his vision closed in, he didn't fight it, still caught in the memory where the pain went away when you passed out. Snape paused. Severus had seen enough flashbacks to realize that Harry was having one. He also knew enough about panic attacks that he didn't stop the boy from passing out, instead sitting next to him to support him as he fainted. When his breathing returned to normal, Severus quickly rubbed salve into Harry's hurt wrists, ignoring the boy's slight struggle as his mind registered the pain. When he was done, he wasn't surprised to see that Harry was waking up. The bleary green eyes regarded him, and Severus could see Harry's confusion. "You fainted, Mr. Potter. I believe you were having a flashback and you began to panic. You hyperventilated and the lack of air caused you to lose consciousness." Oh. Harry sat up, moving away from where he'd been leaning on Severus while he was unconscious. The movement must have alerted him to the ache in his wrist because he looked at it curiously for a moment. "You put the salve on?" "Yes, I thought that it might be easier that way." Severus spoke quietly, wondering if Harry was avoiding talking about why he passed out. It doesn't really hurt, not as much as Aunt Petunia's used to." Severus knew that the Dursleys hadn't told him everything. In fact, there were probably some things they didn't consider important that had affected Harry greatly. Perhaps this was connected to one such time. "Your aunt tended to one of your injuries." That did not sound like the Petunia Dursley Severus had met. "You couldn't really call it tending. She put rubbing alcohol on some of my marks. After Uncle Vernon hit me." Severus allowed Harry's wording of what was probably a lot worse than one hit. Then the content of Harry's comment struck him. "She poured rubbing alcohol on you." Harry's eyes widened at his shocked tone, obviously remembering that Severus didn't tend to react well to stories about the Dursleys, and then he seemed to shake off his fear and focus back on the conversation. "Yeah, and she told me that it would only sting a little." Severus scowled. How could that woman possibly justify her cruelty to that child? "Then in future I will endeavor not to use that phrase. I merely wanted to warn you about the sting." Severus reached for Harry's cup and passed it to him. Harry kept his eyes on Severus above his cup, and Severus was struck again by how young he looked. "That's okay. I knew you weren't going to hurt me. Not like Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon would." That was good news. It meant that the boy was starting to trust him. But he still hadn't addressed Harry's confusion. "Harry, even if you know that I won't hurt you intellectually, you obviously don't believe it. Why else would you be so terrified whenever I get angry?" Harry shook his head, but Severus cut him off. "You said yourself that you don't think you're worthy of anyone's care. So what makes my temper so scary? Surely your uncle scares you more." "No, he doesn't. Because he always hits me or locks me in the cupboard. He doesn't tell me that he won't hit me. He doesn't care whether I eat, or sleep, or do well in my classes. Nobody's ever cared, but you do." Harry finished his rant quietly, and Severus suddenly realized that perhaps he had misjudged slightly. "You're not afraid that I'm going to hit you. At least, not most of the time. You're afraid that I'll stop caring." Harry's green eyes met him with aching honesty. They were tinged with fear, probably of rejection, and yet Severus could still see hope. Maybe he had a chance to really reach Harry. "I am not going to stop caring, Harry. In fact, you will quite possibly at times wish that I didn't care. Like earlier tonight, I'm sure. I didn't wish you didn't care. I can't wish that. I just don't know why. And if I don't know why, then how can I keep doing whatever I'm doing so you'll keep caring?" Severus' heart ached for this child's lost innocence. How could any child of Lily's believe that they had to earn the right to be cared for? "Nothing you are doing or not doing will change anything. If you want something to blame my regard on, blame the fact that I was friends with your mother. Blame the fact that you were one of my Slytherins. I don't need a reason to care about my students, Harry, and neither does Professor McGonagall." "Then why does this feel so weird?" Harry demanded hotly. "Because it's new, and like any new thing, it takes some time to get used to it. I've been where you are, Harry, and I know that you feel confused and defensive and angry and you don't know why. But it will pass. You just need to give it time, and not shut yourself off from the people who care about you. That includes your friends. How can you know what it feels like, sir?" Harry's tone was calm, so Severus decided to ignore the slightly rude phrasing. "Because I know what it feels like to fear a beating every time your father or, in your case, uncle comes home." Severus reached up to his collar and pulled it down so the tops of two of his scars were visible. Harry's eyes widened and he began to stutter apologies. "Harry, you had a right to ask. It's not something I'd appreciate reaching the school rumor mill, however, so I only ask that you don't tell anyone else." "I won't, sir, I promise." Harry bit his lip, obviously debating with himself. "Ask your question, Harry." "I won't bite." Severus did, however, lean over to reheat his cup of coffee. And to think, Harry still had a detention to complete. "Who was it who cared about you, sir?" Severus raised his eyebrow in surprise. Of all the students he'd mentored through recovery from abuse, none of them had asked who'd saved him. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore along with Madame Pomfrey. They were all staff here during my own years at Hogwarts. After Black had tried to kill him in 5th year, Minerva had started to see how badly Severus was victimized. She had become his favorite teacher in his last years at Hogwarts, and she was the one who'd convinced him to confess to Dumbledore. She had believed his regret at joining the Death Eaters, and been his only company during most of his time with the Order. "Professor McGonagall does seem the type, sir." He smiled at Harry's instinctive knowledge. One of the boy's many hidden talents appeared to be his judge of character. Combined with his friend's empathy, they had managed to avoid any confrontations with untrustworthy friends. "Yes, she does, doesn't she? Now, Mr. Potter, I believe you have a detention chopping up potions ingredients to complete for me." He masked a smile at Harry's groan. "I don't care whose idea it was to muck around in class. This way you can stop Theodore from making such a bad decision again." Harry quirked an eyebrow, imitating his teacher. "Theodore can be controlled. You just have to know how to do it." "I don't think so, sir." Harry stood and Severus led the way to his classroom. After giving the boy instructions on how to cut the ingredients, he sat at his desk and marked essays, keeping an eye on Harry's technique. It wasn't until almost the end of the detention that Harry spoke up. "Sir, what's going to happen in the summer? Because I know that you're trying to find me another place to stay, but Dumbledore told me that I might have to go back to the Dursleys when I was in the infirmary that day." Severus didn't have to ask what day Harry was talking about. Professor Dumbledore has changed his mind, Harry, after new information was brought to his attention. Severus tried very hard not to snarl at the memories of what had convinced Dumbledore that Harry could not be left to the Dursleys' mercy. "What new information, sir?" "I told him about the beatings. But he didn't listen," Harry said quietly. Severus decided right then and there that he was going to kill Albus Dumbledore. Harry hadn't offered first-hand information about any of the Dursleys' abuses, and the first time he did, he had practically been told that didn't change anything. "Professor McGonagall and I visited the Dursley residence that day. After some coercion, your uncle confessed that your care was hardly to anyone's standards. I was intrigued by his mention of the cupboard." Severus expected Harry to react defensively to this and was surprised when the boy shrugged. "Didn't you already know that? I mean, that's where my letter was addressed to. The cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging. I thought you knew." "I didn't, but I believe that I will be finding out why Professor McGonagall did not check the addresses on the first-year letters this year. Usually she watches the automatic quill while it writes out the names. That would possibly have brought your living situation to light before we even visited. If that was the case, we would have arranged for you to be boarded at the Leaky Cauldron, under the supervision of a member of staff, until the beginning of term. Of course, a child can't grow up in a hostel, but a few weeks would not have hurt." Severus kept an eye on Harry's hands, making sure that he wasn't too distracted by the conversation to concentrate on where his knife was going. After the boy admitted that he did most of the cooking in the Dursley household, Severus wasn't surprised that Harry showed good culinary skills. "I didn't know that you didn't know. You seem to know everything else without me telling you, so I didn't bother. Plus you get kind of scary." Snape raised an eyebrow at the phrasing but let that serve as a reprimand to his temper. If anything, he could not scare this boy from talking about the Dursleys. "Which is why you don't tell me exactly what your aunt and uncle did to you, you just imply that it happened." I told you about the rubbing alcohol. Yes, but that's one event out of how many, Harry? How many days a year can you honestly say weren't filled with pain, or fear, or anger? How could you really want to know all of that? There's too much to tell. And trust me, sir, the Dursleys weren't that inventive. Harry didn't look away, but Severus watched carefully as he reached for a new set of ingredients. Did they have to be? Abuse in any form is still damaging, Harry. You shouldn't have to feel fear around adults, or feel confused over whether you can trust your teachers or not. And Harry, if you want to talk to me, then you're welcome to talk to me about anything, even if you believe it's a minor annoyance. Thanks, sir. Harry didn't sound very convinced, but Severus wasn't surprised. Since it had been like pulling teeth to get any information out of Harry, Severus didn't believe that he would begin to offer any willingly. If you are finished that pile, you may clean your workstation and leave. I will be in my office if you don't know where something goes. Severus stood, and walked into his office. While he felt that he'd made progress with Harry, it was quite possible that Harry was suppressing his own issues because he didn't want to upset him. Good night, Professor. And sir, thanks for the talk. I feel better now. He looked up as Harry stuck his head around the door. Indeed. Good night, Mr. Potter. He heard Harry walk quickly out of the potions classroom, probably trying to make it back to the dorms before curfew. And yet, Harry was still only 11. Severus reminded himself that things rarely matter for long after they are solved when you are 11. More likely, Harry was actually looking forward to Halloween now, rather than just trying to follow his friend. When Professor Snape heard Harry call his best friend a Hufflepuff Slytherin, he smiled to himself, thinking that Harry perhaps would find guidance in his mostly well-adjusted friend. He didn't expect to be dragging both of them down to his office by their ears after they fought a troll on Halloween. Over a Gryffindor girl who, until now, had shown no inclination of being friends with them. Looking down at the two boys he was dragging down to the dungeon, Severus Snape wondered what he did to deserve this. How his two quietest students managed to land themselves in trouble twice in 1 week astounded him. Harry already had another week of detention because of his stunt on that damn broom. He'd never had a more troublesome student pair than Potter and Malfoy. Why either of them thought they'd get away with being in the air when Madame Hooch had strictly told them not to, he couldn't understand. Harry seemed to be accepting their fate quietly, walking quickly next to his teacher. Theodore, however, was struggling slightly against Severus' grip on his ear. Not, the more grace with which you accept this punishment, the less likely I am to inform your mother of this incident. Which, I believe, would be the best outcome for you, correct? The boy stopped squirming instantly, settling to walk next to his teacher. Please don't tell Mum, please, Professor Snape. She'll literally kill me. Severus wasn't surprised that Theodore was afraid of his mother. She was well known for being strict with her child, to try and shape him into the perfect soldier. Give me a reason I shouldn't. You just confronted a mountain troll armed with nothing but your basic knowledge of charms and defense. Over a girl who was not your responsibility in the first place. You do, of course, understand why there are teachers at this school, do you not? Severus rounded on Harry at that point, well aware that this was the second time this week he'd given the young boy this lecture. Yes, sir. While Theodore replied quietly, Harry just looked at him. Severus wasn't impressed by the pleading look Harry was giving him. Mr. Potter, now would be a good time to tell me that you are learning something from the detentions you received after your flying lessons on Tuesday. Severus was well aware that he was growling, but the boy had to stop risking his life to help others. I did, but we couldn't just leave Hermione. She didn't know. Harry stuttered a protest before coming to quick stop. Considering the students had told their teachers that Hermione had gone looking for the troll and that little Miss Granger wasn't as good a liar as she thought she was, Severus was suspicious of Harry's stutterings and the despairing look on Teddy's face as he pulled them both to the stop. She didn't know what, Mr. Potter. Severus turned toward the younger boy, preferring to intimidate the person who hadn't spent his whole life dealing with adult Slytherins. She didn't know how dangerous the troll was going to be, Professor Snape. Theodore tried to answer in Harry's place. I believe I asked Mr. Potter, Mr. Not. Theodore shrank back, nodding. Now, Mr. Potter. I was saying stuff. Wrong stuff. I shouldn't have said anything. Severus recognized the phrasing that Harry was employing was a sign that he was scared. While Severus realized that this might damage Harry's trust in him, he decided not to reassure the boy. He couldn't go having a panic attack every time Severus scolded him. Mr. Potter, I don't care that you shouldn't have said anything, I want to know what you were saying. He noticed the looks darting back and forth between the two boys and used their shoulders to spin them so they couldn't see each other. Hermione didn't know about the troll. She was crying in the bathrooms because Ron mocked her. When we heard about the troll, I realized that no one had told Hermione. So we went to find her. Harry stuttered his way through an explanation. I see. So instead of finding myself or another teacher, you instead chose to abandon your place with your fellow Slytherins and play hero, did you? Severus turned both boys so that they were facing him and fixed them with a glare. How can you have put yourselves in such danger? Were either of you thinking? The boys traded looks and seemingly decided that they would be best served by staying silent. Severus growled in frustration as Quirrell came up behind them. Is everything all right, Professor Snape? While Severus was aware that the two boys in front of him often found Quirrell's stutter amusing, he was glad that they realized that giggling would not help their case. Everything is fine, Professor Quirrell. These boys were just about to march back to my office and plant themselves in a corner for 15 minutes, not talking, while they consider what might have happened if they hadn't suffered from what Professor McGonagall aptly called sheer dumb luck. At his pointed glare, the boys scrambled to obey. Severus wasn't worried that they would take advantage of his absence and talk once they were in his office. Satisfied that they were out of earshot, he turned quickly to Quirrell. Trolls are your speciality, aren't they, Quirrell? Severus asked smoothly. Well, why yes. Then why in God's name couldn't you deal with this one? Severus let a little of his temper loose on his colleague, knowing that intimidating Quirrell was most often easy and entertaining. Why did two 11-year-old boys have better luck at subduing it while you lay prone on the floor of the Great Hall? Quirrell backed off, stuttering apologies. Hearing the approach of a third teacher, and well aware that it was possibly Minerva, who disapproved of Severus bullying Quirrell, Severus left Quirrell with a glare. Taking into account the 10 minutes it would have taken the boys to get to his office, he entered his office shortly after them. Harry was already fidgeting, though no longer scratching at his wrists. Theodore had his head leaning on the wall, looking thoroughly bored. Severus gathered a piece of parchment from his desk, rolled it, and then smacked it sharply across the young Slytherin's head. Theodore jerked his head off the wall, bringing a hand up to touch the spot. Ow, sir. No talking, Mr. Knott. As you haven't been in this position, I will inform you of the rules. You are there to think, not talk, sleep, or think about the homework you have due tomorrow. Stand up straight, do not kick the wall, and don't turn around unless I give you permission to do so. He looked between the boys just in time to catch their mutual nods of concurrence. Very good. Now, I am going to tell you some little-known facts, which I want you to consider very carefully. Firstly, I have been head of Slytherin House for 10 years. There have only been 2 deaths that were not from natural causes in those 10 years. One was under horrible circumstances and at another's hand, while the other was in the Forbidden Forest. The reason we forbid you from entering that forest is because you are too young and too inexperienced to defend against the dangers it contains. This is the same reason why we tell you to go straight to your dorms in case of danger in the castle. Because you are too young and too inexperienced to be attempting to take on a fully grown mountain troll. He felt no pride watching Harry flinch at the anger in his voice. You have people who care very much for your welfare and happiness, and I'll be damned if I let you throw that away without a thought for the consequences. You both could have died tonight. The great Harry Potter and Theodore Knott, killed by a mountain troll at age 11. What a heroic story. The sarcasm twisting Severus' words made him spit the last phrase. The moment you realized there was a student in danger, you should have immediately alerted your prefect, or me. We have a reoccurring theme here where I am once again imploring you to go to adults with your problems. This last comment was directed mostly at Harry, but Theodore would benefit from the advice as well. You are only 11 years old. You are barely old enough to be learning magic, let alone using it to defend your friends in deadly situations. Therefore, you both owe me 2 essays, of length 2 feet, by Monday and Wednesday next week respectively. The first topic is detailing what would have been appropriate reactions at all stages of this escapade, and the second detailing who would miss you should you die. I expect nothing but the best from both of you. And Mr. Potter, I believe you still owe me an essay after that flying lesson as well. Now, you have 5 minutes left. Perhaps you should spend it thinking about your answers to those 2 questions. He sat at his desk with his back to both boys before they could move in response. He dropped his head into his hands and held in a sigh. When he'd come around the corner to see those 2 boys standing over an unconscious troll, he'd felt a rare moment of fear for their health. Normally, catching his students risking their lives enraged him, but he'd never felt fear. He couldn't pin what it was about Harry Potter that made him so endearing. He'd seen plenty of children crying and hundreds of 11-year-olds during his tenure as the Slytherin head of house. None of those children had appealed to his gentler nature as well as this one had. The child in question was fidgeting in his corner, obviously sick of standing in one place. His agitation served to remind Severus of how Harry had become so well acquainted with that corner over this week. On Tuesday, Minerva had interrupted his potions class to inform him that Harry had almost flown through her office window while chasing a Remembrel. Upon hearing that Harry had dived almost 50 feet on a school broom, Severus had banished the boy to his office until his class was over. When he had entered his office 10 minutes later, he was confronted by a teary Harry, worried that Severus was going to expel him. Since his temper had cooled, he owed his third-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff class an easy lesson as apology. He'd realized that his reaction was from fear. To give himself more time to calm down, and to allow Harry to calm down without help if he could, Severus had sent him to the corner for 15 minutes, admonishing him that he should be contemplating the consequences of his actions. After a stern talk about looking after himself and relying on teachers to enforce consequences, Severus had assigned the boy an essay and sent him to dinner. What concerned him, however, was that Harry had shown no interest when he'd threatened to disallow him from the Halloween feast. In fact, he'd looked almost relieved. In the bustle surrounding the feast, Severus had been unable to follow up, but he intended on finding out why Harry had been dreading the feast before he left tonight. You may come out of the corners now, Mr. Potter, Mr. Knott. Please take your places in front of my desk. He watched out of the corner of his eyes as the boys came round to stand in front of him. I will not give you another lecture, as I am aware that it is not likely to sink in at the moment. You are not to tell your housemates where you have been, because I do not wish for you to be treated as heroes. You may tell them that you were caught away from your house and have been with me ever since. If Miss Granger chooses to spread the real story, then that is her prerogative. Neither of you are to mention what happened tonight to anyone, am I clear? Yes, sir. Both boys answered in unison. Mr. Knott, you may go. Mr. Potter, I would like a word, if I may. Harry nodded and made a shooing motion at Theodore when he didn't move. Shoo, Teddy, I'll see you later. Theodore nodded at his friend before turning to his professor. Good night, sir, and we're sorry, we really are. Write me that essay, and then we will have another talk, Mr. Knott. Severus was well aware that neither boy would feel better about their actions or their punishment until he told them that they were no longer in trouble, and he hoped that that would help keep them in line over the weekend. He paused to collect his thoughts as Theodore exited his office. Harry tilted his head, studying him. Sir, the letters that you have been sending to someone off castle grounds, who are they addressed to? Rather than approaching the issue head-on, Severus decided instead to satisfy his curiosity. Harry looked taken aback at the question and Severus was surprised to see a distrustful look flit through Harry's eyes. Why does it matter, sir? Because it is obviously a magical contact, and I was not aware you were in contact with anyone magical who does not reside within Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. Therefore, I am concerned that you may not know the true identity of the person you were writing to. Remus Lupin, sir. He was a friend of my father's. Professor Dumbledore forwarded a letter from him to me during the summer. I've been writing to him since the first week. Severus tried and failed to avoid clenching his jaw. Harry was writing to the Mud and Dumbledore had endorsed this. Why had no one told him? Harry stepped back a half step in response to Severus' anger. Upon seeing this, Severus explained, "Harry, I don't care that you were in contact with your father's friend. My reaction is merely to the memory of the man you named. Remus Lupin and I didn't see eye to eye on many things when we attended Hogwarts in the same year. I am also concerned that you are contacting someone who you have no reason to trust. What do you talk about when you write to him?" "Everything." Professor McGonagall said that sometimes talking to someone who isn't involved helps you to gain perspective. Severus tried not to smirk at Harry's stumble over the unfamiliar word. "And I take it that Mr. Lupin has been offering you advice on your dilemmas." "Yeah, but I haven't told him anything about the Dursleys. Just about school, classes, being annoyed at Dudley." Severus raised his eyebrow. "So you haven't told him everything, Harry, merely details about your daily life." "Well, yeah, but I couldn't tell him about the stuff that we talk about. He wouldn't know enough about it to give advice." Harry fidgeted, obviously tired of standing. Reminded, Severus nodded toward Harry's usual seat and moved to take the seat next to him. "My apologies, Harry. I have been absent-minded in the last couple of days. Why did you feel that he wouldn't know enough? You could always explain it." "No." Harry instantly bit his lip after his outburst. "Why not? From what I know of Remus Lupin, he can be quite understanding for those he calls friends." Severus didn't admit that it was hard to compliment Lupin for anything. Harry scrunched his brow before rubbing at it. Severus darted a quick look at the clock, confirming that it was only 8 o'clock. Since Harry was probably tiring, he decided to skip this part of the conversation. "If you didn't tell Mr. Lupin anything about the issues we discuss, then what dilemmas is he assisting you with?" Severus was curious as to whether Harry was having any school problems that were being overlooked because he was focusing on the big issues. "Just small stuff. He's giving me tips about how to find my way around the castle, research my papers, and the best way to write assignments. Sometimes I vent about Dudley. But he already told me about the fact that you and him don't get along. He's telling me stories about my mum and my dad from school. One of the first things he told me was that you were at school together." Harry paused to gauge Severus' reaction. "Very well. Did you enjoy the Halloween feast, Harry?" Harry's head tipped to the side inquisitively, but he nodded slowly. "Yes, sir. I asked, Harry, because you appeared to be relieved when I threatened to ban you from the feast earlier this week." Severus raised his eyebrows as Harry's eyes widened. "Why was that?" "No reason, sir. Just didn't know what to expect really. And yet, Theodore and yourself both have detention because all he has been talking about is what to expect at the feast." Severus waited for Harry to realize that he had dug himself into a hole. "Yeah, but as you always say, sir, first-hand experience is better than retelling." "Harry, I think you're lying to me." Severus let the silent warning register. "Can I pass this question then, sir?" Severus debated whether or not to let this question pass. On one hand, Harry had already offered something to Severus without being specifically asked. On the other, Severus had a feeling that if he didn't find the answer to this question tonight, Harry would never tell him. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Please return to your dorm. Do not hesitate to come to me if you change your mind." Severus didn't need to see the doubtful look on Harry's face to know that he wasn't likely to change his mind. But he preferred not to push the child tonight. He didn't need emotional children on this night. "Good night, sir," Harry said as he rose, walking toward the office door. Severus nodded in recognition as he turned back at the door. "I'm sorry about the troll, sir." "Good night, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled sheepishly at Severus' clipped tone before leaving. Severus quickly drafted a note to Minerva, explaining how he had punished the boys before summoning a house elf to take it to her. Halloween was quite possibly his least favorite day of the year, and only Poppy's intervention had kept him on his feet this year. Dealing with Harry and Theodore risking their lives for a friend was too hard for him to deal with today. As he entered his quarters, he removed his teaching robe, wincing as it brushed across the dog bite on his leg. That stupid three-headed mutt was a menace, and had completely hindered his attempt at making sure the stone was secure. Wasn't it meant to be tied up? He summoned his first aid kit as well as a glass and a bottle of whiskey. He needed to bandage his leg, indulge in a stiff drink, and then hopefully, fall into a deep and restful sleep. Harry paused. He was scared. There was a bad person talking to his mummy, and she was crying. Then the bad person said something, green light flashed, and she fell down. The bad person was laughing, but Harry just wanted his mummy. Why wasn't she waking up again? Why wasn't she listening to him? Then the bad person turned to Harry, the light flashed again, and everything went dark. Harry sat up in bed, panting. The nightmare wasn't new, but it still terrified him. He knew that he was dreaming of the night when his parents died, but according to the books in the library, you couldn't remember stuff from when you were that young. Maybe he was strange like the Dursleys always said. Not a freak, though, because Snape would kill him if he used that word again. It wouldn't have stopped Harry from using it in his head, but knowing Snape, he'd probably think it right when Snape was using legilmency on him. He heard a thump in the hallway and looked around warily. At this time of night, any noise was unusual. The dorm was darker than usual, and Harry noticed that the candles were usually lit were not. He slipped out of bed cautiously, trying not to wake anyone else in the dorm. He crept toward the door, holding his wand out in front of him. All of a sudden, light shone around the edges of the door. Harry blinked, then realized that it was probably someone walking past the door. More than likely it was Flint doing a bed check. He quickly realized that Flint wouldn't be happy to catch him out of bed, so he began to slink back to his bed. The door opened quietly and Flint stepped into the room. He looked surprised to see Harry. "Harry, what are you doing out of bed?" "Had a nightmare." Harry shrugged, trying to show that he didn't care. "Okay, you should go back to bed, though. You've had a long night. If you can't sleep, call a house elf for some warm milk or something." Flint made a shooing motion until Harry moved over toward his bed and perched on the edge. Flint nodded his approval and exited the room. Harry bit his lip, waiting for Flint to make it back to his dorm. He was far too awake to go back to sleep now, and after 2 weeks of the same nightmare, he knew that he wouldn't get back to sleep. He slipped quietly out of the dorm room, heading for the common room. He'd learned to find his way around the castle at night, avoiding Snape and the other teachers. Of course, he had to find his way around Snape's wards first. All the first years had figured out that Snape had wards on the common room to stop his Slytherins sneaking out. The smart ones had also figured out the secret tunnel behind the tapestry of Salazar Slytherin. Harry came out of the tunnel 3 paces from Snape's office and froze in fear. Snape and McGonagall were talking outside of Snape's office. There was no way past them. He stepped backward, intending to travel back down the passage a little way when he kicked a stone. It rolled noisily back into the tunnel while Harry cringed to a stop. He crouched down into the shadows, hoping that the teacher who came to investigate wouldn't bring a light. Snape came to the end of the tunnel, moving as though he knew exactly where it was. He hadn't brought a lantern, but his sharp eyes focused straight on Harry. "Mr. Potter, I don't suppose you have a good reason as to why you are outside your common room at 11:30 at night." Snape's quiet voice sounded dangerous to Harry, and he didn't miss the hint of alcohol on Snape's breath. "No, sir, I don't have a good reason." Harry decided that honesty would be the best policy, since he was already in trouble once today. "Of course not. My office, Mr. Potter, now." Snape pointed. Harry slinked past his head of house, offering a sheepish look to McGonagall as he went past. Harry noticed that she almost seemed amused that he'd been caught. He went to stand in front of Snape's desk as both teachers came in behind him. "Sit, Mr. Potter." Snape indicated his seat, and as Harry sat, McGonagall transfigured the remaining chair into an armchair. "Surely being out of bed at night merely requires a point loss or a detention, Severus." McGonagall looked at Harry while she spoke to Snape. "Minerva, do I tell you how to discipline your lions?" "No, because you realize that if you did, I'll find much more to pick at about you." "Mr. Potter has been out of bed every night for the last 2 weeks, Minerva. Normally, I would just take points, however, since Mr. Potter has refused to acknowledge his insomnia and ask me for help, I am now requiring him to ask for help." Snape looked pointedly at Harry before talking directly to McGonagall. "How do you know?" Harry couldn't stop the indignant question from slipping out. Because I have been a teacher for a while and a student for 7 years before that. I don't know how many students I have seen sneak out of dorms since the beginning of that time, but I do know that it happens with a startling regularity. Therefore, the wards that I set are also on the dorm doors, as well as the common room doors. I assume that if you aren't in your dorm you are wandering the halls, so I didn't bother warding the tapestry tunnel. The wards over the common room door are merely a reminder that they exist. McGonagall looked impressed at Snape's reasoning. Oh, indeed. Now, either you have a reason for not sleeping which you are going to share, or you can at least tell me whether you require a sleeping potion. I had a nightmare, sir. Couldn't sleep, so I got up to read. I ran out of books in the common room last week. So you went to the library overnight. Perhaps I should leave you to the mercy of Madam Pants then, Mr. Potter. I'm sure she'd been happy to remind you of the rules. Harry bit his lip, hoping that Snape wouldn't spoil his reputation with the librarian. Harry was one of the first years that she didn't mind because he was always quiet. Are the nightmares always the same, Harry? McGonagall ignored Snape's angry look at her interruption. Yes, ma'am. Harry looked at Snape sideways as he answered, wondering if he was meant to be answering her. What's the nightmare about? Harry bit his lip, unsure about answering McGonagall even though he knew he should. Depending on your answer, I may or may not forgive you for being out of bed. Snape fixed him with a piercing gaze. Harry felt his spine stiffen in reaction to the accusation behind the glare. He was allowed to hide things. The night my parents died, I dreamed that I'm a year old again and that I'm watching my mum die. Both teachers' eyes widened in shock. I think that warrants a bit of insomnia, Severus. McGonagall was the first to talk. Minerva, could you excuse us? Snape kept looking at Harry while he spoke to McGonagall. Of course, Severus, we'll finish this conversation tomorrow. Good night, boys. McGonagall stood up and walked out of the room. When she had gone, Snape looked at Harry. He seemed to be thinking about how to deal with this revelation. Come with me, Harry. Snape drew his wand out and summoned 2 white candles and something that smelt woody. He then walked to his office door, holding it open while Harry went out in front of him. After he locked it, Snape took the lead, walking through the castle quietly. Harry looked around curiously as they came to the astronomy tower and began to climb it. They encountered a couple that were ousted by Snape, but Harry noticed that he wasn't taking any pleasure from taking points from the Gryffindors. Snape opened the door leading onto what Harry has always presumed was another viewing platform. Instead, it led onto a small balcony. Harry went forward onto the balcony, admiring the view from so high up. He avoided the edge, knowing that he didn't want to suffer vertigo. I find that the best way to put memories such as those you see in your nightmares to rest is to properly grieve the people within them. As I was friends with your mother, I burn a candle and incense for her every year. I thought it might help you to come with me. No offense, sir, but I've seen this done. Usually, you have to have memories apart from them dying. Harry didn't want to upset Snape, but this wasn't going to help him. The tradition of burning a candle is actually based upon the belief that the candle's flame will light their path to heaven. According to Muggle pagan beliefs, on All Hallows' Eve, or Halloween, the barrier between the afterlife and our world is at its thinnest, allowing for communication between the dead and the living. The fact that you do not have any memories of your parents does not mean that they didn't love you, or that you can't grieve them. It just means that you can only think of missing them, rather than of them as people. Snape spoke quietly while placing the candles side by side on the balcony ledge. Do you know how to use matches safely? Harry nodded when Snape looked at him, feeling out of sorts. Since I was 4, sir. Then here, you should be the one to light the candles. Snape held out the matches and gestured toward the candles. Harry walked forward, preparing to strike the match. Before he could, Snape reached over and grasped his wrist. Were you ever allowed to grieve them? Snape's voice was caring, and Harry tried desperately to ignore the prickling at the back of his eyes. Once, Aunt Petunia said we could light a candle for my mum. Harry paused, looking at the 2 simple white candles. Dudley knocked them over because his mum wasn't paying him enough attention. I think Aunt Petunia knew he'd do that. Then this is the first time. Snape let go and Harry lit both the candles. He stood quietly next to his teacher for a moment, watching the flame gain life. Why two? Snape seemed caught in the flame until Harry asked his question. One for Lily, one for James. While I did not like your father, you are still allowed to grieve for him, Harry. Harry stayed quiet after that. After a couple of minutes, Snape gently took the book of matches from his hand and lit the incense, laying it in front of the candles. Sandalwood was your mother's favorite scent. She worked with dozens of potion ingredients, so she would burn this incense in her home lab so she couldn't smell the worst ingredients. When you were born, she burnt jasmine incense. I noticed the difference the first time I visited her. When I asked her why, she said that she used the scents to mark each stage of her life. She burned chamomile during school, to keep us calm, sandalwood after she married, and jasmine when she became a mother. Your grandmother would always be burning incense, or have fresh flowers in her house. I think it made Lily feel more at home. Harry inhaled the scent deeply, trying and failing to imagine his mother burning this incense. When she was studying, Lily would tie her hair in a ponytail, which wasn't unusual for girls in our year. But she would always manage to position the ponytail right near the top of her head, so it would stick up. One day I took a photo of it, and when she saw it she was mortified. It wasn't until we left school that she managed to laugh about it. She burnt this incense at her wedding actually. She was beautiful that day. And incredibly happy, to be marrying your father. It was a huge wedding, simply because of the size of James's family. She was nervous before the wedding. She contacted me through the flow, worrying about every little detail, barely caring that all her worrying had led to her kneeling on a filthy hearth to talk about everything that was already organized. Molly Weasley, Ron's mother, had to drag her away to finish getting ready. Snape chuckled, seemingly experiencing the memory again. Though the happiest I've ever seen her was the day you were born. She was exhausted yet beaming. She'd asked for me to oversee the potions that you were given, trusting me more than the St. Mungo's pediatric specialists. You were 2 weeks early. Snape's voice caught on this sentence, and Harry chanced a wide-eyed look at his teacher. He quickly looked down to his shoes. If Snape was going to cry, then Harry was out of there. There was no way that he could deal with his unemotional teacher breaking down. Here, Harry. A handkerchief appeared in Harry's line of sight. He looked up, confused. Snape took the opportunity to use the handkerchief to wipe the tears from Harry's cheeks. I know that retelling doesn't give you memories, but I can tell with certainty that your mother and father adored you. Your father was sure you'd be the next star Quidditch player, which I don't doubt you will, with your talent. He bought you a child's broom meant for 3-year-olds for your first birthday. Lily was furious that he hadn't told her first, because once you had that broom there was no way you were going to let it go quietly. Harry took the handkerchief from where Snape was still holding it out and wiped at his eyes. As I have said, there is no shame in crying. Harry kept his eyes on the candles, noting that they had almost burnt halfway down. After a few moments, Snape spoke. Since it is now far past your bedtime, I believe we should return to the dungeons. The candles will be cleaned by the house elves. They are charmed not to go out, which means they will burn until they can't anymore. There will be no lost souls tonight. Harry felt Snape's hand on his shoulder, urging him towards the stairwell. As they descended, Harry felt exhaustion wearing on him. For the first time in 2 weeks, he actually felt tired. At the bottom of the stairs, Harry tripped, and would have gone head first on the floor if Snape hadn't wrapped an arm around his torso. Once he was standing, Snape quickly let go, well aware that Harry didn't like touch. Perhaps, Harry, next time you are feeling tired, you should come to me for a potion, instead of attempting to run yourself into the ground. Snape's tone sounded slightly sarcastic, as though he was mocking Harry. I didn't flinch. Harry didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Snape looked at him. What did you say? I didn't flinch. When you stopped me from falling. Harry looked at Snape, astonished. He was even more shocked when the side of Snape's mouth quirked in what was probably his version of a smile. No, you didn't. Can I assume that this means you trust I will not allow you to come to harm? Snape gestured while he spoke, urging Harry to continue walking. I don't flinch with Teddy anymore either. We were having a pillow fight in our dorm the other day, and I didn't feel at all stressed out. Indeed, a pillow fight, not against the rules. We checked. Harry looked up to Snape to see if he'd accept this answer. No, it is not. However, you are expected to comport yourself with composure, and a pillow fight does not sound very composed. Truly, sir, were you always composed when you were 11? No, but then again, my head of house wasn't nearly so strict. Oh yeah, we have a really strict head of house. In fact, our potions teacher's a stickler too. Assigns us the meanest essays on the weekend before Halloween, when he knows that that would usually be the night that all the poor Gryffindors do their homework. Harry heard a deep chuckle next to him and smirked up at his teacher. Perhaps we should talk to this mean potions teacher, should we? Perhaps tell him that his homework needs to be much harder to stop those first years complaining. Harry took the warning gracefully. Of course, all the Slytherin first years were smart enough to do their homework on Wednesday night. Of course. Snape's dry tone made Harry giggle. He hadn't seen Snape in a joking mood since the first night when they'd discussed getting lost. The conversation died off as they got closer to the dungeons, Harry's exhaustion returning full force after the shock wore off. Harry, one last thing before you go back to bed and stay there. Snape stopped him outside the Slytherin common room. No more using the tapestry. That was not the topic, no. I will discuss that with you later. What I wanted to say was that while I am aware this is a night of contradictions for you, you are allowed to enjoy the Halloween festivities as well as grieve for your parents. Next year, we'll make the trip to the astronomy tower a little earlier. Snape summoned a piece of paper from his office, and then waved his wand over it. Harry watched, intrigued, as writing appeared on the parchment. This is a pass to allow you to be absent from your first period of the day. I expect to see you in the second half of your potions double. Why do I need a pass if you're my teacher, sir? Formalities. Bed, Mr. Potter. Snape pointed, emphasizing his point. Harry nodded and ducked into the common room. He made his way quickly but quietly to his dorm, smiling at the fact that Teddy was hanging mostly out of his bed with just the covers supporting him. He was going to get a rude awakening in the morning. As he pulled his shirt over his head, Harry caught a whiff of the scent he now knew to be sandalwood. He smiled softly, thankful that his teacher had allowed Harry into his grieving ritual. He fell asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow and woke the next morning thankful for the lack of nightmares. When Harry Potter watched his first Quidditch match, he was glad that Professor Snape had thought the idea of putting a first year on the Quidditch team wasn't the way to punish him for disobeying Madam Hooch. Not that he'd enjoyed the 15 minutes spent in the corner of Professor Snape's office thinking about why what he'd done was wrong, or the essay he had to write on the same subject. Harry, wake up. Harry felt Teddy jump on his bed, rolling out of the way just in time to avoid getting crushed. Come on, Harry, wakey. It's Quidditch day. Harry blearily opened his eyes, regarding his friend with a glare. What time is it? 5 o'clock in the morning, Potter. Tell your idiot friend to go back to sleep before Snape wonders what the hell we're doing awake at this time in the morning. Though, since I'm wondering why we're awake, it's a well-justified question. Malfoy's tired drawl came from across the room. Harry smirked, wondering at the fact that Malfoy could actually be kind of civil if he was too tired to be bratty. Wait, 5 a.m. Teddy, get back to bed. The game doesn't start until 9 o'clock. Harry pushed at his friend, trying to get him off his bed. He suddenly realized that Teddy was dressed already and gave up, flopping back onto his pillows with a sigh. It's Quidditch. How come you aren't all excited? Teddy asked, sounding scandalized. Because it's 5 a.m., Theodore. Because we were asleep 5 minutes ago. Blaise Zabini sat up, noticed Teddy's state of dress and shook his head. And now, since I won't be falling back asleep, I vote that someone else comes with me while I go for a run so I don't punch Theodore in the face. Harry sighed again, realizing that Blaise had a point. He wasn't going to go back to sleep now. Don't go out through the tapestry. Snape has it warded. Harry offered the warning while he slid out his bed and grabbed his slippers. No way. Snape encourages us to find ways around rules. Why would he ward it? Since Harry had asked Snape the same question after Halloween, he already knew the answer Blaise would get if he asked the Slytherin head of house himself. Because my godfather is not an idiot, Blaze. He wants us to learn to be sneaky, just not at the expense of a good night's sleep. He's a stickler for sleeping and eating enough. When I stay with him over summer he actually punishes me if I don't get enough sleep." Malfoy cut in before Harry could answer. "You stay with Snape over the holidays." Harry ignored the slight twinge of envy he felt when Malfoy mentioned living with Snape. "For 2 weeks every year. And 3 days over Christmas, though not Christmas Day of course. On Christmas Day, Snape comes to the manor for Christmas lunch." Malfoy was beginning to sound high and mighty again. "Wow, Malfoy, aren't you just the little teacher's pet, then? Did he change your diapers when you were a baby too? Wonder if he'd tell us any embarrassing stories." Harry almost laughed at Teddy's mocking until he spotted that Snape was standing in the doorway. "Why is that, Theodore? Would you like to compare the stories to those I know about you?" Harry watched Teddy's eyes widen. He couldn't hold back a smile, and it got even wider when Teddy glared at him. "Serves you right, Theodore, to be waking us up at this hour then getting caught." "Good morning, Professor." Blaze plopped down onto the floor to put his runners on in the doorway to the bathroom. "Want to come for a run, Harry? I've noticed you out there before breakfast sometimes, thought you might like to join me." "Since it is currently 20 minutes past 5 in the morning, where exactly do you think you are going, Mr. Zabini? Especially after you have been warned that you are expected to remain abed until 6:30. Snape sounded merely curious, but Harry wasn't sure that he wasn't really angry with them. "Well, sir, when one of your dorm mates decides to jump on another of your dorm mates yelling at the top of his lungs, you either have to get out of bed and make the most of your early wake-up call or you throw him off the astronomy tower. That would be inconvenient because then we'd go to Azkaban for murder, so I decided to make the best of it. I'll just get Teddy back later." Blaze offered his own personal explanation for their actions. Teddy laughed. "You managed to get me back and I won't even make you pay for it. Boys, I have mentioned that I don't appreciate my Slytherins starting prank wars on each other. Furthermore, why has Theodore decided to wake his entire dorm at 5 a.m. in the morning?" Snape was standing with his arms crossed, but he had moved into the room so as not to disturb the other years. "Quidditch." Crabbe's one-word answer seemed to annoy the professor. Harry tilted his head to the side as he realized that Snape wasn't wearing his usual teaching robes. Instead, he appeared to be wearing a long black dressing gown. No wonder Snape was in a mood. "The reason you have chosen to rise at such an ungodly hour is because there is a Quidditch match starting in 4 hours. Since when did my entire group of first-year boys decide to resort into Gryffindor?" Snape snapped the last sentence, sending Crabbe and Goyle back under their covers in fear. Harry froze, wondering who out of Blaze and Teddy would be stupid enough to answer. "Actually, Professor," Theodore chose to wake Harry. "The rest of us would still be asleep if he'd managed to do it quietly." Teddy and Harry both turned to glare at Malfoy. "Potter and not, why am I not surprised? Both of you, come with me, the rest of you, either relax in here quietly or go back to sleep. Do not leave your dorm." Snape didn't wait for an answer, instead walking quickly out through the common room with both boys trailing him. Harry resisted the urge to groan when he realized they were going to Snape's office. His meeting last night had not gone well. He had had a dreadful headache, and after arguing with Hermione all evening about why he was so jumpy around people, he'd really just wanted to curl up in bed and go to sleep. Instead, Snape had chosen that night to offer him an ultimatum. In exchange for their continued use of the potions classroom as a meeting place, Harry had to tell him one thing about the Dursleys every time they used it. Since Teddy and Hermione loved using Snape's classroom, and they'd just managed to convince Neville to join them, he couldn't very well spoil it for them. Of course, he hadn't reacted to being blackmailed very well. After yelling at Snape to mind his own business, Harry had been on the receiving end of another lecture and mouth-washing. When he'd left, Snape had still seemed to be in a foul mood. Snape changed direction suddenly, leading them to his classroom instead. After he unlocked it, he directed them inside. Harry let out the breath he'd been holding in nervousness. Of the entire castle, this was quickly becoming his favorite room. He now knew most of the desks off by heart, and had discovered that of the 8 long, 3-person desks, the one closest to Snape's desk in the front right corner was the best to lie on while studying. Mostly because it had the least stains. "Since you have so much energy, Mr. Knott," Snape ignored Teddy's snort of outrage, "and Mr. Potter, you can use it to clean some desks for me. And not by lying on them, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded and went with Teddy to fetch the cleaning supplies. When they were both crouching down into the same cabinet, Harry whispered to Teddy, "Good one, Teddy." "Sorry, Harry, do you still have a headache?" Teddy whispered back quickly. "Not yet, but it's bound to come back soon. It's lasted for 2 days now." Harry looked over his shoulder at Snape quickly. Harry clapped his hand over Teddy's mouth to stop him from saying Snape's name out loud. "Don't. Potter will hear you and ask." Harry used the Latin phrase that Teddy had devised for their head of house based on his overprotectiveness. "If you are having trouble finding the supplies, I can cast a summoning charm." Harry and Teddy both skittered backward away from the cabinet as Snape's quiet voice sounded from close behind them, holding rags and cleaning solution. "Very good. Now get to cleaning, on opposite sides of the room." Harry began scrubbing his favorite table while Teddy took the diagonally opposite table. Snape stayed until he was satisfied that they would keep cleaning, then left for a while. He returned, fully dressed, and floating a tray with a plate of toast and 3 cups on it. "Come here, boys. You will have a longer day than usual, therefore you will probably be starving by breakfast. This toast should see you through." Teddy stopped cleaning immediately, walking over to Snape's desk quickly. Harry walked more slowly, rolling his shoulders to relieve the ache that was building up. "Was Mr. Potter part of the plot to wake early, Mr. Knott?" Snape seemed merely curious while he sipped his cup of tea. Harry ignored the conversation and the toast in favor of the cup of the tea that Snape had provided. "No, sir." Teddy looked sidelong at Harry before continuing. "Harry wasn't feeling well last night, so he went to bed early. I thought he'd be feeling better." "Really? And when last night did Harry begin to feel unwell?" Harry looked up at Snape when he heard the dangerous tone to Snape's voice. "Thursday morning, sir. I woke up with a headache." Harry figured that lying to Snape wasn't going to get him anything but another mouth soaping. "Is it only a headache? No fever or aches?" "Yes, sir." Harry didn't consider the ache in his shoulders, that was probably just from bending over the table to scrub it. Snape nodded, then raised his wand. A potions vial came flying in from Snape's office, and he held it out to Harry. "This potion will not make you drowsy. Next time you feel ill, approach Madame Pomfrey or myself." Harry took the vial from Snape, trying to ignore the disappointed look that was hiding in Snape's black gaze. "Yes, sir." Harry quickly downed the potion, then took a gulp of tea from his cup to erase the taste. Teddy squirmed in his seat, obviously wanting to go back to talking about Quidditch. He had been talking about the first game for a week, and even the Quidditch team had become fed up with him. "So are you looking forward to the game, sir?" Harry smiled and picked up a piece of toast to nibble on. His headache had faded away, leaving him feeling hungrier than he'd been in days. Not that that hadn't stopped Trixie from following Harry around and offering food every time he missed a meal. Snape answered Teddy unenthusiastically, but that was all the encouragement Teddy needed to start rattling off all the school's statistics. "If you are finished eating, Mr. Knott, please return to cleaning." Snape dismissed them back to cleaning in what Harry could tell was an effort to get Teddy to shut up. "Theodore. I beg your pardon, Theodore. You didn't mind calling me that before, and I know I've pissed you off lately, but that doesn't mean I don't still hate that name." Teddy was bristling with indignation. "Very well, I will endeavor to address you by your given name once again." "Thank you." Teddy walked stiffly back to his table to resume cleaning, and Harry felt a twinge of pity. At least he could be proud of his parents. "Harry, if you're feeling pity for me, I'm going to come over and deck you. My life is just peachy compared to yours, and you deserve to be a lot more self-pitying than I am." Teddy had turned to confront him as Harry walked toward his tables. Harry froze, eyeing Teddy to see if he really was serious. "Theodore, get to cleaning. Threatening your friend will not change the fact that he is sympathetic to your issues. Threatening a friend who has been abused is more than likely useless in any case." Snape spoke up while walking toward them. Harry picked up his rag and began swiping over the tabletops. Snape placed a cauldron on the table Harry had already cleaned and began to lay out ingredients. Since Harry had finished wiping the tables down, he put his cloth over the sink and went to stand near his teacher. The tables weren't really dirty, sir. I hosted a detention last night after your meeting, Harry, and that was one of the chores I set at Gryffindor. Snape paused and looked down at Harry, piercing him with his eyes. Is there a reason you did not come to me when you felt sick, Harry? The question was quiet, obviously not intended for Teddy's ears. I didn't want to be a bother, sir. Harry picked at the edge of the table's protective covering and didn't look at his teacher. He wasn't surprised that Snape gently grabbed his hand to stop him. This would come under your issues with accepting my care, would it not? Harry bit his lip and nodded. Indeed. Then I will merely say again that I wish for you to bother me with any problems you may have, Harry. I know I have had little time to talk to you this week, but you are welcome to come to me if you need me. Sorry, sir. Harry knew that Snape wanted to talk to Harry at least twice a week until Harry stopped feeling so confused about things. That meant that Harry was meant to be working on talking to Snape about the things that were bothering him. It's not your fault. This time, I was not in the most approachable of moods last night. Though my request still stands. Snape looked up and noticed that Teddy had finished his cleaning. Come here, Theodore. It would do you both good to watch this. Snape quickly set to preparing the ingredients in front of him while talking. This is how you make pepper-up potion. You won't be allowed to brew this until second year. However, I advise that it is always good to know how potions you are likely to receive are made. I also offer the advice that you never take a potion brewed by a potions master that you don't know or trust. Mum told me that before she even let me near potions. It wasn't until I was 8 or 9 that she even used potions on me. Only Muggle invention my mother actually liked. Of course, it's possible that Muggle medicine tastes even worse than potions, don't you think, Harry? Harry looked wide-eyed at Teddy, well aware that neither Snape nor Teddy would appreciate knowing that he'd never had medicine before coming to Hogwarts. Oh, no. Tell me they didn't. How could Dumbledore be so stupid? Teddy had apparently figured it out. Snape caught up a second later and studied Harry intently. Theodore, hush. Insulting the headmaster for past mistakes is both foolish and unimaginative. What matters is that Harry is now receiving medical care. Snape seemed to dismiss the issue, but Harry and Teddy weren't fooled. They turned to each other and raised their eyebrows. Harry had noticed the tremor in Snape's hand that spoke of rage he didn't want aimed at him, while at the same time Teddy had picked up Snape's emotions. Of course, sir. So you aren't going to go have another talk with the Dursleys? Because I'm sure that would make Harry feel better. Teddy, what? You need to develop your bitter side a bit more, Harry. It'll make you harder to manipulate. Gentlemen, Snape said warningly. When they both grinned sheepishly, he began to give them a lecture on the potion, including its uses and method of preparation. By the time he was finished lecturing, it was time for breakfast. Snape paused. Severus quickly bottled the pepper-up potion he was teaching the boys about before looking up to dismiss them to breakfast. Theodore was still watching him, looking mildly interested, but it seemed that Harry had succumbed to his exhaustion and fallen asleep with his head on the desk. I thought that potion wasn't meant to make him drowsy. Theodore was looking at his friend with a slight smile. Sometimes it's hard to believe he's only 3 months younger than me. While the potion itself won't make him drowsy, it could just be that he is feeling tired anyway. Once his body relaxed enough from the lack of pain, he fell asleep without a sedative. Severus quickly sent his equipment back to its place in his private lab. Has he been sleeping? As his attention was focused on his equipment, Theodore seemed to decide to take the chance to harass his sleeping friend. He withdrew a feather from his pocket and ran it lightly across the exposed back of Harry's neck. The sleeping boy squirmed, obviously ticklish, before snapping a hand back to grab the feather. Not really. He thinks we don't know, but he still has nightmares. Theodore paused to answer before returning his attention to his friend. Wake up, Harry. Time for breakfast. Theodore taunted his friend in a sing-song voice. Harry didn't lift his head, but Severus could hear some suspiciously violent-sounding muttering. That's not nice, Harry. You know that you'd miss my wake-up calls and teasing if I were to jump off the astronomy tower. Plus, Who would tell Granger to bugger off if I wasn't here? Severus reached out and cuffed Theodore over the back of the head lightly. Language, Theodore. He ignored the indignant glare in favor of shooing the two children out of his classroom. Theodore was trying to steal the feather back off of Harry while they were walking up to the Great Hall, so neither boy noticed when he stopped to lock his classroom door. At least Harry's headache gave an explanation for his crankiness last night. While he had known the boy wouldn't react well to his request for full disclosure, he had not expected the temper tantrum. Harry was still moody, adjusting to the attention that was given to him, but had managed to remain polite. Instead he threw himself into his books to work off any anxiety. But his nightmares still weren't going away, and Trixie had reported to him that Harry hadn't been eating unless she supervised him, something he had noticed from the head table. Forcing the boy to eat had done him no good, and had interrupted both their schedules too much to be considered beneficial. His meeting with Dumbledore regarding his spying had gone incredibly well. Within barely 20 minutes of presenting his case to Dumbledore, the old man had agreed that Severus would be better suited to mentoring young Harry rather than spying should the Dark Lord ever reappear. It had been Lupin, interrupting this meeting rudely, who had suggested that perhaps forcing Harry to admit just one thing about the abuse every time they spoke would help him come to terms with it. Severus had protested, knowing that Harry's stubborn streak was a mile wide and he wouldn't answer unless Severus blackmailed him into it. Lupin had suggested that Harry be told that he didn't have to offer something major, perhaps just a date, or a phrase, or something he had been denied. When Severus had asked Lupin how much Harry had told him, he'd been shocked to have Harry's story confirmed. He hadn't told Lupin anything except what Lupin had guessed. "Professor." The sound of Harry's voice calling to him broke him out of his ruminations. "Yes, Mr. Potter." Severus raised an eyebrow at the 11-year-old, wondering why he wasn't with Theodore at breakfast. "I've never celebrated Christmas. That's for this morning." Severus deliberately showed no outward reaction to Harry's confession. Inside though, he was seething. Those Dursleys really couldn't suffer enough. He motioned for the boy to walk with him while they left the dungeons. "You didn't owe me a fact, Mr. Potter. I made you come with me so that you wouldn't keep your housemates awake." The boy's brow furrowed, obviously confused. "Okay, well then it's for the next time we use your classroom." He quickly lost his confusion and went back to Happy. "Are you going to watch the Quidditch match today, sir?" "Yes, Mr. Potter. I will be seated with the teachers during the match. I don't know where I'm going to sit. I know I should support my house in Flint, but I like the Gryffindor team too." Harry spoke quietly so that anyone passing them as they made their way across the welcome hall wouldn't hear them. "Then don't cheer. Just congratulate all your friends at the end of the game for their skill, not whether they win or lose." Harry nodded. "Thanks, sir. That's good advice. Remus said you'd know what to do. He said that he wasn't good with the demo." Harry paused, obviously trying to remember the word. Severus let him figure it out. It would help the boy's vocabulary and confidence. "Democracy, that's the word." Harry smiled at him triumphantly and he gave a slight nod in recognition. "Most Gryffindors are not, Mr. Potter." Speaking of Gryffindors, Harry seemed to spot his bushy-haired friend at the same time Severus did. Severus chose to take his leave at that moment, rather than deal with the overachieving Gryffindor. "See ya, sir." "Harry Pov." "Harry." Harry turned around to greet Hermione, watching Snape slink away with a smile. He'd noticed that while Snape didn't mind questions, he got sick of Hermione's pretty fast. "Hey Hermione, looking forward to the game today?" Harry laughed as Hermione shook her head enthusiastically. "Why on earth would I be looking forward to watching people on broomsticks fly around all day? I'm taking my potions homework with me, otherwise Ron will drive me insane." Harry walked with Hermione to the Gryffindor table, sitting in a spare place next to Fred Weasley. "Heya, Harry, looking forward to watching us dominate Slytherin in a few hours." George finished Fred's greeting from his spot across the table. Ron scowled at him from George's other side, then pointedly turned and tried to talk to Dudley. "Hasn't Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup for the last 2 years?" Harry smiled innocently at the twins' matching crestfallen looks. "Looks like Ickle Harrykins thinks that we won't have a chance this year, Fred." Hermione looked up at them with her eyes narrowed. "Yeah, it does look like that, George. Perhaps we should dump Ickle Harrykins in the lake to remind him about being respectful to his elders. Harry just smirked at them. Oh, shut your traps, Weasleys. Everyone knows you're the best beaters Hogwarts has. It's just the rest of your team. Harry looked up at Rachel, the Slytherin fifth year who'd taken a liking to him. Oh, why thank you, dear Rachel. What did we ever do to earn such high praise? Harry laughed as the twins stood up and bowed dramatically at her. Gosh, Harry, what are you doing, hanging around with these jokers? Surely you get enough of smart-arsed jokes from Teddy. Rachel sat down across from Harry, shoving Ron over a little bit. Yes, but Teddy's busy annoying Malfoy. Which, funny as it is, usually ends in a lecture from our esteemed head of house on presenting a united front. Harry jokingly put this in inverted commas. Which of course leads to extreme sleepiness, and I want to be wide awake to watch this game. While the Gryffindors around him laughed at his explanation of Snape's lectures, Rachel wagged a finger at him in reprimand. Harry, Angel, what have you been told about mocking Snape while sitting at the Gryffindor table? Don't do it in English. Rachel raised a sarcastic eyebrow. Oh right, don't mock Snape in front of the Gryffindors because Snape likes to maintain his greasy git of the dungeons persona. Amongst the laughter from the Gryffindors, Harry grinned sheepishly at Rachel. Oh, look at the little comedian. Aren't you just a little prince, you little freak? Harry darted behind Fred as Dudley turned to harass him. Hey, now none of that. Harry's allowed to mock his own head of house. Just like we mock McGonagall. Fred growled at Dudley while Rachel turned to him angrily. That's right, take the Slytherin's side. You should be sending him away. It's not like he belongs here. Ron addressed his brothers angrily. Ronald, just because you're an idiot doesn't mean the rest of us have to be, said Hermione shrilly. And your brothers aren't taking anyone's side. Dudley just yelled at Harry for no reason. Oh, why don't you just shut it, little Miss Know-It-All? No one wants to talk to you anyway, Ron snapped viciously. Come on, Hermione, we're obviously not welcome here. Harry stood up quickly, pulling Hermione with him. Rachel nodded and stood with them. Fred, George, I'll see you after the game. Rachel nodded at the Weasley twins who were staring murderously at their first-year counterparts. Ignore them, you two. Like Dr. Seuss says, those that mind don't matter and those that matter won't mind. You shouldn't have to justify yourself to your friends. Rachel walked over to her friends in Ravenclaw and began talking to them while Harry and Hermione went to find Teddy at the Slytherin table. Trixie appeared in front of them just as they reached the table and handed them both a breakfast sandwich. Cheers, Trixie. Harry took a bite of his sandwich while seating himself next to Teddy. When Malfoy opened his mouth to protest Hermione sitting next to them, Harry turned to him with a scowl. Not a word, Malfoy. Blood is blood. What color it is doesn't matter. Hermione's a witch just the same as us. I wasn't going to protest the Muggleborn sitting near us. I was going to ask why Snape's personal house elf is paying you so much special attention, Potter. Malfoy shot back quickly. Because our Whittle Harry is special, Draco dear. Teddy put a twist on the word special to make it sound like it was being spoken with a lisp. The closest Slytherins laughed at Teddy's sarcasm. Of course, you know exactly how that feels, Malfoy. The surrounding Slytherins laughed even harder and Flint clapped Malfoy on the back. Sorry, Malfoy, but I believe you were just outwitted by our young Teddy here. Take it nicely and we won't throw you in the lake to cool off. Malfoy very obviously swallowed the snarl he had been about to throw Teddy's way and went back to his breakfast. Suddenly a bell rang, warning the students to hurry up and finish their breakfast. Harry stood up with Hermione and Teddy and began to walk outside. They'd planned on visiting with Hagrid quickly before the match. An hour later, Harry, Hermione, Rachel and Teddy were finding seats among the Ravenclaws. They'd decided that the best answer to their inability to cheer for both teams was that they should sit with a house not competing and just cheer for both teams. Hermione pulled a book out and laid it on her lap. Harry smiled at Neville, who was stumbling past some fifth-year Ravenclaws over to where their little group was sitting. Hey Neville, Harry greeted the clumsy boy warmly. Teddy and Harry had figured out in the second week that Neville's supposed clumsiness with potions ingredients was his way of standing up for Harry against Dudley and decided to try to befriend him. Hey Harry, How come we're sitting with Ravenclaws when none of us are in Ravenclaw? Because, Longbottom, none of us like Quidditch and none of us want to get caught up in the politics of cheering for friends that aren't in our house. Rachel had leant back on the bleacher behind her and closed her eyes, obviously intending on trying to fall asleep, yet was still quick enough to answer Neville. Oh, that makes sense. Neville sat down quietly next to Harry. Suddenly Harry spotted Madam Hooch walking out onto the pitch, carrying the box of the balls. The Slytherin team appeared on the right side of the pitch, Captain Flint in front and the team spread out behind him. Harry couldn't tell for sure, but Flint looked to be in an evil mood. The Gryffindor team exited their locker room on the left, led by Captain Wood. Harry had briefly met Oliver Wood while watching Katie and the Weasley twins during their Quidditch practice. Their team seemed to be feeling rather cocky, and Harry smiled at the twins' antics as they wrestled with each other briefly before returning to duck in and out of their teammates. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Quidditch match of the 1991 school year at Hogwarts. My name is Lee Jordan, and along with Professor McGonagall, I will be commenting this fine match. And now let's watch as the captains shake hands, and, wow, they really are trying to break each other's hands, aren't they? Harry laughed as Lee began commenting on the players on each team. Since Lee spent most of his time with the Weasley twins, he was another Gryffindor with whom Harry was friendly. In his first 2.5 months at Hogwarts, Harry had managed to make acquaintances in at least every house. And they're off. Belle takes the quaffle while the keepers race for their goal posts. And Belle passes to Johnson, Johnson to Belle, they're getting close, she shoots. She scores. 10 points to Gryffindor. That was fast. Slytherin's been getting smug, I bet. Flint's so sure they're going to win that they haven't been thinking strategy. Just dirty tricks and faster brooms. Rachel didn't appear to have opened her eyes before she made this comment. And the quaffle's in Slytherin's possession. It goes Flint, Pusey, Flint, ouch, nice bludger from one of the Weasleys there. You know, it's been 2 years and I still can't tell 'em apart. Right, not relevant, sorry Professor. The game continued as Harry watched, stunned at the pace and the violence. The two seekers were circling each other high in the air, which made them look like vultures. Teddy and Neville had found common ground talking about Quidditch and were arguing which team was best while keeping one eye on the action. Hermione had looked up once, just as Katie had taken a bludger to the stomach, made a disapproving noise and returned to her book. Harry was content to just watch as the scores climbed. Slytherin were leading on 120 points while Gryffindor were only 20 points behind. According to Teddy and Neville, it was still anyone's game and they were now more than an hour into it. After an hour and a half of the match, a book suddenly appeared under Harry's nose. He had just been losing interest in the continual back and forth of the competition, and he turned to see that Hermione had apparently thought of him when packing her bag for the match. It's a book about healing. Harry raised his eyebrows at her, suspicious that she was trying to make a point. I noticed that you were interested in them while we were studying last week. Snape said that was the best book. I know you looked for it, but I already had it out from the library. Thanks, Hermione. Why'd you have it out anyway? No reason. Just curiosity. Harry laughed as Hermione blushed. Typical Hermione. Whoa, look out. Harry pointed as the Gryffindor seeker dove for a glint of light near their stands. And looks like the Gryffindor seeker's finally seen the snitch. Good for him. Right. Commentating. Yates from Gryffindor goes for the snitch, closely followed by Higgs from Slytherin. Ouch. A bludger takes out Yates and Higgs has the snitch. Yes, it's a win for Slytherin on this first match in November. Harry joined the Slytherins and some Ravenclaws in cheering for the successful team. Well, finally. I can't believe it took Slytherin so long. Rachel stood up quickly, apparently wanting to move off the stands quickly. It's better that it took so long. Matches are better longer. Teddy protested next to Harry as Hermione helped Neville maneuver over to the stairs. Only professional matches. School matches need to be short and sweet. They were the first to start moving down the stairs, though a Ravenclaw first year got dragged into the debate by Teddy. As they reached the platform halfway down, Harry turned to talk to Hermione when he suddenly felt something shove him toward the barrier. He fell next to it on his knees and turned to glare at a Ravenclaw fifth year behind him. But as he looked up, Harry felt another shove and suddenly he slid on his knees under the railing. Harry struggled to grab onto something, anything, as the ground disappeared beneath him. He just managed to snag the edge of the platform, leaving his legs dangling. He was just holding on by his fingertips, and when he tried to call out for help, he only managed a strangled sound as his fear choked him. Looking down, he realized that even though they'd come down a few stairs, they were still incredibly high in the air. "Harry," Hermione called out as she noticed his plight. "Oh my God, Teddy, Rachel." She pointed at him frantically, running forward to try and help him. Rachel was right beside her, wrapping her hands around Harry's wrists. "Hang on, Potter. Don't you dare fall or Snape will kill me, you hear? Don't you dare fall." A Ravenclaw that Harry thought was in 7th year came up behind Rachel, replacing her hands on Harry's wrists. "Right, Potter, try to find something to push your feet against." "Found anything?" Harry felt around with his feet, trying to feel somewhere in the smooth planks to lodge his feet. He shook his head as he couldn't find anything, gasping in fear as his wrists began to slip through the grasp of the Ravenclaw. "That's all right, just means I need my friend to help me pull you up." As he spoke, another boy grabbed Harry's collar and together both Ravenclaws pulled him back over the edge. As soon as he was back on solid standing, Harry began to shake in relief. "Thank you, oh thank you." Hermione was hugging the Ravenclaws who'd pulled him up. Teddy dropped down next to him and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "Don't you ever scare me like that again, Harry, or I swear I'll throw you off the astronomy tower myself." Teddy cursed under his breath, breathing as heavily as Harry himself. "Make way. Get out of the way, ya idiots, the teachers are trying to get up here." Harry looked up weakly as he felt a heavier weight come to rest next to him. He focused on his teacher, glad that Snape was between him and the edge. "Potter, what the hell happened?" It was the first time he'd ever noticed his teacher curse. "Something pushed me." Harry shook as the memory of that strong force pushing him came back to him. He groaned as his stomach flipped in fear, fighting down the urge to vomit. "Steady, Harry, can you walk?" Snape rubbed a hand across Harry's back in a soothing motion. Harry shook his head. Snape nodded, then wrapped an arm around his shoulders. He was pulled to his feet, then Snape hooked him under the legs and lifted. Harry instinctively wrapped his arms around Snape's neck to stop himself from falling. "All right people, out of the way. Now." Rachel walked in front of Snape to clear the path down for him. Harry didn't notice that he was still shaking until Snape commented on it quietly. "Easy, Harry, you're all right now. You're safe now." Snape kept the quiet litany up until they reached the ground. By that time Harry was starting to calm down and feeling as though he could walk. He said that to Snape, but his teacher didn't let him down. "Somebody tried to kill you, Potter. Stop being so resilient." Harry didn't get a chance to answer as Teddy jogged up next to them. "There wasn't anyone in the right position to push him, sir. There was a couple of Ravenclaws around, but he went under the rail. Someone would have had to bend down to push him and we would have noticed that." Teddy seemed to be trying to defend himself. "Right now, Theodore, I am merely concerned with getting Harry safe inside my office until I know who tried to kill him." Teddy stopped in shock, then ran to catch back up as Snape swept up the stairs to the castle entrance. "I didn't slip." Harry felt the need to make sure that everyone knew he hadn't just been clumsy. "I know." Snape looked down at Harry quickly and Harry couldn't quite identify the emotion in Snape's eyes. "I didn't slip." "No, Harry, you didn't." Snape set Harry on his feet gently as they reached his office door. Snape snapped around with his wand raised as they heard footsteps approaching. He lowered it slightly when he saw that it was Dumbledore. "Headmaster." Snape seemed wary, even though it was Dumbledore. "Severus, is Harry all right?" In answer, Harry swayed slightly, leaning back against the wall. "No, Harry is not all right. He's recovering from a shock and this certainly isn't going to help his fear of heights." Harry vaguely heard Snape's angry tone through the haze that was beginning to surround his thinking. Snape paused. Severus was just about to continue berating Dumbledore for such a stupid question when he noticed that the little color Harry had regained had just disappeared. He quickly turned back to his student, lifting him easily. "Whoa, head rush." Harry's speech was slurred as he protested the change in position. Severus quickly passed through his office and into his quarters, thankful for Dumbledore's quick spellwork to make the doors open in front of him. Severus lay Harry down on his couch and turned to Theodore. "Theodore, please return to your common room and inform your friends that Mr. Potter will be fine. He is merely lightheaded and needs to lie down quietly for a while. Since I believe Slytherin will be celebrating tonight, I doubt that will happen there." "What about the infirmary, sir?" Theodore looked at his friend with worry in his eyes. "While last time Harry fainted I was concerned, that was because of a head injury. Right now, he has merely fainted due to a drop in blood pressure brought on by stress. He will be fine in 15 minutes or so." Severus hoped the boy would get the message and leave so he could yell at Dumbledore openly. "All right, if he's not going to the Slytherin common room after that, can we meet in your classroom? A couple of Ravenclaws, Neville and I have a debate to finish." Severus nodded at his student, remembering that this boy had just watched his friend fall off of the spectator stands. "Theodore." He stopped the boy from leaving. "I will find who pushed Harry off, and when I do, God have mercy on them, because I will not. You were correct when you told Harry that I protect my snakes." The boy let out a sigh and nodded. "I know, sir. Sometimes it's just better hearing you say it." Theodore left before Severus could answer him. He turned around back to Harry, who had his eyes closed and was obviously trying very hard to regulate his breathing. "Harry, breathe with me. In, out." The color began to return to Harry's cheeks as he copied his teacher. "There, that's better, isn't it?" "Thanks, sir. Keep lying down for a while, Harry. I have to talk to the headmaster. We'll be in my office, but I'll leave the adjacent door open." Severus motioned for Dumbledore to follow in back into his office. "Don't twinkle at me, old man. I treat all my students the same." "Yes, you do, Severus. But it's one thing to see the loyalty your Slytherins show and quite another to see the reason." Dumbledore pulled out his wand and transfigured one of the office chairs into a plush armchair. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Severus seated himself at his desk, ignoring the tremor running through his hands. "My dear boy, surely you are not going to feign ignorance of the fact that you are one of the most dedicated head of House Hogwarts has seen in a long time." Dumbledore pulled a tin from his robe pocket and popped a sherbet from it in his mouth. Severus shook his head when Dumbledore held out the tin in offering. "If I am classed as most dedicated, then I shudder to see how other head of houses rule their students." Severus doubted that Minerva would be any less concerned with her students, therefore didn't see any point in continuing this topic of discussion. "Unlike with some other heads, you fail to care that you will only be teaching these students for 7 years. Some of my colleagues seem to think that because they were only teachers, they did not need to pay close attention to their students' welfare beyond that of ensuring they do not break the rules. For instance, I know for a fact that you wrote Remus Lupin when you discovered that Harry was communicating with him. You seemed quite protective to poor Remus. Remus Lupin is an old friend of Harry's father, yes. But he is a stranger to Potter, and that boy is unaware of who to trust. For a boy who has been abused as he has, he trusts far too quickly, and puts too much stock in praise given to him by others. For God's sake, headmaster, he asked me what he had to do to make sure I didn't stop caring about him. And by caring, I mean showing an interest in his emotional, physical and intellectual well-being. I have a reason to fear that Lupin may do something stupid and end up hurting the boy." Severus defended himself in a quiet voice so that Harry would not hear him. "What is so special about Harry, though, Severus? I am aware that you have mentored many children through horrible times, and yet, I have never seen you keep your temper as well as you do around Harry. He terrified us all today, and yet you have barely begun to vent, I'm sure." Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement of Dumbledore's skill at reading him. "The boy does not like seeing me in a rage. As he barely has the confidence to look me in the eye as it is, I do not wish to endanger that. Therefore, I endeavor to control myself when in his company. And when not. Why did the wards fail? Those stands are meant to have every barrier spell known to man placed around them so that students cannot fall, just as the astronomy in North Towers do. Even if Harry had been pushed to the edge, he should not have slid off. So why the hell did he fall?" Severus knew he was snapping at the esteemed wizard, but the memory of watching his first year swing out from the stands flashed in front of his eyes, making it hard to keep control. Severus, I assure you that I will be launching a full investigation into this. No students will be allowed back up onto the stands, and for the next match I believe that professors should perhaps sit in the stands with their students. Dumbledore paused here, piercing Severus with his bright blue gaze. There was no legitimacy in this gaze, just mere concern. You were allowed to be frightened, Severus. In fact, I'm delighted that you and Harry have formed a close relationship. It makes what I am about to suggest easier to bring up. Severus raised an eyebrow in question, and then gestured impatiently when Dumbledore did not immediately begin speaking again. Harry cannot go back to his relatives unattended. At all, Headmaster. He cannot go back to his relatives at all. Dumbledore held his gaze patiently, allowing the interruption. Without the protection of his mother's blood, the boy will never have any kind of life, Severus. I admit, between us we may be able to protect him. But he would not be allowed to leave the house we specifically ward for him, nor would he be able to have visitors. The 2 weeks he should spend at the Dursleys would grant him protection year-round, without need for undue restrictions which I believe an older Harry will chafe at. Severus shook his head in denial. No, you can't send him back there, Headmaster. He will never trust you again. The old man's eyes stopped twinkling and he nodded solemnly. I know, which is why I was going to ask you to accompany him to the Dursleys. It would only be for 2 weeks, and I can assure you that every measure will be taken to ensure he never leaves your sight. You would not be summoned away from the house at any point, and I give you permission to drug the Dursleys so that you can both sleep easily. And Dudley, since overfeeding does not actually count as abuse, Dudley will be returning to his parents come July. You would need to have the fraud charges dropped. I have already done so. I am hoping I will have your help in this matter. Severus sat for a moment, debating with himself. He knew that Harry craved the time he had outdoors from his strong relationship with Hagrid and his habit to go running every day or two. Recently, Theodore had been able to convince him to fly outside of class time, which Harry had mentioned enjoying. Locking the boy in any house over the summer would be torture, but returning to the Dursleys could be potentially damaging. Give me until Christmas to decide, Headmaster. The boy will most likely not choose to join his relatives for Christmas, and this would be news best broken quietly. After Christmas. Dumbledore nodded, then stood, brushing himself off. He turned to transfigure the chair back to its original state while Severus stood to see him out. Do not expect me to be the one to tell him he must return there. His trust in me will not hold against that news, Severus offered as he held his office door for Dumbledore. Believe me, Severus, I know what this will cost. Promise me that you'll take good care of him. Severus' eyes widened slightly as he realized that Dumbledore was giving up any claim to the boy. He will forgive you one day, Albus. Just give him time. Severus refused to believe that he was going soft. He was merely comforting an old mentor. Thank you, Severus. Oh, and would you give these to Harry for me? He quite enjoyed them when he was in my office last. Dumbledore held out a packet of boiled sweets and smiled at Severus' scowl. Think of it this way, Severus, the sugar will help his shock, since the boy didn't get lunch. Dumbledore left before Severus could reply. Professor. Severus spun quickly to see Harry standing shakily in the doorway between his quarters and his office. His hand had already moved to place the sweets in his pocket. The boy needed lunch, not more sugar than the body should be able to handle. Yes, Mr. Potter. He walked toward the boy and let Harry notice him before he took his shoulders and steered him back toward the couch. Why did you think someone tried to kill me? I know I didn't slip, but maybe they were just trying to get me out of the way. Severus didn't answer for a moment, instead pointing at the couch while moving to the fireplace. He quickly communicated with the kitchens, requesting sandwiches for both of them. Sir. Harry seemed determined to get an answer, leaning forward and watching him curiously. Theodore informed me that no one was in the position to push you, Harry. He also noted that to push you off once you were on your knees, someone would have had to bend down. I don't believe there was enough room for that to occur. Instead, it is possible someone used a spell of some sort to propel you off the platform. Abruptly, Severus had a suspicion. Quirrell had been muttering while staring over at the Ravenclaw stands right after the match had ended. In fact, that had been what had drawn Severus' attention in the first place. Quirrell had been muttering. Like muttering a spell, sparks flew out of the end of Severus' wand, startling Harry. That bastard had tried to kill Harry. Harry, are you still feeling lightheaded? Severus tried to focus back on the child in front of him, desperate to disperse the rage flowing through his veins. A bit, sir. Harry had tilted his head to the side and was studying him cautiously. That should go away once you eat. Trixie should be bringing some sandwiches soon. Severus noticed Harry licking his lips to wet them and stood to fetch Harry a glass of water from the kitchen. The boy was quiet while he did it, instead watching him with slightly wide eyes. Severus handed him the glass just as the sandwiches appeared and took a seat in the armchair next to the couch. Thanks, sir. Harry took quick sips of water, still watching as Severus quickly placed sandwiches on each plate. He held one out to the boy, aware that Harry did not like to serve himself in front of other people. You will, of course, have to get over this aversion taking food that has been offered to you soon. Mrs. Knott will be highly offended if you don't eat while visiting Theodore. Harry took the plate that he was still holding out after putting his glass down. Severus picked the glass up smoothly and placed a napkin under it. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to just put it down. I'm sorry. Harry's nervous tone told Severus more than he wanted to know. As I do not have coasters within easy reach, it was fine of you to assume that I do not use them, Harry. I would hardly expect you to get up and go looking for them. Severus picked up his own plate and took a bite of his sandwich, motioning for Harry to do the same. While they ate quietly, Severus studied the boy to reassure himself that his charge was fine. A little on edge but physically fine. At least so he thought. When Harry reached to place his empty plate back on the tray shortly after Severus had done so, he hissed in a little breath and Severus closed his eyes in frustration. Mr. Potter, you wouldn't happen to have an injury that you forgot to mention, would you? The boy's guilty look was enough. When did you start feeling this injury? Just before Professor Dumbledore left, sir. What hurts? Severus leant forward and fixed the reluctant boy with a mild glare. While I appreciate your attempt to tough things out, Mr. Potter, I am not the person to keep injury from. Of course, if you prefer, we can flow to the infirmary and Madame Pomfrey can do a full body scan on you. He waited for the boy's frantic head shake to stop before asking again. What hurts? My back and shoulders. Where I got pushed. Severus indicated that the boy should stand. Unfortunately, since he was in casual clothes, there was not enough give in his collar for Severus to simply examine him thus. You will have to remove your shirt, Mr. Potter, if I am to help you. Again, I offer the care of Madame Pomfrey. Really, the boy's aversion to going to her for medical help was frustrating. He had consulted with her on his feelings of confusion earlier in the term, Severus knew, but had not told the nurse of the headache he had been suffering at the same time. Flitwick had to send him to the nurse later that day to get the simple headache cure. No thanks. Madame Pomfrey's too fussy. Severus sighed, accepting that to a boy who'd never had any medical treatment in his life, the nurse probably seemed quite overbearing. Very well. Remove your shirt while I go fetch some bruise balm. Severus left the boy alone to take off his shirt, fetching the potions ingredients he would need from his private stores. When he returned, Harry was gazing curiously at the pictures in his bookshelf with his t-shirt bunched in his hands. Severus was surprised that Harry was only merely curious, given that at least 2 of the photos featured his mother. Who is this, sir? If you don't mind me asking, I mean, you don't have to answer. Harry backed away from the picture, shame-faced. I believe I've mentioned giving a person a chance to answer your question before you take the question back, Harry. Harry nodded, looking sheepish. The woman in those photos is your mother. As I've mentioned, she and I were friends during school. Harry looked back at the photo with longing in his eyes. Severus ignored the flare of rage when he realized that the majority of Harry's upper back was black and blue. However bad they were though, the bruises still didn't manage to obscure the long puckered scars which were the remnants of Vernon Dursley's temper. Severus took a deep breath to calm himself before he walked up behind the first year and reached the picture down. Here. You can look at it while I put this bomb on your back." Harry took the picture reverently. Severus didn't need to look back at the picture to remember what it was. It was a photo from their 5th year, below their favorite willow tree. Professor McGonagall had taken a photo without them knowing, and they had been leaning toward each other, engrossed in conversation. He quickly opened the jar of bruise balm and began to slather the salve onto the bruises on Harry's back. They weren't in the form of handprints, backing up Severus' suspicion that a spell had been used. "That's cold," Harry protested quietly after Severus put the first layer on. "It has to be kept cold, otherwise it loses its potency." Severus didn't offer an apology for the temperature. He'd rather be able to heal Harry quickly than have to come back for multiple applications. "That doesn't mean it isn't cold," Harry answered. "That's true." Severus finished applying the balm quickly. "All done." Harry nodded and straightened his t-shirt out. He slipped the top back over his head without pausing. Severus was satisfied that the bruise balm had done its job, and since Harry was moving without hesitation, he assumed that Harry's lightheadedness had gone away. "Thanks, sir. That stuff works wonders. Wish I'd had that around the Dursleys." Severus clenched his jaw at the reminder that he now had to decide whether to take this child back to his nightmare home to stop a psychopath from trying to kill him. "You will no longer need it around the Dursleys, Harry. I will make sure of it." "Right, because I'm not going back to the Dursleys." Severus almost decided right then and there to tell Dumbledore that their plan wouldn't work. This was the first time Harry had acknowledged that they were determined not to let Harry return to his abusive relatives. Harry seemed to pick up on his hesitation. "Right, sir." Severus was determined to wait to tell Harry of Dumbledore's plan, therefore he decided on a little white lie. "Until we determine where you will spend the summer, I cannot guarantee that. I will say that the Dursleys will never hurt you again. If worst comes to worst, I promise you that I will not leave you alone." Harry's eyes darkened, and while Severus was glad that Harry was confident enough to get mad at him, he wasn't happy that Harry was content to jump to conclusions. "You can't be with me 24/7, sir." Harry paused, then looked down. "I'm feeling better now, sir. Do you know if Teddy's gone back to the common room?" Harry's voice was tight, and Severus knew that he had guessed what Severus wasn't saying. "He and some of your other friends have decided to hide in my classroom." Harry nodded in thanks. "Can I go?" Severus raised his eyebrow at the tone and did a quick mental calculation. If he tried to calm the boy down, then he might end up making him angrier. However, if he let him go, he might have the chance to calm down slightly before they brought it up again. "Ask properly and I'll think about it." "May I go, sir?" The sarcasm coloring Harry's tone grated on Severus' nerves, but he let him get away with it for. "Yes, I want to see you tomorrow morning after breakfast though." Harry nodded stiffly, then walked out of Severus' quarters. Severus dropped into his seat with a sigh. Apparently better judgment had decided to abandon him due to the shock of almost losing this student over the edge of the Quidditch stands. When Harry Potter heard the news that he might have to be returned to the Dursleys, he threw himself into his school work, choosing instead to study than talk to Snape about his reaction. Of course, the potions master wasn't going to stand for that for long. "What are you doing, Potter?" Harry scowled as Malfoy's better-than-thou tone interrupted his reading. "Reading, Malfoy. At least I was until you stuck your head into it." Harry growled as Malfoy came to sit next to him on his bed. "Obviously, Potter. What I meant, you fool, was the fact that Snape's looking for you and you're ignoring him." Harry shook his head in exasperation and returned to reading. He had just found his place when Malfoy yanked the book out of his hands. He yelled and looked up at the annoying prat, sparing a tiny bit of gratefulness that Malfoy had managed to keep his place. "Potter, Snape will kill you. You are not allowed to ignore your head of house. And why isn't your annoying offsider telling you this? Teddy gave up about 10 minutes ago and went to distract Snape with potions questions. Apparently for my sake. Just how stupid is he? You can't distract Snape when you live in Slytherin. He'll just come and drag you out of bed after curfew." Malfoy held Harry's book out of his reach while he looked the younger boy over. "Give it back, Malfoy. I don't need your help." "Yes, you do. If anyone knows anything about Snape, it'd be me. So why are you suddenly against our head of house?" Malfoy ducked as Harry swung a pillow at him, then dropped Harry's book to grab the pillow before he could swing it again. Didn't anyone ever tell you to play nice with others, Potter? When Harry couldn't shake Malfoy's grip on the pillow, Malfoy yanked it towards himself to pull Harry off balance. Malfoy then promptly proceeded to put Harry in a headlock. Just because I didn't have a surrogate older brother like Flint doesn't mean that I don't know how to bully little kids. Now, are you going to answer my question? I'm not little. Harry struggled as Malfoy stood up, keeping him in the headlock. You weigh 5 kilos less than me and you're 4 inches shorter than me. To me, and pretty much everyone else, you are little. Now, answer me or I won't let you out of this headlock. What do you care, Malfoy? You're not my friend. No, but when you make Uncle Sev annoyed, I don't get to spend time with him, and I'm a homebody at heart. I like spending time with Uncle Sev. Snape lied to me. Malfoy finally let go and Harry stood up, scowling at him. Malfoy looked shocked then angry. Uncle Sev doesn't lie, you just misinterpreted. He told me I wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys and now guess what, I'm going back to the Dursleys. How is that not a lie? Harry walked angrily over to his book and picked it up. Why don't you want to go back to your family? I mean, everyone knows they treat you like a pauper, but Snape doesn't take people away from their families just because they're tight with money. Harry bit his lip, angry that he'd given Malfoy this weapon against him. It's none of your business, Malfoy. Now, can I go back to reading, please? Or do I have to keep staring at your great mug? Malfoy glared at him, then walked over to Goyle's bed next to Harry's and sat down. Even if Snape did do that, I doubt he'd meant to lie. He really hates hurting his Slytherins, Potter. Even you, for all you were meant to be in Gryffindor. Don't go there, Malfoy. I got the hate mail. I know it was unexpected. Malfoy smirked and nodded, then without warning, leapt towards Harry and tried to put him in a headlock. Too quick, Harry ducked, bringing the nearest pillow round to smack Malfoy with it. Malfoy, you prat. Sorry, Potter, but if Snape's not in the corridor I'll give you 5 galleons. Malfoy pulled Harry's pillow away from him and shoving Harry off the bed onto the floor. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy. Harry glared at Malfoy, rubbing his wrist. He'd fallen on it awkwardly and it was hurting him. Just leaving Harry to his study, sir. He fell off the bed trying to get rid of me. Harry shook his head frantically at Malfoy, knowing that Snape couldn't see him from where he was. Is that so? Snape's tone seemed suspicious. Oh yeah, sir. And it looks like his wrist might be hurt. Malfoy bent down and took Harry's uninjured wrist to haul him to his feet. He pulled too hard and Harry bumped into him. As he did, Malfoy whispered in his ear, "You can't be cornered by Snape if you're in the hospital wing, Potter, so you can thank me later." Harry quickly schooled his expression so that Snape didn't see his shock. Watch it, Malfoy. As if stopping me from reading wasn't bad enough. Haven't you heard? I don't want your help. Harry jerked away from Malfoy and turned to glare at Snape. If Mr. Potter has hurt his wrist then I suggest he goes to the infirmary. I have lost patience for those who find Madame Pomfrey overbearing. Snape's growl would normally have made Harry cringe in apology, but he was too angry at the man to care. Thank you, sir, but it's not that bad. After all, the Dursleys have done worse. Harry picked up his book and walked out of the room quickly, not caring to see the reaction on Snape's face. Hey Harry, I tried to distract Snape but he kind of caught on, so that didn't work. Where are you going in such a hurry? Teddy trotted quickly next to Harry as he stormed out of the common room. Madame Pomfrey, Malfoy made me hurt my wrist so I can avoid Snape. Unfortunately, that plan isn't going to work. Snape'll just corner me in the infirmary. Harry slowed slightly as Teddy grabbed his arm. Hey, why are you so angry at Snape anyway? Teddy and Hermione had been trying to wrestle the information from Harry for the last 4 days and Harry was yet to give them an answer they'd accept. Harry stopped suddenly, just before the stairs to the welcome hall. Because I have to go back to the Dursleys. Because Snape lied to me. He told me I wouldn't have to, and then after the game on Saturday he said that I might have to go back. Teddy's jaw had dropped in shock, staring at Harry. Harry shook his head and walked up the stairs. Hermione was coming towards them, looking as though she'd just scored 110% on her potions assignment. "Harry, I've been looking for you. My parents just wrote to ask if you wanted to come skiing with us for Christmas. I know it's early, but they want to know in case of booking." Hermione suddenly noticed Harry's stormy mood and stopped in front of him. "Oh no, what have you done now?" She addressed this question to Teddy, who'd come up behind him. "What? Why me? I never do anything." Teddy pointed at Harry. "He's the one being an idiot and trying to avoid his own head of house." "Why is that again, Harry?" Harry growled and walked up the stairs to the first-floor corridor. Hermione and Teddy hurried up the stairs after him. He heard Teddy explaining in a whisper and tried to shut them out. As they walked through the school, numerous students called out to Harry, saying hello. Teddy and Hermione ran interference for most of the encounters, though Rachel had joined them by the time they got to the infirmary doors, clearly interested in what had her little angel, all in a tizzy. "Mr. Potter, what can I do for you?" Madame Pomfrey bustled over to him, obviously picking up that he was injured. "Why do you think I'm injured?" "It could be Teddy," Harry protested. "Yes, but Mr. Knott isn't holding his arm like he has a sprained wrist." Madame Pomfrey pointed at the nearest bed. "Go sit over there, Mr. Potter. Everyone who is not injured, please leave. Mr. Potter will be fine with some rest and some ice." Teddy and Hermione looked mutinous until Rachel herded them out. "Now, what happened?" Madame Pomfrey turned back to her patient, brandishing her wand. "I was wrestling with Malfoy and fell off my bed. I landed on my wrist weird. It's just sprained." Harry resisted giving his wrist to the nurse. "All I have to do is put some ice on it for a while." "Right. No, Mr. Potter, that is not right. You have to immobilize that wrist in a compression bandage. Muggles are very handy for those, and then you have to elevate it." Madame Pomfrey summoned an ice pack and an ace bandage from her stores. Harry recognized them from when Dudley had sprained his wrist whilst attempting hockey. "Put this on your wrist for 20 minutes. Take it off for 10 minutes and put it back on for another 20. After that, we'll put this bandage on. Try and keep it elevated while you ice it." Harry made a face behind the Medowitch's back but placed the ice against his wrist all the same. Harry was won the second round of icing his wrist when the infirmary doors opened and Dudley limped through. Ron and Dean were walking with him, obviously exclaiming over something. "Mr. Dursley, what have you done to yourself now?" Apparently, Dudley was a frequent visitor to the infirmary as well. Mr. Dursley fell off his broom while attempting to recreate Mr. Potter's stunt from last month. "Hello, Mr. Potter." Madam Hooch entered the infirmary after Dudley, scowling at the young boy's pitiful whining. "Hello, Madam Hooch. Did the Gryffindors have a flying lesson today?" Harry wondered if he'd missed a class, since they had flying lessons at the same time. "No, they did not." Mr. Dursley seemed to think it was acceptable behavior to steal a broom and fly without supervision. "Just wait until your head of house gets here." Madame Pomfrey made a tut-tut sound and moved over to examine Harry's cousin. "What have you done to yourself, Potter?" Madam Hooch came over to talk to Harry while waiting for Professor McGonagall to show up. "Sprained my wrist, madam. I was in a fight with Malfoy." Harry shrugged to show the flying coach that his injury was minor. Hooch made a disapproving noise then moved over toward Dudley as McGonagall came through the infirmary doors. Her stern tone had Ron and Dean skittering out the door and Dudley cowering on his bed within moments. Harry smiled to himself as he watched his cousin. The older bully had lost a lot of weight since coming to Hogwarts, looking as though he'd almost reached what could be considered obese instead of morbidly obese. He was still a mean bully, but Harry found that having friends made it hard to take what Dudley said seriously. "Looks like a broken leg, Dursley. Pity it's in two places, otherwise Madame Pomfrey would have fixed you in a jiffy." Hooch shook her head and left the infirmary, nodding a goodbye to Harry. "You'll be here overnight at least, Dudley. Minerva, you might want to owl young Dudley's parents to tell them that he's in the hospital wing. He might be walking with a limp for a while and they'll want an explanation." Harry shivered at the mention of the Dursleys. He was glad that Muggles usually weren't allowed to come to Hogwarts. Though, now that Snape had lied, he was probably going to see Uncle Vernon a lot sooner than he would have liked. Once Madame Pomfrey had made Dudley lie down and swallow his potion, she turned back to Harry. "Now, Mr. Potter, let's bandage that wrist for you." She came over and put the bandage on efficiently and quickly. "We'll put that in a sling for now, just to keep it elevated." Professor McGonagall walked up behind her and handed her a sling. "I see you've gotten yourself in trouble again, have you, Harry?" "Trouble finds me, Professor." Harry bent his arm like Madame Pomfrey told him to while she put his arm in the sling, then thanked her when she said he could go. "Walk with me, Harry. I'm done with Mr. Dursley." Harry nodded and matched McGonagall's stride as they walked out of the infirmary. "What did you want to talk about, ma'am?" Harry asked as they walked down the stairs to the first-floor corridor. "Professor Snape mentioned that you had a fight on Saturday. I wanted to know how you were doing, since I know you rely on Professor Snape's advice quite a lot." Harry looked at his professor wearily. "In the interest of full disclosure, Mr. Potter, as long as your language stays respectable, I won't take offense to anything you say." They walked in silence for a moment while Harry considered this. "He lied to me, Professor. I have to go back to the Dursleys and he promised that would never happen." Harry clenched his fists as the anger came back to him. He still couldn't believe he'd been stupid enough to trust Snape. "Surely it was a misunderstanding, Harry. I know for sure that you won't be returning to the Dursleys." "Albus wouldn't dare." Professor McGonagall trailed off and a light seemed to come on behind her eyes. "Oh dear. What, Professor?" They were approaching the open doors to the castle now, and Harry slowed to see if the professor would continue outside. "Harry, the decision about your custody is Professor Dumbledore's to make. While Professor Snape may protest, ultimately, it is the headmaster's decision. It may be that Professor Snape had no choice in this matter." Harry stopped dead as the implications hit him. "Why would Dumbledore do that? I told him about the Dursleys. More than I told Snape." Harry let a tiny bit of betrayal seep into his voice. "Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape, Harry. Otherwise, I don't know, Harry. Perhaps you should take this up with him. In the meantime, if I am correct, then you are punishing yourself and Professor Snape unnecessarily. Being angry at Professor Snape will not change this decision." Professor McGonagall gestured toward the doors of the Great Hall and Harry looked to see his head of house. "I still don't want to talk to him." Harry held onto his stubborn streak, still hurt that the professor hadn't even attempted to explain his actions. Suddenly he felt a hand, thwack, across the back of his head. "As a Slytherin, Mr. Potter, you should be training that stubborn streak to be of use to you. In this situation it is not. Go make nice with your head of house, laddie, then have a chat with the headmaster. There's no point in making trouble where it doesn't exist." Harry rubbed his head while glaring at his professor. "Go, before I decide a detention would serve you better." Harry turned and walked slowly over to where Snape was standing, watching the students enter the Great Hall for dinner. "Have you eaten, Mr. Potter?" Surprised by the topic of conversation, Harry shook his head. "No, sir." "Trixie," Snape called quietly. The elf in question appeared quickly. "Mr. Potter and I will both be dining in my quarters this evening." "Yes, Master Snape. Is Master Harry in trouble?" The elf turned around to give Harry a stern look. "Mr. Potter is in trouble for avoiding me, yes, but not tonight." Harry gulped as Snape turned fathomless black eyes on him. He couldn't tell if Snape was angry, but he could almost sense the disappointment. Once the elf had disapparated, Snape crooked a finger in a follow-me gesture and swept off down the stairs to the dungeons. Harry followed reluctantly, wondering just what Snape would do with him for skipping their meeting. Snape didn't speak until they reached his office door, and then only to direct Harry into his quarters. "Sit on the couch. Trixie has probably already delivered dinner, feel free to serve yourself. I will return momentarily." Harry sat nervously on the couch, ignoring the food in front of him. He was too wound up to eat, worried about what was going to happen and where Snape had gone. "I told you to eat, Harry." Harry snapped his head up as Snape re-entered the room with Dumbledore. Harry scowled at the old professor, remembering what McGonagall had told him. "Harry." Snape snapped his name to draw his attention. "Sorry, sir, I'm just, sorry, sir." Harry flushed with embarrassment as Snape held up a hand to stop him. "Eat, Harry." Harry cringed at the disappointed tone his professor used. In hurrying to do his bid, Harry missed the looks between the two professors. I hear that you've been avoiding your head of house over the last few days, Harry. What has made you so upset? Dumbledore seated himself in one armchair while Snape took what was obviously his chair. Angry, sir. Harry stopped eating just long enough to correct the headmaster. Snape looked at him from where he was serving his own dinner, a warning in his eyes. Anger is a strong emotion, young Harry. Surely it's not all that bad. Harry looked at the headmaster incredulously. You want to send me back to the Dursleys? How is that not all that bad? Harry put his plate back on the coffee table and turned fully to face the headmaster. Harry, I know that living with the Dursleys is unpleasant, but living with them offers you protection you won't find anywhere else. We cannot remove you from their care completely. Harry shook his head angrily. Then why tell me you could? Why let Professor Snape promise that I'd never go back there? What's the point of telling you that they starve me and hid me when you don't seem to care? Harry stood up in anger as he yelled. Of course I care, my boy. I don't want to see you hurt. That's why Professor Snape will be going to the Dursleys with you. So you can benefit from the protection of your mother's blood. It will only be 2 weeks. Harry's angry snort of disbelief stopped the headmaster. Determined to show the man he was wrong, Harry reached and pulled his t-shirt over his head, fighting with his sling before turning his back to the headmaster. Dropping his t-shirt from his good hand, he pointed to the worst set of scars. That took 20 minutes, sir. You don't know anything if you think that the worst can't happen in 2 weeks. Oh, Harry. Harry didn't look at the headmaster as he felt fingertips trace the scar. He flinched away from the touch, allowing his natural instinct to override his schooled reactions. I'm not going back there, sir. I'd rather die first. Harry pulled his t-shirt back over his head and looked at Snape. May I go now, or are there any other scars you'd like me to show the headmaster that won't make any difference? Snape's eyes flickered then glinted at Harry in approval. No, you may not go, Mr. Potter. You may finish your lunch while the headmaster regains his senses. Then if you insist on doing something else than sitting here and talking like a mature young person, you can go write 100 lines. I believe, I will not lose my temper and disrespect my teachers, would suffice. Snape fixed him with the tiniest of glares, reminding him that he'd acted disrespectfully both to his head of house but also the headmaster. Being upset is no excuse for rudeness. Yes, sir. Harry couldn't stop himself from sounding sulky as he returned to eating his meal. Snape raised his eyebrow but didn't comment, instead standing and making his way over to what appeared to be a liquor cabinet. After pouring out a measure of scotch, Snape walked over to Dumbledore's side. You're a fool, old man. I told you and Poppy told you about the scars. They shouldn't shock you. Snape held out the glass and waited for Dumbledore to stop looking at Harry like a lost puppy. Drink. Then we'll talk. Snape rose quietly from next to Dumbledore and Harry noticed him tucking a tiny vial back into his robe pocket. You doctored this, Severus. Dumbledore's quiet accusation did not sound at all like the wise old man Harry was used to. A mild calming potion. I would offer one to Harry but he dislikes the inability to be fully aware. Harry glared at the implication that he was a child to be drugged into obedience. While you still have a choice as to whether you may listen to this conversation or not, Mr. Potter, your ill temper will more than likely earn you a dismissal from the room to do your lines. Being angry at the world in general does no good to anyone. Leave the boy, Severus. He has every right to be angry at me. Harry looked at Dumbledore in shock, before narrowing his eyes in suspicion. My, Severus, he has learnt that look quick. Snape snorted in laughter at Harry's confusion. The headmaster is implying that you have picked that suspicious look up off me, Mr. Potter. He does not believe that you would be that cynical before being in my company. Then, no offense intended, sir, Professor Dumbledore is an idiot. Harry did not expect what came next. Dumbledore chuckled quietly but Snape's eyes gleamed with fury. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore held up a hand and Snape cut off, but from the scowl Harry knew that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I'm sure that Harry will have reason to call me a lot worse before he leaves Hogwarts, Severus. Don't start arguments over me. Dumbledore turned to Harry before Snape could comment again. Harry felt a thrill of dread go through him at the resignation in those blue eyes. "No, sir, please," Harry wasn't above begging. "Not about this. I'm sorry, Harry, Severus. Mr. Potter must return to the Dursleys this summer. For at least 2 weeks. 3 would be safer. And Severus, wherever else he spends his holiday, please remind them that Mr. Potter is a guest. His new placement will not be his home." There was such finality in Dumbledore's tone that even Snape looked hard-pressed to protest. Dumbledore stood, placing his empty Scotch glass on the coffee table. Harry looked between Snape and the headmaster in horror. It was true. He really was going back to the Dursleys. "Harry, stay. Headmaster, I will see you out." Snape moved to show the headmaster out of his rooms, casting a glance back to Harry. Harry didn't acknowledge that he'd been spoken to, instead desperately trying to come up with a way to get around this. He just couldn't go back to the Dursleys. Snape paused. "You were making a mistake, Headmaster." Severus felt the need to at least try to persuade the old man before he left through the flow. "That boy will hate you for this. And quite possibly hate me." Dumbledore merely looked at him, regarding him with a steady gaze. "Trust me, Severus, I know. But it's for the best. The best for him or the best for the war." Dumbledore didn't answer, instead taking a handful of flow powder. "Headmaster, surely Harry's happiness is worth more than this. There has to be another way." Steely blue eyes came up to meet his. "There is not, Severus. I am sorry, but there is no other way." Dumbledore went through the flow, leaving Severus fuming in his office. A sound from his quarters reminded him that he had left a potentially distraught, angry child alone, and he hurried to the door. What he saw tore at his heart. Harry was curled up on the couch, rocking back and forth. He quickly crossed the room and sat next to Harry, placing an arm around the child while using the other hand to quickly remove Harry's glasses. Why doesn't he care?" Harry's voice was strained and he hadn't stopped rocking. "He does care, Harry." Severus ignored the disbelieving sound Harry made. "The headmaster just usually seems to see the bigger picture rather than the details sometimes. I can't go back there. They'll kill me. I'm better than Dudley. I got them in trouble about the money, I told." Harry beat the last in despair. "Harry, you have my word, they will not hurt you. Nobody, not even Dumbledore, will stop me from making sure of that, and the minute they try is the minute we leave, protection be damned." Harry started shaking his head, pulling away from his teacher. Severus let him go, holding his glasses out to the boy. Harry didn't reach for his glasses, instead scrubbing at his eyes. "Uncle Vernon's going to be so mad. He probably thought he was rid of me for good, and now look what's happened. You can't be there all the time, Professor. He'll get me, he will." Harry was shaking in fear and Severus' heart ached with sympathy. He was well aware that his presence in the house would aggravate the already volatile man. "Your uncle will be drugged with calming potion when he is home from work, and I will be magically locking their doors to ensure that we both get a good night's sleep. Because there will be a full-grown wizard living in the house, the ministry will not be able to tell whether it is you or I doing magic. Therefore, you will be allowed to do simple magic such as locking spells. But only when you absolutely have to." Harry didn't look impressed with these precautions. In fact, he looked even more frightened than before. "Oh no, you can't do magic in Uncle Vernon's home. He'll absolutely flip." Harry's eyes pleaded with Severus, and he found himself wondering how exactly Vernon Dursley usually flipped when it came to his nephew doing magic. "I'm sorry, Harry, but there's no way I'll let you be in that house without magic." Severus mentally winced as the impact of his phrasing occurred to him. "Then don't send me there." Harry's lip made an appearance in a pout that only made him appear even younger. "Please, Harry, don't ask that. I could no sooner disobey Albus Dumbledore than I could kill myself. I would never take you there otherwise." Harry didn't seem to believe that, but he wasn't angry yet. Just desperate not to go back to his childhood home. "Am I still in trouble?" Severus raised his eyebrow at Harry's change of topic. Changing the topic when you are uncomfortable is very unsubtle and a very awkward way to divert attention, Harry. Find another way next time. Harry blushed, but didn't drop his chin. "Yes, I'm still upset about your disrespect. While you are understandably upset about this turn of events, there is no excuse for avoiding me and being disrespectful towards the headmaster and myself." Harry squirmed in his seat at Severus' disapproving tone. "I'm sorry, I know you are, but that's not the point, Harry. You have to stop taking your anger and frustration out on people. I know you are upset about the Dursleys, however, the headmaster still deserves your respect. Yelling at him will not get your point across any better. In fact, it is quite possibly detrimental to your argument." Severus paused to let Harry think about it. "Because it makes me look childish." There was something about the way Harry spoke that made Severus believe he wanted to add something. "Even though, being 11, I am a child. As you've told me, sir." Harry's sullen tone added silently that Harry didn't believe him and now probably never would. "No, Harry, because it is simply disrespectful. While he has made what you and I consider a bad choice, the headmaster is still a powerful wizard with years of experience. It is custom to give him his dues. When trying to convince someone in a position of power, it is simply easier to convince them that the idea is their idea or a credit to their intelligence. Going head to head with someone like Albus Dumbledore is foolish. You'll never win without some subtlety." Severus watched as his student considered this advice. "As for avoiding me and being disrespectful when I did find you, I find myself wondering how you ever thought that was going to last very long," Severus added dryly. "I didn't want it to last that long. I've got potions on Friday. I just wanted to cool down first." Harry shrugged. "Then Hermione, Teddy and Malfoy wouldn't stop bugging me and I just stayed angry." Even Draco confronted you." "Yeah, today in the dorm. That's why he pushed me off the bed. He figured I'd end up staying the night in the hospital wing and that you wouldn't corner me there." Not very wise on Draco's behalf, true, but interesting all the same. "Did Madame Pomfrey see to your wrist?" "Yeah." Severus raised his eyebrow, annoyed at the repeated use of a word he had asked Harry not to use. "I mean, yes, it's sprained, so it has to heal the Muggle way or something like that. It is better, in muscle injuries, to let the injury heal naturally. Wizards already have faster healing than most Muggles, and repairing muscles are tricky. If not done by someone experienced, the muscle becomes immobilized permanently. Madame Pomfrey has the skill to heal muscle, yet chooses to let them heal on their own. She believes that repeated use of magic for healing weakens our natural resistance to injury. Is that the reason I survived no matter what the Dursleys did to me? Because wizards are stronger than Muggles. Not stronger. Don't say stronger. It sounds too close to what purebloods say. Merely more resistant. The same thing that would kill a Muggle does not tend to kill wizards, whether that is because of latent accidental magic or merely that we are harder to kill is subject to debate. Now, on the subject of your punishment, I want the lines I assigned you earlier for your insult towards the headmaster. One does not call the headmaster an idiot, Harry, no matter how much you may want to. I also want an essay, no less than 3 feet, with 3 good reasons as to why the blood protection you gain from the Dursleys is not a good trade for their treatment of you." Harry widened his eyes in shock. "Since it is Tuesday now, I'll expect it by next Monday." Harry groaned and slumped back onto the back of the seat. "I believe that I will permit you to discuss this with your friends, since I'm sure that between Miss Granger and Mr. Knott, there will be quite a few reasons you can come up with." Severus held his gaze steady as Harry gave him a doubtful look. "Right. May I go now, sir? I was planning on getting some of my homework done before dinner and that didn't really work out." Harry moved his injured arm as explanation. "You may fetch your bag and work in my classroom. I will be working on a plan to present to the Dursleys as to living with them and I would like to be able to seek your input." "Why so soon? I'm not going back until the summer." Harry stood up slowly and straightened his clothes as well as he could with one hand. "You do not plan to return home for Christmas?" Severus noticed that Harry's talent for lifting a sarcastic eyebrow had improved. "No, sir. At least if I stay at Hogwarts, I'll actually get to celebrate Christmas." "Actually, sir, how do wizards who can't go to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley buy gifts?" "I'll order, much like you did at the start of the year. Ask the upper years if they have any catalogs you may look at." "Thanks, sir. Are you staying here for Christmas?" Severus noticed immediately that the question was mere curiosity rather than the expected hope. No, this order from Dumbledore was not going to help Harry trust him at all. For the holidays, yes. I will spend Christmas Day at the Malfoys, as I do every year. Harry nodded. Malfoy mentioned that. I think he's looking forward to it. I believe that what Draco is looking forward to is the gifts he will receive. It is an unfortunate trait of the Malfoys that they tend to buy good feeling in their family. Wow, poor Draco. Severus looked up sharply at the slight sarcasm in Harry's voice. While I don't appreciate your tone, Harry, I'm sure that you would find it very hard to see what is wrong with Draco's family life, given that your experience is much worse. Severus motioned to the door. Go, fetch your school things and your friends. And Harry, Severus paused as the boy rushed to comply. I will do everything in my power to ensure that you will not come to harm at your relatives. I give you my word, for what it's worth. That doesn't help, sir. Because I'm still going back to the Dursleys. And I definitely shouldn't have told. Harry shivered, seemingly unconsciously, at his own reminder that his uncle would like this very little. Severus nodded and let the boy leave. Damn Dumbledore. Damn him to hell. Harry had barely come to terms with Severus' promise of safety when this had to happen. Surely there was another way. There had to be. Severus looked up suddenly, sweeping his eyes across his bookshelves. He knew he had at least a couple of books on blood magic. The restricted section of the library would have even more. He quickly scrawled a note and attached it to his classroom door, directing Harry to enter and set to work. He then left the dungeons, intent on finding the library. If there was some way to transfer the blood wards, then Harry would not have to return to the Dursleys. Now he just had to find a way to do what no one even knew was possible. 2 hours later, Severus looked up to see that Theodore and Neville had brought out a game of chess rather than study while Hermione and Harry were still engrossed in their books. Theodore was thoroughly trouncing the Gryffindor, though pausing occasionally to explain where Neville was going wrong. Severus sighed and turned back to his reading, wishing that there was someone to tell him where he was going wrong. All the reading he had done said that it was not possible to create wards based on blood, meaning that either Dumbledore was wrong or Lily had just managed to be unique one last time. He watched silently as Theodore won the chess game, then nodded goodnight when the children decided it was time to return to their dormitories. He returned to his book, desperate to find an answer. Professor. Severus looked up at Harry, puzzled as to what had led the boy to approach him. Would Remus lie to make me feel better? Severus allowed his eyes to widen in shock slightly before considering the question. Though I have no idea why you are asking me, knowing what you do of our combined history, I have never known Remus to lie to a friend. Unless it was to protect them. Harry didn't seem satisfied with his answer, and Severus grew all the more curious. Why, Mr. Potter, do you believe that Mr. Lupin has lied to you? Harry silently held out the piece of parchment he held in his hand and gestured for Severus to read it. Severus did so silently while Harry waited. Dear Harry, well, I must admit, I'm sorry to hear my suspicions about your home life confirmed. If Professor Snape classes what the Dursleys did to you as horrible, then I'm sure it was. I am glad that you are in Professor Snape's care. He has been recognized a few times for his work with students from unkind homes in the past. As to your question, Professor Snape is a man of his word. I truly believe he'd rather die than turn his back on someone he cares about, and I can assure you that from your description, he does indeed care for you. The protection you would be granted by returning to the Dursleys is not worth the price, yes, but if there was anyone I would recommend to protect you in that situation, it would be Professor Snape. The reason that Professor Snape will not go against Professor Dumbledore's answer is his own business, Harry, but I assure you that it is a good reason. Please try and trust him, even if you feel he has gone against his word. Addressing your avoidance of your head of house these last few days, I am disappointed. When you asked me for tips on avoiding people at Hogwarts, I believed you were talking of your cousin, and I'm sure you knew that. While I am happy that you have found your home in Slytherin, please remember that you should not have to manipulate your friends. You need only ask. I may not help you avoid Professor Snape, but I will offer some advice. Professor McGonagall was right in telling you that avoiding Professor Snape hurts you both. You must trust someone in this world, Harry, and there are few people better than your professor. Hoping that you believe me when I say that he did not mean to hurt you. Uncle Remus, when did you find the time to tell Mr. Lupin the events of this afternoon? Severus avoided commenting on the glowing references Lupin was giving him. While they had agreed to put aside old issues for Harry's sake, he had not expected such support from the former friend of James Potter. While you were at the library, sir. I hope you're not upset with me, Harry trailed off uncertainly. Needed a second opinion. Yes. Harry looked slightly relieved that Severus was not yelling at him. Has it made any difference? Hermione and Teddy yelling at me helped. Even Neville told me I was an idiot. Harry looked sheepishly at his shoes. Indeed. And how exactly has it helped? Well, Hermione kind of compared it to when kids get vaccinated when they're born. It probably really hurts, but it's meant to keep us safe, so it doesn't mean that our parents don't care about us. You told me I wouldn't go back because you didn't think I would, and then you stalled on telling me because you wanted to protect me. But that's okay, I guess, because according to Hermione, that's what parents are meant to do. And I figure that since you're my head of house, you're kind of like a stand-in dad to all of us snakes. Harry said all of this quickly, obviously slightly nervous. Severus was impressed at young Miss Granger's ability to reason with his hot-headed Slytherin. In truth, I did not intend on making a decision on the issue until Christmas time. The headmaster obviously chose to tell you sooner than later. I would have rather had heard it from him. He's harder to trust. Severus raised an inquiring eyebrow at Harry's judgment. Professor Dumbledore just seems the type to sacrifice one person for the greater good. Harry shrugged and Severus summoned a chair over for him. Once Harry had sat, Severus turned his own chair properly and pulled Harry's chair to his so they were sitting knee to knee. Listen to me, Harry Potter, and listen well. For all that Albus Dumbledore does tend to make decisions regarding the bigger picture, he cared very deeply for your parents and cares very deeply for you. Making this decision was not easy for him. In fact, it was quite possibly one of the hardest. He has no wish to see you harmed, which is why we will have his full support in any decisions we make regarding our treatment of the Dursleys. He would rather attempt to grant you some measure of the protection you could have than be forced to confine you over the holidays. I do not condone his reasoning, I merely understand his motivation. Don't ever say that you don't trust Albus Dumbledore just because he has spent too long fighting wars. You are more important to him than the bigger picture, I assure you. Even as he spoke so sternly to Harry, Severus couldn't help but wonder if what he was saying was indeed the truth. This truly was one of the asinine decisions that Dumbledore had ever managed. Then maybe I just need some time to get used to the idea. Harry rubbed at his wrist, obviously worried that Severus would take that the wrong way. Very well, I will not push the issue. Though I did want to ask you if you are still suffering from mood swings beyond the agitation that you would be expected to show during the events of the last few days. Severus went to pull away, but a flash of disappointment in Harry's eyes stopped him. Not really, though I bet if you ask Rachel she'll tell you that I was acting like a brat. She wasn't really happy that I was trying to avoid you. Harry smiled slightly at Severus' raised eyebrow. Yes, I know you weren't either. Careful, or I might just agree with Rachel. Severus was glad that Harry managed a full grin. It faded somewhat before Harry continued talking. My nightmares haven't gone though. Actually, since they're from Saturday, does that count as nightmares? No, I don't think they count as your usual nightmares. May I ask how you're recovering from Saturday, since I have not had the chance to ask before now? Severus ignored Harry's sheepish look in favor of waiting for an answer. I had to go to Madame Pomfrey for a calming draft on Sunday night. Woke up from a nap with Blaise telling me to stop screaming. Which is weird, because I didn't scream when it was happening. I have noticed that you have trained yourself to remain quiet when discomfited. You would react more vocally in your sleep because your inhibitions are less. The fact that you were distressed enough to want a calming draft surprises me, I must admit. Severus watched Harry's reaction carefully, knowing that the boy probably had another reason to approach the nurse. Well, it wasn't just because of the nightmare. Teddy kind of bugged me to go see you and then I got all worked up. Severus substituted panicky into Harry's sentence mentally, and so Rachel dragged me up to the infirmary. Rachel's a smart girl. She knew that if she tried to call Madame Pomfrey through the flow I would know and want to know why. If she physically took you to Madame Pomfrey, however, it would be more likely that I wouldn't know until you were both already safe inside Slytherin again. You should thank her, because without her quick thinking this charade would have ended much earlier. I know. She pointed that out when I snapped at her for making us go to the infirmary. I think her exact words were, "It's Pomfrey or Snape, and since they're both kind of pissed at you, take the one who doesn't duel for fun." I'm assuming she meant Madame Pomfrey. Harry smiled at his professor and Severus smirked in return. "And why is Madame Pomfrey not pleased with you?" "Because I'm still not eating as much as I should, though I'm eating everything Trixie puts on my plate, and because I don't go to her when I'm sick." Harry recited this as if it was verbatim, and Severus sent a silent thank you to the ever-vigilant nurse. "You have been told off for that before, Harry." Severus reached a quill over from his desk to the young boy so he had something to fiddle with. "Stop scratching your wrists." "Sorry. For both. I just don't want to be a bother is all." Harry twirled the quill around his fingers expertly, leading Severus to believe that Harry was not the most diligent of note-takers. "You are not a bother if you need help. What bothers us is when you don't ask for help." Severus paused as his classroom flow flared. He wasn't surprised to see Dumbledore in the green flames. "We'll continue this conversation later, Harry, though I believe you owe me a fact for tonight." Severus raised his eyebrow expectantly while Harry mulled it over. 16th of December last year. Harry paused and Severus waited to see if he would continue or not. Harry opened his mouth, about to talk, then shook his head and turned pleading eyes on Severus. "Very well. You should return to your dorm now, Harry. Thank you for trying." Harry nodded, then went to pack up his stuff while Severus beckoned to Dumbledore. "Good night, sir, Headmaster." Severus didn't bother to reprimand the boy on his tone, aware that he was being as civil as his temper would allow. "Good night, Harry. If you have nightmares, do not hesitate to come to me for some dreamless sleep. Or you can call Trixie." Harry nodded as he left, picking up the book Hermione had left behind for him on his way past the last desk. "Headmaster." Severus turned to his mentor while pushing Harry's chair back to its place. "Good evening, Severus. Madame Pants informed me that you had checked out some books on blood magic earlier this evening." "I was." Dumbledore seemed to cast around for the right word while Severus tried to stop himself from bristling. "Concerned, Headmaster. I assure you, it is purely scholarly interest. I wish only to find a better solution to the issue of Harry's protection." Dumbledore regarded him with a calm, steady look, but Severus could still feel the beginnings of legitimacy pushing at the edge of his mind. "As that it would take, Headmaster." "Severus, my dear boy, I do trust you. I merely worry that the temptation would be too great." Severus snarled and dropped his occlumency defenses, drawing Dumbledore in. He made sure to shove forward his memories of his afternoon revelation, as well as Harry's distress at the situation. "You need not worry, Headmaster. I would not do anything to jeopardize Mr. Potter, and unfortunately, he seems to have attached himself quite firmly to me. Azkaban is no place to conduct therapy sessions with young, abused children." Severus spat after Dumbledore drew back out of his mind. He met the blue eyes with a fierce gaze, daring Dumbledore to comment. "Very well, Severus. I hope, in time, that both you and Harry can forgive me. I myself have done research into the subject many times. I am yet to find any other answer. It is simply not possible to transfer the protection over to anyone but another blood relative of Lily's. Since she only had one sister and both her parents are deceased, there is no one else. I am sorry, Severus, that it has to be this way." Dumbledore withdrew a book from a pocket of his robes. "Though, I must admit, that if there is an answer, it would probably be in here." Severus looked over sharply from where he'd been glaring defiantly at his marking. The book was small, almost diary size, and thin. It didn't look like the book that would contain the answer he was seeking, but he wasn't willing to overlook anything. "May I, Headmaster?" He reached a hand out for the volume, half expecting Dumbledore to refuse him. "Perhaps you will have better luck than me, my dear boy. After all, as you have mentioned, my knowledge of the dark arts certainly leaves most wanting." Dumbledore placed the book in Severus' outstretched hand, though he could almost hear the silent warning from Dumbledore. "Thank you, Headmaster. Is that all?" I seem to have fallen behind on my marking. Severus tried to temper his tone, reminding himself that even though Dumbledore had a lack of faith in his ability to resist temptation, he had mentored Severus through some of the worst times of his life. Of course, Severus, just remember to actually keep up with your marking, since I'm sure that book will hold a lure for you. Severus merely glared in response as Dumbledore exited through the flow. Why the old man had to meddle was beyond him, but sometimes it had its benefits. When Harry Potter received the anonymous gift of his father's invisibility cloak, Professor Snape decided that another anonymous gift of pictures of his mother would keep Harry in his dormitory and stop him from wandering. Instead, the brat used the cloak to sneak to his office after hours, to thank him for the photos. He never did find out how the brat knew it was him. Christmas came around fast this year, time speeding up through November and into the first weeks of December. Severus was relaxing in the staff room with a glass of elf-made wine a week before Christmas Day, reflecting on recent events when Minerva approached him. Well, that looks tempting. Severus looked up at his colleague, who was pointing at the bottle Trixie had left out for him. Planning on drinking all that alone, Severus? Of course not, Minerva. Merely waiting for someone to come up and ask to share it. Minerva gave a light smile at this, seating herself in an armchair. Of course, I do believe that you and I have earned this chance to relax. Oh yes, between Harry, Dudley, Ron and Theodore, we certainly have. What happened in the last potions class that had Harry so contrite? He really was quite worried. Severus poured a glass for her while considering the question. That depends. Are you inquiring about Draco's distinct lack of tact when it comes to asking why Harry is remaining at Hogwarts while his cousin goes home? Or perhaps about the fact that Theodore punched him for implying that Harry was not wanted anywhere? Severus let sarcasm color his tone, remembering confronting the three boys about it. Draco had been unrepentant, demanding that Theodore be punished, while Theodore had stuck his nose in the air and maintained that it was the only way to deal with Draco's kind. Harry had merely watched the exchange with some sort of curiosity, as if he couldn't believe that they were fighting over him. Goodness, Theodore is quite protective, isn't he? How did Harry react? Apart from being worried that he'd upset you, of course. Minerva took a sip of her wine and hummed in appreciation. Harry apologized, told Theodore to stop defending him, then apologized again. In the end, I sent him off to his tea with you rather than punish him for Theodore's reaction. It was a pity that the headmaster didn't approve the trip with the Granger girl. Harry would be a lot less lonely if he'd been able to leave the castle at Christmas. Severus tried not to dwell on his anger at Dumbledore over his decisions concerning Harry. That way led to madness. Minerva's snort of disgust hardened Severus. He wasn't the only one upset, apparently. Albus could do a lot more for that boy by staying out of it and letting him live his life. What's going to happen will happen, and considering the boy has the best protection anyone can offer, why restrict him for no reason? Ah, but the boy's protection isn't the best, Minerva. The blood protection could be beaten in any number of ways. Diluted by the family growing in size. It might even be transferable. The protection his family offer him merely stops the Dark Lord from touching the boy. It will do nothing until he has corporeal form. Severus had exhausted all the available references on blood magic he could find. None held the answer he was looking for. I didn't mean ancient blood magic, Severus. Don't think I don't know what you did to Quirrell. I assume you thought he was the one to push Harry off the stands. Minerva raised an eyebrow at him, making Severus feel like a disobedient student again. I merely asked him to demonstrate a block for me. If the man can't stop a blasting curse, then he shouldn't have decided to teach defense. Severus smirked at the memory of sending Quirrell into the solid stone walls of the defense classroom. His anger at Dumbledore's warning to leave Quirrell alone after the incident had transformed itself into quite a bit of magical power, and Quirrell had spent 3 days in the hospital wing recovering. Severus, do we have to go over playing nice with others again? It truly must be a hard concept for you. Minerva smiled gently at him and he smirked back at her. After all, I heard you had an altercation with Sinistra again. What was it this time? Late class times or something else? She continually harasses my Slytherins. It's not my fault the woman doesn't know how to pick her battles. She insulted Draco and Theodore practically in the same breath. and then picked on Harry's continued shyness. For all that Draco and Harry do not get along, Draco is warming to him. He is almost as protective as Theodore. Both boys went up in arms, rightfully so, and she gave them 2 weeks of detention. I didn't attempt to intervene, just caution her that she should be playing the dynamics better. The woman is a Slytherin, after all. Severus raised a dismissive eyebrow, silently asking Minerva whether she still disapproved. Draco Malfoy defending Harry Potter. My lord, the world has changed a lot these days. Make sure Lucius Malfoy doesn't get wind of that. I have already forewarned Draco that Lucius may not approve. Of course, I will attempt to make Lucius believe that supporting Harry Potter would be an effective political maneuver. That should mollify him slightly. Now, about Harry, he seems to still be quite wary of you. In fact, I think he's even shyer than he was at the start of the year. I took a point from him for disrespect during class last week and he paled so quickly I feared he would faint. What has happened to make him jumpy? Disrespect, yawning and generally not paying attention. He is having difficulties at the moment and I thought he needed a reminder that it was important he concentrate. Minerva sounded as though she believed she was justified and Severus personally agreed. In any other situation, she would have been right to take points. Be careful punishing him for appearing bored, Minerva. He doesn't sleep well, which means he is quite possibly legitimately tired. I can't convince him to take dreamless sleep and he shouldn't take it too often anyway. Of course, I didn't realize, and his timidity, due mostly to the fact that he isn't sure whether he can trust anything I say or do when the headmaster has the power to override it anyway. Did you know he sat in with my meetings with my Slytherins last week? On the very day Harry had his meeting. Harry refused to speak the entire time and when prompted by the headmaster at the end of the time, commented quite rudely that he didn't wish to hand the headmaster any weapons. His timidity around others is mostly because he no longer feels confident. He therefore reverts to the behavior that kept him safe before because, God, look how well talking worked. Even without the headmaster there I've barely managed to get anything out of him. His little group started avoiding the potions classroom so he wouldn't have to confess anything to me until I revoked the deal. I confess that I find myself at a loss for what to do, Minerva. I want for him to trust me, but with the headmaster holding this over my head, I can't even trust anything I say, so why should he? Severus finished with a sigh, glad to be able to confide in his longtime colleague and mentor. Oh Severus, I can't even give you a proper answer for that. I can't believe Albus would undermine you so much that you can't even interview your Slytherins privately. How did the rest of them react? Badly. One attempted to pull his wand to deter the headmaster from staying. Obviously that wasn't going to work well. Both of the others picked the worst topics possible to discuss. Both were abuse cases and chose to relate memories they'd already made peace with but would shock the headmaster. He was decidedly pale by the end of the night. I'm sure he was. As much as I respect Albus, he does tend to wear quite a pair of rose-tinted glasses. Minerva looked around the staff room, leaving her eyes on certain teachers for a few moments. Perhaps we should move this conversation elsewhere. The headmaster's glasses aren't just tinted, Minerva. And yes, we should. Do you mind if we move them to my quarters? I only have a few Slytherins left, but one of the upper years has taken a dislike to Harry and I've had to warn him once already. It would be just my luck if he tried something while I was relaxing halfway across the castle. Severus stood, directing a house elf to take the bottle of wine and glasses down to his chambers. By unspoken rule, the teachers avoided drinking alcohol in front of their students. Too many accidents had occurred because of the monkey see, monkey do phenomenon. Goodness, Harry does manage to attract a lot of attention, doesn't he? Minerva stood more slowly and Severus felt a twinge of worry at watching the usually agile professor reach out for balance. He does, yes. Are you quite all right, Minerva? Severus held out his arm to the older woman, hoping she wouldn't take it as an insult. Her hand gripped his arm tightly as they made their way over to the door. Minerva didn't answer but Severus waited patiently until they were outside, knowing that if she was ill, she wouldn't admit to being so in front of the rest of the staff. Poppy believes that it's the flu finally getting to me, but I have genuinely felt weak all week. It probably is just my schedule catching up to me, but it was so sudden, Severus. 1 week I felt fine, and then the next, well, you saw. Severus scowled in worry, searching his brain for an answer. Has Poppy done blood tests? Administered Pepper up. Minerva had been so focused on walking that they had been silent until reaching the welcome hall. Out of the corner of his eye, Severus spotted Harry making his way towards the dungeon stairs, and paused, pretending to allow Minerva to catch her breath. Yes, of course. My heart's a little slow, but it's always been like that. Minerva waved off Severus' help and moved off, headed toward the stairs. Alarmed by the sway in her gait, Severus quickly caught up with her and walked quickly next to her. Any other symptoms? Nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, headaches. Minerva gave him a look. You mean any other symptoms of the flu, Severus? Yes, of course. Severus clenched his fist, worried. What's wrong? I'm touched you're worried, but it's not like you to be quite so intrusive. Do you realize, Minerva, that your symptoms could also be from half a dozen other causes? Poison, for instance. The wide-eyed look Minerva gave Severus told him everything. Why on earth would someone be trying to kill me, Severus? He quickly guided her through his office door, cursing at himself for making her worry. I don't know, Minerva. But if Pepper Up hasn't had any effect and you don't have a fever, I highly doubt this is the flu. Allow me to take some blood and check, just for safety's sake. Severus unlocked his quarters and turned to face Minerva. She had gone pale at his accusation, but he could see that she was contemplating the possibility. He guided her slowly to the armchair until she took a seat, then moved back to stand in front of the hearth. After a moment, Minerva nodded slowly, looking up at Severus. All right then, take your blood. Not that I don't feel like a pin cushion already, mind you. Minerva held her arm out, flicking her robe sleeve back a bit as invitation. Severus withdrew his wand from his robes and quickly summoned a vial to store the blood in. When it arrived, he pushed Minerva's sleeve back and pressed the tip of his wand to the vein on the inside of her elbow. Transferring the small amount of blood to the vial, he then used his wand to seal the vial against aging, preserving the blood. I'll know by tomorrow. Come see me in the morning. Minerva nodded quietly, and Severus handed her wine glass over. Forgive me, Minerva, for worrying you. I admit that I am a paranoid man. I merely feel this is suspicious. Oh Severus, really, I lived through the war as well, you know. I am well aware that I should be thinking about why this mysterious illness won't leave me alone. Poppy, while brilliant with children, hated the war. I believe she managed to banish every bad thought in the years afterward. I almost envy her the ability. Minerva shook herself slightly, pulling her sleeve back down. Now, Harry, why is he having problems with the upper years now? Surely Flint's presence has put them off. It has. But Prefect Flint has returned home for Christmas, as have all of Harry's friends in both Slytherin and Gryffindor. He is currently quite an easy target. Severus sat on the lounge closest to Minerva, and sipped at his own glass of wine. Surely Harry has learnt enough jinxes to protect himself. Theodore and Harry were in the library earlier this month, studying a second-year defense book. Minerva was slowly recovering her color, and Severus felt himself feeling grudging respect for her Gryffindor ability to rally. Think, Minerva, what, above all else, do you notice about that boy? Severus hissed in dismay when her question registered. He doesn't fight back. Exactly. Severus rose and began to pace. I have tested the boy myself during their study sessions in my classroom. He is the best in his class at defense, yet when his cousin or the older Slytherins hassle him, he lies down like a dog. The headmaster wants a weapon, yet this boy is so timid he will not fight back for his own safety. Hurt his friends and he'll take on a mountain troll. Hurt him and he curls up into the smallest ball he can make himself, trying to be invisible. He's in no shape whatsoever to be left to fend for himself. And it'll get worse, Minerva, if anything goes wrong this summer. Even if I stop it in time, it will still be a setback. He spun toward Minerva to see her regarding him with a bemused smile. Sometimes I wonder whether we sort too soon, Severus. Severus scowled at the implications and sat back down. Oh, don't look at me like that. You know well enough that I don't mean it as an insult. Would Harry perhaps be happier moving into different quarters for the holidays? I'm sure Pomona or Phileas would be happy to have him in their dorms, or he could stay in Gryffindor. The Weasleys have remained at Hogwarts, have they not? Severus nodded as the implications dawned on Minerva. Then Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Both are unfamiliar to him, with students that have shown no inclination to befriend him. Severus shook his head when Minerva offered to top his glass. Honestly, Severus, you suspect Hufflepuffs of danger. Minerva smirked slightly at the image. Harry Potter is a Slytherin, Minerva. I'm surprised he didn't receive hate mail about it. He was meant to be a Gryffindor. Both his parents are Gryffindors. The entire Potter family has been in Gryffindor. I'm almost glad that James Potter wasn't alive to see his son sorted. He'd be turning in his grave. Severus smiled a bit at that, then sobered as Minerva's eyes widened. What? You didn't know? Minerva's shocked look remained, and Severus sighed as he realized that he had probably missed another drama. No, what? Harry's been receiving mail through Albus. The only mail that Hedwig carries is from Remus. He certainly did receive hate mail, quite a lot of it. Albus didn't even stop him from reading it. He came to me, quite upset, not long after the start of school. In fact, I think it was in the first week. While I was ignoring him because I wrongly assumed he was spoilt, selfish and attention-seeking. Well, that's certainly a reminder not to judge a book by its cover. Severus muttered darkly. In the interest of peace, I make no comment. Perhaps you should speak to him about it. Minerva had gone slightly pale again, and Severus rose. And what better time than when he's alone for the holidays? Sorry to cut this short, but I want to check on my Slytherins before curfew anyway. Do you want to use my flow, Minerva? Severus reached out a hand as she stood as well, offering his help. Don't think I don't know that you're just doing this because I'm feeling weak. Severus countered the scolding with an innocent look. Minerva laughed shortly. Don't try that on me, boy, it never worked. Give my regards to Harry and tell him that if he has any troubles, my office is always open to him. Of course, Minerva. She pushed off of his arm and made her way through the flow without answering, and Severus worried more for his friend. This weakness of Minerva's was not going to go away on its own. Half an hour later, Severus made his way into the first-year dorm in Slytherin. He spotted his only remaining first year sprawled on his bed, obviously studying. Potter, it is the third day of the holidays. Surely you aren't that eager to get your studying done. Harry's head snapped up and he rolled clumsily to stand next to his bed. Severus, eyes fixed on the black bruise under Harry's eye, and he couldn't stop a growl. Good evening, Professor. Harry met his eyes determinedly, as if daring him to comment. Am I to assume that Mr. Rosier is to blame for that black eye, Harry? Because I vividly remember telling you to come to me if he came anywhere near you. I would say that he came quite close. Severus raised his eyebrow and spoke softly, knowing that Harry would pick up on his anger without need to raise his voice. The boy shifted on his feet and dropped his head, but didn't answer for a tense, quiet moment. It was obvious to Severus he was debating whether to lie or not. I'd rather not talk about it, sir. Harry didn't look up, but Severus knew he was referencing both Severus' explanation that not answering was better than lying and the deal Harry had proposed, the one that said that as long as Harry kept up with the facts for his little group's use of his classroom, Harry could choose which questions to answer. Very well, Mr. Potter. I will allow you to once again protect an abuser. However, this deal does not stand with Madame Pomfrey. If she asks where you got that eye, you must answer her honestly. Severus gestured for the boy to precede him out of the room. When the boy stood his ground and frowned in thought, Severus merely relaxed his pose slightly, waiting for him to speak. If I tell you who punched me, can you heal my eye, sir? Since you have to brew the eye balm anyway. Harry glanced up, obviously trying to guess his reaction to the offer. Since there are only 2 Slytherins currently staying here other than you, and you have not left the common room all day, I believe that is a moot point, Mr. Potter. Oh, Harry's shoulders dropped, disappointed. Can you still heal my eye? Harry perked up slightly in hope, and Severus sighed. Yes, you foolish boy. As long as I receive your word that you will report all injuries to me when they occur. Not when I notice them. Severus summoned the bomb from where he had it stored in his office and surveyed the boy in front of him after Harry nodded in agreement. I really am curious as to why you are studying this early in the holidays. Surely there are other students you wish to socialize with while you have an abundance of free time to do so. They've all gone home for the holidays, sir. Teddy left under protest, but his grandfather's coming over this Christmas, which means he has to go home. His mum was pretty firm about it. Harry sank back down to sit on his bed and Severus could see his disappointment. His response was delayed by the arrival of the eye bomb, which smacked into his outstretched palm. Harry looked over inquisitively, obviously not expecting Severus to have the potion. After meeting you, Harry, I decided that it would be best to have a full stock of healing potions available. You seem to find trouble very easily. Severus sat on the edge of Theodore's bed, gesturing for the boy to take his glasses off. I don't find trouble, trouble finds me, and Rosier only hates me because of what I supposedly did. I wasn't even old enough to remember, but everyone hates me because I killed some bad guy who needed killing anyway. Or they hate me because the stupid Sorting Hat put me in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. What's so good about Gryffindor anyway? Dudley would have just had more opportunities to pick on me then. Severus raised his eyebrows at Harry's rant, but appreciated the opening into a conversation that was apparently needed. I cannot pretend to see any virtue in Gryffindor, Harry, but I can appreciate expecting you to be sorted into that house. Both your parents were Gryffindors, and quite a few of James Potter's ancestors were in Gryffindor. Since houses sometimes run in families, people naturally expected you would be a Gryffindor. Now hold still while I put this on your eye. Severus scooped some of the balm onto his fingers and reached forward, waiting until Harry closed his eyes before gently rubbing it into the bruise. Are you upset because Rosier was being cruel, or is there another reason? Harry blinked, smearing the last of the balm across his eyelashes. Noticing the weird feeling, he rubbed at his eye. Ouch. Yes, that's what tends to happen when you rub at a bruise, you foolish boy. Severus closed the jar and leant back, observing Harry. My question, Harry. Mostly Rosier being a PR-era bully, the sheepish look Severus received was enough to tell him that Harry had intended to use fouler language. But it's not just that. Harry reached over to the book he was reading and pulled a letter out from the cover. Severus could see that it was written on Muggle paper, and he knew that Lupin had made an effort to write on parchment as much as possible. May I? He extended a hand for the letter, frowning in distaste when he read the return address. When did you receive this, Harry? When Dudley wrote them about staying for Christmas. About 2 weeks ago. They wanted to make sure I wasn't coming back these holidays. I think they mentioned that the summer was going to be bad enough. Harry didn't look up from where he was playing with his sleeve, and Severus resolved to kill those Dursleys when it became convenient. He quickly pulled the letter from its envelope and scanned the contents. He sighed in despair at how well Petunia Dursley knew her nephew, just enough to hurt him, but not enough to really know him. It's not even that they don't want me there, because really, I've known that for a while. It's just. Harry looked up quickly, obviously deciding whether to trust Severus. It'd be nice to be wanted for once. Severus almost didn't hear the whispered words and yet almost wished he hadn't. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, it is better to be allowed to go where you are wanted. I do believe that Miss Granger, Theodore, Mr. Longbottom and Prefect Flint all offered you a place to stay over Christmas, did they not? Severus held the letter up so Harry could see it. The best place for this is the common room fire. You are wanted. If you must, blame the headmaster for disallowing a Christmas away from Hogwarts. Yeah, I mean, yes, but it's not the same. I'm grateful to them, I am, but... Harry trailed off and looked up helplessly. It's not your family. Severus didn't make any more comment, instead using a spell to send Harry's books back into his bag. Do you play chess, Harry? Harry nodded slowly, obviously unsure where the conversation was going. Then would you like to spend the afternoon watching Professor Flitwick decorate the Great Hall and playing chess? If you win, I may give you a pass on that essay. Harry looked between his book bag and his teacher, nodding after a moment. Okay, I'm not very good, though, sir, so I doubt I'll be getting that pass. Severus stood, waiting for the boy to stand as well. He then tilted the boy's chin so he had to look at him. Once he had Harry's full attention, he spoke. Choose your own family, Harry. Find friends who accept you, such as Theodore, and don't allow you to hide your shame, such as Miss Granger. Find adults that care about you. They are the start of your new family. The Dursleys will never know what they missed. Harry's eyes brightened suspiciously and Severus let him drop his head. While the boy composed himself, Severus summoned Harry's winter cloak to cover his jeans and t-shirt and dropped it around Harry's thin shoulders. Frowning at the state of Harry's winter wear, Severus led the way out of the Slytherin dorms and up to the welcome hall. At the entrance to the Great Hall, Dumbledore stood watching the teachers decorate. "Uh-oh." Harry's quiet comment drew a sigh to Severus' lips. He glanced back and saw that Harry had positioned himself almost completely behind him. "Severus, Harry, what a lovely afternoon. Coming to watch the decorations go up. Professor Flitwick has really outdone himself this year. And Hagrid's trees look marvelous, of course." Severus raised a skeptical eyebrow at Dumbledore and wasn't surprised to see him try to grin sheepishly. "We're going to play some chess in the Great Hall. Harry was feeling lonely and my remaining Slytherins are feeling rather hostile towards him. Given that he couldn't spend the Christmas holidays with his friends, I thought it might cheer him up to watch the Christmas tree decoration." Severus did not feel the need to mention that this would be the first time since his parents had died that he would celebrate Christmas. Good. Enjoy your afternoon, my dear boys." Severus hoped that Dumbledore heard the angry noise Harry made, though he wondered if it was just because he'd had a bad day or if Harry was actually gaining confidence. Severus spun around and walked into the Great Hall. He heard Harry follow quickly behind him as he led the way to the end of the Slytherin table closest to the staff table. Once there, he slid gracefully onto the end of the bench, gesturing for Harry to sit opposite him. He ignored the shocked look on Harry's face in favor of setting up the nearest available chess board. He watched silently as Harry gazed around in amazement. Due to the low numbers of students, house elves had been directed to serve the students in their dorms if they didn't feel like coming to the Great Hall and eating with the teachers. Severus hadn't been surprised when Harry had avoided the last few dinners, instead quietly instructing Trixie to ensure that Harry ate what he should. "Are they really?" Harry trailed off before finishing his question, but Severus could tell by his gaze what he had spotted. "Yes, they really are fairies. These are the nicer type. There are some that are quite mischievous, but Hagrid knows what type to entice into the castle. Do you wish to be white or black, Harry?" Harry turned back slowly, obviously not really considering the question. "White." The uncertainty in Harry's voice made Severus' gut clench at the reminder that Harry was given very few choices. "Very well, you may begin." Severus spun the board so that Harry's pieces were white and sat back to watch the boy consider his move. From the way his eyes kept darting towards the Christmas trees, Severus didn't think this would be a very challenging game. Harry's paw. 2 hours later, Harry had lost twice, but had still enjoyed the time more than anything else these holidays. Snape's despairing comments that he can't possibly be a Slytherin if his chess game was so awful only made him laugh as he realized the professor was teasing. When Professor Flitwick came over to ask if he wanted to help on the trees, Harry had barely managed to ask the professor permission. He was in such a hurry to assist. "That's right, my boy. Now, just drift it over the top of that branch and stop your spell." Professor Flitwick was coaching him through using Wingardium Leviosa to place Christmas decorations on the tree, and Harry's cheeks were starting to hurt. He looked back over to the Slytherin bench to see that Snape had left sometime while he was distracted. Ignoring the disappointed feeling, he reached for the next ornament. He jumped in shock when it appeared in front of him. "Have you ever helped decorate a tree before?" Snape's voice was quiet in his ear as he crouched behind Harry. Harry shook his head silently, staring hard at the decoration to avoid thinking of Christmas he'd missed. It's tradition in the wizarding world to personalize an ornament before placing it on the tree you decorated. Not dissimilar to signing your name on a portrait. When the house elves take the trees down, they'll give you the ornament you personalized. "I don't know how to do that, sir." Harry looked over his shoulder at his teacher uncertainly. "Then I can help you." Snape extended his wand towards the ornament Harry had been about to levitate. "Put your hand on my wand hand and picture what you'd like to be on it. I have to use a small amount of legilimency to do this, if that is acceptable." Harry nodded again and focused hard on his picture. He felt the magic tingle down Snape's arm where he grasped it and watched astonished as the round ornament became a cauldron emblazed with a snowy owl flying over Hogwarts. Snape slipped his wand back into his sleeve as Harry reached forward to pick it up. Hedwig, is it not? Snape didn't seem surprised, merely curious. Yeah, because she was the first pet I ever had. And Hogwarts because, well, just because. And I think the cauldron's kind of obvious. Harry tried to contain his blush as he realized that while Snape would think he meant brewing potions, he'd used the cauldron to symbolize something else. Yes, Harry, remember your proper speech, and they are all very good items to pick. Do you want to levitate it up now? Snape picked up Harry's wand from where he'd placed it on a stool and held it out, handle first. Harry took his wand and carefully directed his ornament up to a branch near the top of the tree. Very good, Mr. Potter. And now, it is time for young Slytherins to be returning to their dorms in time for curfew. Harry smiled and nodded at the order in Snape's statement. Yes, sir. Good night, sir. Harry turned to walk back to his dorm but buckled inwards as a flare of pain seared through his abdomen. He couldn't stop a gasp from escaping him as he reached for the nearby Hufflepuff table for balance. Harry, Snape turned back to him quickly, placing a comforting hand on his back. What's wrong? What hurts? Harry shook his head, willing the pain to recede. Feeling moisture on his lips, he brought his hand up to wipe at his mouth. He didn't need to hear Snape's growl to realize that the red on his hand was blood. Foolish boy, how long have you been in pain? Snape's voice was rough with anger and Harry shrank away from him. No doubt since Rosier decided to use you as a punching bag. Easy, Harry, we're going to go up to the infirmary. Have you ever flowed before? Harry shook his head. No, desperately trying to stop pain tears from leaking down his cheeks. He gasped in surprise as he felt Snape's arms encircle his shoulders and his knees, once again lifting him into his professor's arms. He turned his head into his teacher's chest, ignoring the flare of green and spinning feeling in favor of crying silently. His stomach had not hurt this much before. He definitely didn't think he'd have been able to ignore this. Severus, what can I? Oh, you have Mr. Potter for me again. What is it this time? Harry didn't have the energy to protest the assumption. Looks like internal bleeding. He was in a violent altercation with Rosier earlier today. It's possible he was punched in the stomach. Harry ignored the adults talking above him as he was placed on a soft infirmary bed. As he rolled on his side with his legs up to his chest, Madame Pomfrey put a potion vial in front of his face. Here, Mr. Potter, this is a pain reliever. Harry drank it without protest, grateful for Snape's help in sitting up slightly. And this one, it's a tissue repair potion. It'll fix you right up, though you'll need to stay overnight. Harry whimpered in protest as Snape sat him up more for this potion. It's okay, Harry. The pain reliever will begin to take effect soon. Snape hushed him as he drank the required potion. The last one is a blood replenisher. It will replace the blood you've lost. Harry quickly swallowed the potion and lay back down with a relieved sigh. Snape pulled the blankets out from under him and then helped him remove his winter cloak. A quick transfiguration later and Harry was in infirmary pajamas, having the blankets draped over him by his professor. He relaxed slightly as he felt the pain in his stomach begin to fade. Foolish boy, internal injuries are a lot more dangerous than a black eye. If you were going to try to hide any injury, the black eye could have waited. Harry heard a chair scrape on the floor next to his bed and assumed that Snape had sat down. Didn't want to be a bother. Harry spoke softly, wincing as it hurt to talk. One day you will believe me when I say that you are not a bother, Harry. One day. Harry tried to reply but sleepiness overcame him. The last thing he heard was softly scolding him for letting his injuries get so bad. Harry felt an unwelcome sense of déjà vu when he came awake to see the headmaster sitting in the chair next to his bed. He bolted into a sitting position, hissing as the pain in his abdomen struck him. What are you doing here? Harry growled angrily. A voice that sounded slightly like Snape growled in the back of his mind, reminding him that he should be speaking respectfully. He ignored it as Dumbledore reached forward, looking worried. Don't. Harry turned around to face Dumbledore across the bed, taking no heed of the increasing pain from his movement. Harry, please, Dumbledore spoke quietly, obviously trying to calm Harry. He managed to place his hand on Harry's leg and Harry kicked out, scrambling backward. No, don't touch me. Harry felt the bed disappearing behind him but kept kicking out at Dumbledore, even after the man retreated because Harry landed a kick on his wrist. Suddenly he felt arms encircle his chest, pinning his arms to his side. He struggled as he was dragged backward until he heard Snape's voice in his ear. Enough. Harry dropped his feet so that he was standing with his back held to Snape's chest. Do you wish to undo everything Madame Pomfrey has done for you this evening? Harry frowned and twisted slightly, uncomfortable with having his angry teacher behind him. My apologies, Severus. It appears that Harry was distressed at my presence. Dumbledore stepped forward and Harry growled, fighting against Snape. Even so, Headmaster, Harry is old enough to understand that he is meant to use his words, not actions to display his discomfort with a situation. Harry felt Snape tighten his arms around him in warning and growled. And if I don't listen, Severus? Didn't you tell me that you encouraged Harry to fight back against people who intruded his personal space against his will? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at Snape and Harry felt a flare of anger. I know what you're doing. I was wrong to kick out at you, Headmaster. Doesn't mean I won't do it again. Harry muttered the last sentence under his breath and was unprepared for the sharp twinge of pain as Snape pinched his upper arm out of Dumbledore's sight. Since it seems that I am not welcome in this conversation, I believe I will take my leave. Do not be too harsh, Severus, as the boy has already admitted he was in the wrong. Dumbledore left and Snape's hold loosened. You pinched me. Harry turned to his teacher indignantly. Would you prefer mouthwash? You must learn to hold your tongue, boy, before someone decides to truly punish you for it. Harry gulped as he remembered how Uncle Vernon would punish Cheek. What are you thinking about? I didn't think it was possible for you to become more ashen. The best place for you, Mr. Potter, would be back in bed. Are you in any pain? Harry shook his head as Snape nudged him back to bed. He tensed as he climbed, trying to avoid shifting in a way which would hurt his stomach. Once he was in, Snape put his hand on his chest, pushing him so he had to lie down. His teacher drew the blankets back up over him and tucked the top under his arms to keep it in place. If you are not in pain, then why are you cringing and tensing whenever you have to move? Snape walked around the bed and sat in the chair Dumbledore had vacated, raising a skeptical eyebrow at Harry. Because I only just noticed it. Harry didn't make eye contact with his teacher, instead turning slightly so that he was facing him. If that had not been a question, I may have believed that. After the holidays, you will see me for a detention, Harry, and a minute with my mouthwash, I believe. Harry groaned in disgust and Snape mistook it for pain. The quickly summoned vial of pain reliever was handed to him and he drank it before Snape settled in his chair and spoke. Now, what were you thinking of before? Harry shook his head slightly, turning his head into his pillow. Don't want to talk about it. Harry heard Snape sigh and buried deeper into his pillow. Indeed. Then as it is 3 o'clock in the morning, I suggest you go back to sleep. It is way past the time of night that should be filled with drama and excitement. Harry heard Snape stand and frown to himself as the uneasiness in his stomach increased. Come, Mr. Potter, surely even with a pain reliever twisting your stomach like that must hurt. Snape's hand on his shoulder pulled him back over onto his back, quickly resettling the blankets. Can I have a glass of water, Professor? Harry latched onto the idea of asking for something to delay the time until he had to sleep. You may. Snape studied him as he handed Harry the glass from his bedside table. You are aware, of course, that nothing the headmaster could do here in this school would physically hurt you. Therefore you shouldn't be worried that he is in the same room as you. Harry raised a confused eyebrow before realizing that Snape thought Harry was worried about Dumbledore. Oh, I know that, sir. I just wanted a glass of water. Harry placed the glass back, noticing his hand brush against his glasses as he did. Mr. Potter, do you know what the most commonly used tactic by children who do not wish to go to bed is? Snape had sat back down and Harry could tell by the raised eyebrow he was being sent that Snape had seen right through his attempt. Instead of answering, Harry looked at the glass then back at his teacher. Correct. Now, What is bothering you about going to sleep? Harry studied his professor, wondering if this was the right time to tell him that his nightmares had not stopped. He'd just stopped telling his head of house about them. Snape's sigh of impatience decided him, and he quickly thought of something else. I just can't settle my mind, sir. Too much excitement, I suppose. Harry shrugged, and then winced. Lie back then. Snape gestured until Harry did as asked, then placed a hand on Harry's chest. This is a basic occlumency practice that is often taught to young children. Theodore would most likely know it well, given his propensity for empathy. When Harry wiggled slightly, not used to the weight on his chest, Snape pressed just a little harder. The idea is that you focus on the feeling of my hand rising and falling with your breathing. As you've shown talent at being able to adjust your breathing to someone else's count, I will count for you. As I count to 3, you breathe in. The second count of 3, you hold the breath, only, however, if it is comfortable to do so. On the last count, you slowly let the breath out. Understand? Harry nodded and Snape began counting. At first Harry couldn't concentrate on his breathing because of the unusualness of the situation. However, as he became accustomed to the weight, he managed to calm his breathing to Snape's count. For the second time that night, the last thing he heard as sleep overcame him was Snape's voice. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.